Starting up, but now.
No, this is still, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That was on.
Okay, all being well, we're gonna play that video in a couple minutes.
Oh, we can hear you through.
Oh, this is.
Smears of fresh blood stain the sidewalk. Here, a man in his 50s was randomly attacked with a knife and had one of his hands cut off.
It's the latest in what appears to be a string of intentionally set fires in the Nanaimo neighborhood. Residents, it's a constant reminder of just how vulnerable the community has become. It's calling for action when it comes to those struggling with mental health and addictions.
Drug trafficking and overdoses are a daily occurrence in Kelowna's downtown core, but RCMP just wrapped up an operation cracking down on drug activity.
Everything looks so promising, but the crime is clearly a bit of a break.
A terrifying moment at Eagle Ridge Hospital Tuesday night. A patient threatening Victoria Tracy and other emergency nurses with a deadly weapon. They had seconds to react.
Started running towards the other direction to remove patients as fast as we possibly could because I didn't know what was going to happen at that time for myself or anyone else.
The residents of my city, like people right across British Columbia, have had enough. They've had enough of a system that is prioritizing the rights of offenders over the public. They've had enough of these stories of violent offenders being put back on our streets again and again and again.
video has scorched its way across the internet. An attacker using a phone and a gun outside a house on the outskirts of Victoria.
Screech sees the end of Greg's furniture as inevitable. The tipping point, though, for Screech, the daily disorder on his doorstep.
There's vandalism, vehicles are broken into, our truck's been damaged multiple times.
Frustrations run very high amongst downtown businesses, where the impact of crime is most acute.
Many downtown business owners are celebrating a move they feel is long overdue, as Prince George City Council approved a $40,000 pilot project to bring more security cameras downtown.
Yes, we're very happy about that. It's a great start. We can at least launch the program, and I believe we'll certainly show that it's very successful.
But crime and safety are closely linked to addiction and mental health issues. Without treatment, we are putting people who are ill in jail. We can do better.
It's a community desperate for help. There's a lot of fear, I think, in the community. You know, people are scared as to what's happening.
A sudden increase in gun violence driving a sense of fear and frustration, the Mounties even sending additional resources from outside the community to increase public presence.
The latest of 7 break-ins at the Gold and Silver Gun. The owner writes, Duncan break-in number 7 for our store. Only $3 taken, but the window will be $1,000. The suspect appears with a shopping cart and pulls out an axe and wields it over and over and over again on the store's glass.
Police were first called to Granville and Nelson just after 9:30 Monday night after a 33-year-old man had been stabbed. Then, minutes later, a 41-year-old was stabbed just 2 blocks away on Granville and Davie.
The prosecutor was punched in the face as she walked to the provincial courthouse at 222 Main Street.
It's time to stop talking about this and to start doing something about it. And that's my message to the provincial and federal government. We don't need to hear from you. We need to see you. We need to see you change laws. We need to see you toughen sentencing. We need to see you support our police, Crown prosecutors, and frontline public safety staff.
They do their best to stop those who bypass the till while dealing with daily disorder. That's the sound of someone smashing $5,000 worth of Le Creuset roasters.
Why are these people left to continually repeat, offend, and there's no consequence? Catch and release, catch and release. It makes me insane.
Good morning. It's working now. That's usually what happens. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for being here today. And that short video is why we're all here. I'm here because Kara McSherry, she's going insane, I'm going insane. Again, thank you very, very much for taking the time to spend with us today. I'm Jess Ketchum, and along with Clint Mallman, the Chief Operating Officer and President of London Drugs, we are the co-founders of Save Our Streets, SOS. You'll hear from Clint in a moment about how we came to today, but it's a very significant day in our short life as a coalition. Since our inception, we have consulted with community members province-wide. We've conducted research. We've listened to the voices of victims, so many victims. We've heard an abundance of stories, tragic stories from families afraid in their own neighborhoods, business people losing their businesses, employees afraid of their workplace, and sick people not being able to access care when and where they need it. So the problems are very identifiable. Everybody is an expert on the problems. What we need to do is listen to the experts on solutions. And that's hopefully what we're going to be able to provide you today, an opportunity to do that. We thought it would be time to hear from those experts. I personally believe that when you look at all the issues that we're dealing with, there's a solution to every problem. We need the political will to make those decisions regarding priorities. And we have to have an engaged public to drive those issues up the priority ladder of government. And that brings us to today. Our forum is designed to be future and solutions oriented. We have selected 4 foundational issues we believe are at the heart of these problems. The 4 categories are basically judicial reform and resources, policing reform and resources, addiction and mental illnesses response, and housing. Bonus, we'll hear directly from the provincial government, as well as the opposition, and the mayor of our province's largest city. Finally, we will gain insight into what different approaches have been taken elsewhere, and especially with our neighbor, Alberta. It promises to be a very fast-paced and highly informative day, and again, I thank you for joining us. Our forum today would not be possible without the support of our sponsors, and I have to say that over the past month or so putting this program together, we've been very, very lucky to have the support of some great corporate citizens. Anthem Properties, the Patterson Food Group, of course, London Drugs, the National Police Federation, Destination Vancouver, Downtown Van, 7-Eleven, Purdy's, the Independent Contractors and Businesses Association, CGI Digital, J. Gordon Enterprises, Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, Gourmet Warehouse, Gravel Street Entertainment District, Marquee Wine Cellars, and Gibson Hospitality. Please give a round of applause for our sponsors. I also want to give recognition today to our oversight committee. We have a group of people who have come together as volunteers to help guide this coalition as to where we go. And we wanted to have representation from community associations, business associations, and we wanted to have representation from throughout BC. Clearly, this problem was not just a Vancouver problem. We know that it has escalated, I keep thinking metastasized, if you will, throughout the province. And unfortunately, it's being experienced in virtually every community in BC. So ensuring that there was representation from outside of the Lower Mainland was very, very important to us. So I'd like to introduce our Oversight Committee. And if you are in the room, please stand and be recognized. Bridget Anderson, President of the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade. Daryl Jones, who is retiring as President of the Patterson Group. I can tell you he has been ably replaced already by Jamie Nelson, who's the Chief Operating Officer and the incoming President of Patterson Food Group. Jeff Bray, who I know can't be here today, CEO of the Downtown Victoria Business Association. Karen Kawicka, I know Karen's here, President of the Newcastle Community Association in Nanaimo. Linda Annis, I know Linda is here. President or Executive Director of Metro Vancouver Crime Stoppers. Ian Tossinson, I know that Ian's here. President of the BC Restaurant and Food Association. Owen Foley, owner of Nancy O's and President of Downtown Prince George. I know that Owen's here as well. There he is at the back. Or I guess that's the front, Owen. And Tanya Finley, who's also here, owner of Finley's Bar and Grill and Sage Tapas and Wine Bar in Nelson, and founder of the N2 community group. So that's our Oversight Council, which represents, again, business, community groups, and communities province-wide. The grassroots you see in our Oversight Committee and the local connections across the province are all there when it comes to my co-founder, Clint Mallman, President and COO of London Drugs. I've had the pleasure of knowing Clint for many years. I've known him as a senior business leader, and I've known him as somebody who has national responsibilities, not just provincial, and I've also known him as someone who is extremely concerned about the state of our communities and our sense of safety in and around our neighborhoods. Like each of you, he's a proud but concerned British Columbian. So when Clint challenges our political leaders about public safety, about crime, the revolving door of justice, and issues such as drugs, addiction, and mental health and homelessness, you know he has BC's best interests at heart. You should also know that London Drugs' commitment to the community is further demonstrated by their willingness to provide all the seed funding that was required to launch SOS. A special thanks from me to Clint, to your team, and to the Louis family. Quite extraordinary community involvement. When the going gets tough, you step up. Please welcome the founding chair of Save Our Streets Society, Clint Mallman.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your attendance today. It's the Driving Change Forum is great to see such wide representation, many people who I know in the room, those I hope to meet during the breaks, that are all equally as passionate about this subject as we are. As Jess said, I'm Clint Mallman, President and Chief Operating Officer of London Drugs Limited, but for today, I'm the founding chairperson of this large coalition of over 130 community groups that represent every aspect of the province of British Columbia that has come together to create SOS, or Save Our Streets Coalition. Today, I'm speaking from downtown city of Vancouver at the Morris J. Wass Center for Dialogue. Those in attendance know that, but to demonstrate the intense interest in this subject, we are having to live stream this event throughout the province of BC, and in fact, various provinces in Canada. That's how widespread the interest and the subject matter expertise that we brought together today. So welcome to our viewers wherever you are in Canada. The escalating violence, the crime, the vandalism on our streets and the communities everywhere in British Columbia. This is not a big city issue. This is not a small city issue. This is everywhere in British Columbia. This escalation has reached the epidemic proportions that you see in the media, but more importantly, that you don't see in the media. That the crime that goes unreported, it's that slow, steady degradation of society that we're witnessing that we can do something about if we come together as a province. Our goal, and this has been building for a long, long time, which I'll describe, is that we need governments to act now before it's too late. As I said, this isn't new for us. For over 15 years, London Drugs, along with other retail partners and Retail Council of Canada, who's represented here today, have been trying to explain to governments of all political stripes, at every level of government, that we could see this current situation that we're in today evolving slowly, steadily, and it didn't need to get to this point if we were to take action at the time when there was an opportunity to do so. But this constant issue of violence against employees, violence against citizens, the theft, the vandalism that was increasing in its severity in continuous forms was hollowing out our downtowns, large and small, throughout the province that we could see. We were describing to these government officials that the rights of our employees, of our citizens, of businesses, of service organizations were being violated, and it was degrading citizens' belief in the structure of governments to protect them. Sadly, a common theme was the repeated familiarity with those committing these acts of violence and vandalism. We were becoming familiar because they were the repeat, constant offenders, in many cases violent offenders, that seemingly weren't being dealt with by the justice system that we have. It was not being taken seriously. So in discussing my exasperation with Jess Ketchum, a legendary British Columbian, how to get government action that we needed before it was too late, which we've seen in places like Portland, Los Angeles, San Francisco, the list goes on and on and on. Jess's advice, sage as it was, is that we needed to create a groundswell of citizens of all stripes, of all parts of the province, to underscore for our government officials, regardless again of their political stripe or level of government, that this problem needs addressed, and that as citizens, we need them to do their job, but we will be there with them to support them in taking the necessary actions to drive change. So, SOS was born out of this public-wide public safety coalition demanding that all governments stepped up and to deal with this growing acts of violence and vandalism and crime. SOS, as you probably know, is an international signal of distress. And the formation of the SOS Coalition is, in fact, sending a distress alarm to those responsible, saying, as citizens, as businesses, as communities, we need help. We need those with the authority, the budgets, the information, the capacity to make change now before disastrously it's too late. And we need those resources to be employed, and we know that the resources are there, but the time for discussion, as Jess has said, of knowing about the problem is well in our past. What we need to do is to evolve to solutions and back those that are willing to make the decisions to protect all British Columbians. In a little over a year, SOS has been bringing people together to learn, use statistics, leading research to help provide ideas and solutions to government. We're nonpartisan, we're non-prescriptive, but we can bring great minds together. And today's forum is another step, is an example of driving change through engagement with all of you here today. And it's important to note that for SOS, this is safe streets for all. This is as important for ensuring that person that is in a health crisis survives with dignity and gets the care and lives the capacity that they're capable of contributing to the province. This is for the small business owner that has put their life savings into a small community and in making a positive impact. This is for the large businesses that contribute to the foundational expectations that the community has for them. This is for the service organizations that step up. This is for everyone that the change is needed, and why we're so proud as a coalition to represent as many interests as we can. But it's clear the system isn't working for all British Columbians, and it's out of balance, and innocent British Columbians and neighborhood businesses and organizations are victimized, and they're paying a horrible price. So we need to drive change, and we need governments to recognize the urgency and get to work. So now, I'd like to turn things back to Jess Ketchum. We know if you need things done in this province, organized, or connecting people, your first call is to my friend Jess, a very proud British Columbian with deep roots in the Cariboo, who's worked in various capacities to lead British Columbia in whether it be at a political or many other community events. And his passion project is equal as mine in ensuring safe streets for all. Please welcome back Jess Ketchum.
Thanks very much, Clint. That last part wasn't in the script. I happen to know that. Thank you, and folks, we have a very busy day in front of us, so let's get started. Our first panel is called Justice for All. And I'm pleased to ask our panel sponsor, Royce Schwinn, President and CEO of Destination Vancouver, to introduce the session and our moderator. Royce?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much, Jess and Clint, for your words this morning. And on behalf of all of us at Destination Vancouver and our tourism partners, I want to thank SOS for pulling this forum together this morning. Like everyone here, we know that today's topics, the moderators and panelists will provide a tremendous focus on some incredibly serious topics. And there's no question that public safety is top of mind for every British Columbian. And at Destination Vancouver, it is an important part of our international brand as we welcome visitors from around the world to our region. It's unfortunate to say that because of the issues that we've had, we do have international sellers who sell Vancouver who have stopped selling Chinatown and Gastown because they are concerned about liability for their business and risk for their travelers. So they do not represent us any longer. Today's first panel is called Justice for All and deals with the capacity of our judicial system to connect public expectations with courtroom realities. Our moderator today is Jas Johal, host of the Jas Johal Show on CKNW. Jas is a voice and a face known to all of us, and his experience as an international television reporter, member of the provincial legislature, and now host of his own show gives him a unique perspective on both public safety and our judicial system. Please join me in welcoming Jas Johal and his panelists.
Royce, thank you so much for the introduction. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the SOS Communities Driving Change Forum. Public safety and crime, obviously, as our speakers this morning have already stated, are the issue number one. I certainly hear it on my program, we hear it on CKNW, and of course you see it on your television screens on a weekly basis, from small businesses, of course, struggling with break-ins to families feeling unsafe in their own communities. As Jess has also mentioned, the polling that you see from SOS over the last few months is startling. It's not something we expected to be talking about this probably a year and a half, 2 years ago. But it is a growing issue and it's an important issue. So I thank all of you for being here, number one, from throughout British Columbia. And like Jess, I have Caribou roots as well. So good to see so many faces coming in from the interior as well. Now this panel, of course, will tackle the hard questions about what's happening in BC communities and explore reforms and actions needed to rebuild public confidence. Before I begin, I also want you to, at the back of your program, I want you to know that there is this little message here. It's a Slido. So if you have a question that perhaps I'm not asking and you wish to have addressed, please download this onto your phone, ask the question. It'll come straight to this iPad next to me, and I will be asking some of those questions of our panelists near the tail end of our conversation. I want to introduce our panelists, and what I'm going to do is introduce them first, and afterwards ask each one just for a 1 minute, just the first opening remarks in regards to how they see the world, some of the challenges that they see before us. First, a name and face known to all of us here, the Honorable Wally Opal, a former Supreme Court Justice, a former MLA and Attorney General, and currently a Senior Counsel with Broughton Law. To Wally's left is Adam Dalrymple, President of the BC Crown Counsel Association, that represents our province's Crown prosecutors. And to the left of Adam is Christina Cook, Senior Policy Lawyer with the BC First Nations Justice Council. And to the left of Christina is Mayor Leonard Krogh from Nanaimo, who was a member of the legislature for 13 years before becoming mayor of Nanaimo. So, Wally, let me start with you first and foremost. Just a brief minute in regards to where you see where we are in regards to this challenge that we have before us and some of the issues you wish to address today.
Go ahead. Thanks very much, Jess, and thank you for organizing this, and particularly thanks to Jess and Norman Stowe for doing this. You know, the first one of these inquiries that I was involved in was in 1992 to 1994, and we recommended at that time there should be some form of community-based policing. That means getting the communities involved in public safety and issues of that sort. And because the police cannot do these functions alone, they need help. So we need a decentralized type of policing where the community's involved and communities are give their priorities. Having said that, I watched the video here wherein there was a lot of discontent, anger, a lot of it directed at the courts, and I'm not here to defend the courts, but I can tell you that we in the justice system, while we take the brunt of the blame and the discontent that's taking place out there, we see the crimes after they've been committed. You know, I was a special prosecutor. I prosecuted over 50 homicide cases. I heard at least that many and when I was on the Supreme Court, the trial court. And we deal with these things after the crimes have been committed, after there's been victimization. So the focus we not to get into is let's start getting into promotion. This is a community-based effort. If we want to tackle crime and we want to get to community that are crime-free or minimal criminal activity, we have to start dealing with the kids who are dysfunctional, the kids who don't have the education, the indigenous communities that we've neglected all these years, and we have to start educating them, and we have to start dealing with their addictions. You know, the people who rob banks don't have PhDs. So we have to start getting at the root causes of all of that before we start getting into the end results. We're at the back end of the criminal justice system, as I said a moment ago, after the crimes have been committed. So I'm so pleased that there are so many people here who have the voices of the community and who are here to give us their input as to what ought to be done. But this is not a simple issue. It's been going on for a long time, as the speakers have said, and so it requires a community-based response where everybody is involved. So,
Wally, thank you. Adam, a brief minute in regards to just some opening remarks from you in regards to this issue.
Thank you, Jazz. Can you hear me? So I am the president of the BC Crown Council Association. We've been around since about 1991, but a couple of years ago, we decided that we wanted to move beyond simply, grievances and bargaining and contracts, and we wanted to give a voice to the 550 so frontline Crown Council criminal prosecutors that are fighting it out in the courtrooms of this province, fighting to keep you safe, fighting to uphold the rule of law. And so we're here to contribute to this conversation. We're very honored to be here. We hope that we can help find solutions. I have been traveling the province. I have been to Fort St. John, to Cranbrook, to Colwood, up the coast to Prince Rupert. I've seen and talked to some of you. We're here to listen. We're here to offer insight into your justice system, and like I said, offer some solutions. I echo what the former Attorney General has said, that I believe the solutions are community-based. We talk about community-based policing. What about community-based prosecutions? And one of the concepts we're going to be talking to you about is prosecution strength. What is the prosecution strength in your community? How many prosecutors do you have working? Has that increased with population? And we know that population growth contributes to crime. We want to make sure that our members, your prosecutors, have the tools to protect you and to uphold the rule of law in this province. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adam. Let's go to Christina next.
Thank you so much. I'd like to start out by introducing myself. Bozu Anin, Indigenakas Christina Cook, Ndonjiba Baskanwani Zibi. Hello, my name is Christina Cook. I'm an Anishinaabe and a member of Broken Headed Ojibwe Nation, signatory to Treaty Number 1 in Manitoba, senior policy lawyer with the BC First Nations Justice Council, and we are so pleased to be on this panel and invited to this dialogue section today. At the BC First Nations Justice Council, we see the issues with community safety as tied inherently with wellness. We believe that when our communities are well, that our communities are safe. So one of the fundamental principles in our BC First Nations Justice Strategy is the principle of diverting people outside of the criminal justice system where they can work on their wellness and where they can work on restoring balance within their communities. In looking at the different opportunities that are available, we have opened up 15 Indigenous Justice Centers across British Columbia where we provide legal representation as well as wraparound services. And we hope today to share some information about the work that we're doing, as well as hear from community members as to what you would like to see moving forward for community safety in your community. Thank you.
Christina, thank you. Leonard?
Good morning, everyone. Very honored to be here. Nice to see so many former faces from the BC Legislature and still active in the community. Look, I'm not going to say anything I haven't been saying for 5 years. We are in the midst of a mental health, addictions, trauma, and brain injury crisis. It manifests itself in homelessness and the petty crime associated with dealing with your drug addiction. It is not going to get better with the criminal justice system and the health system not working in conjunction. The fact is we have a number of individuals in the severe cases who should either be in jail because of the nature of the criminal activity and probably getting some kind of care and treatment, and we have a number of individuals who should be in the healthcare system who are committing crimes who no one gets to touch. That's my perspective as a small town mayor, relatively small, seeing what happens in our streets. And that is the frustrating part. I can tell you, as a mayor of a community, it is the biggest single source of complaint and concern expressed to me. It's not about water or sewer or garbage or parks or all the things that I should be worried about and working on. This is where we're at. And so we are leaving, either directly through intention or indirectly through inaction, people in that middle category who I say are committing acts that all of us would regard as criminal if they had capacity and would be adjudged as such, and if Wally was on the bench, would be sending them to jail if they had capacity. And you've got a bunch of folks who are so deep in their mental health and addiction and trauma and brain injury issues with the growing number of brain injury cases that the healthcare system isn't keeping them in secure and voluntary care where they need to be until they can either get better or function independently someplace else. So on this panel, from my perspective as someone who did a little bit of criminal work in the old days, it's that intersection where we're failing to treat the people who are causing the social disorder, who are living the lives of greatest misery on our streets and causing the greatest level of concern for society and driving away tourists to come back to our introduction.
Thank you so much, Leonard. Thank you to all our panelists. Lots to talk about here. Let me start with you first, Wally. You had mentioned in your opening remarks about somebody committing a crime, and the judge or the justice system is the last entity that actually deals with these individuals. I would also argue, since you are the last entity, that's where people also citizens want to see accountability, right? So when it comes to keeping repeat offenders off our streets, do we need better laws from the federal government, or is it just better enforcement of those laws from our provincial judges?
I think we need, the laws are fine. There's nothing wrong with There's nothing wrong with the laws. The laws are there. We have to implement and enact those laws. The one area that people complain about are the bail laws. We got to toughen up our bail laws. Well, you know, 75% of the people who are in custody in Canada now are there because they didn't make bail. And some of them are there for a year, year and a half. Some of them will be acquitted. What do you tell those people who spend a year and a half in custody and then we find out there was not enough evidence to convict them? So sorry for taking up your life? So the bail laws are there, and that requires a response. So Adam knows this as well as I do, and that is that the police go to the Crown, they write the report, and the Crown then takes the position of whether or not a particular person ought to be detained or ought to be released. So, the judge then has an obligation. Under our criminal code, the onus is on the Crown to decide whether or not somebody ought to be detained. Keep in mind that the person who's there is innocent. No crime has been committed. So under the democratic system, the judge can only keep a person in jail if, one, the person's not going to appear for trial. There aren't too many of those. Secondly, and most of all, is there a substantial likelihood that that person will commit crimes if released? So the judge has this weighing factor to do. And at the back of every judge's mind is the person still is innocent. And so we have to be careful before we detain them. We can do what the Americans do, keep somebody in jail, have wrongful convictions, and worry about that later on. Let's get tough, but not necessarily
Sorry,
get
I want
smart.
to just jump in there. Sorry, Wally. You were saying that if a judge feels that somebody's going to be a repeat offender, they can keep him inside. We hear from people here, we heard on the videos there, repeat offender after repeat offender, repeat offender. These individuals, it's the same individuals, and I've heard that from retailers on Robson Street, literally people moving store by store, ripping them off. So why do we continue to hear these stories of repeat offenders doing what they're doing and they're not in jail? If we're seeing this, why aren't the judges seeing that then?
Well, the judges are qualified people. They have to weigh the factors. So if a defense lawyer comes before a judge and said, look, this person is addicted and it won't serve the public interest by putting that person in custody, so they release him. And they're not always right. And the answer is, an easy answer is, let's keep everybody in jail. That way, we won't have to worry about people going in and out and the so-called revolving door. The fact is that it's difficult sometimes to predict human behavior. So are there mistakes made? Yes. And because human behavior being what it is. So the judges have a difficult job in determining who ought to be released, who should be kept in custody. It's the Crown to prove that that person shouldn't be released because that person is a public hazard. So yes, there are mistakes that are being made, and I think that we all need to work harder. And the Crown relies on the strongest point here. The Crown relies on police reports, and some of those people that are released by the police in the first instance. So yes, you could keep people in custody. The focus is always to try and treat them, to see whether or not we can cut out the repeat offenders. And I'm not going to come here and tell you that mistakes haven't been made. We've heard ample evidence here to indicate that there have been made. So you have a system where there's a presumption of innocence, where we guard against wrongful convictions and the wrongful detaining of people who will be ultimately found innocent.
Adam, jump in here just for a moment. I'm very interested if a police officer is handing you a report that this person's a repeat offender, in most cases, is that person going to get convicted at the end of the day? And that's what Wally is saying. And secondly, is it the quality? I would think we have a great police force in this city, great police forces around this province. The quality of reports, I'm going to assume, are going to be very good. Why are we not seeing some of those convictions?
Why are we not seeing?
I'm going to Adam first. Let's go to Adam.
Go to the Crown.
Yes, thanks, Jazz. And again, I'm going to preface my comments. I don't speak for the BC Prosecution Service. I'm speaking for the Crown Counsel Association. And
before you go, our panelists, jump in. To our panelists, please jump in as well if you've got a point to make as well. I don't want to just wait for my question. Jump in as well. But go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Yes, okay. Again, I don't speak for the BC Prosecution Service. That's our employer. I speak for the BC Crown Counsel Association. I do want to follow up on one comment first. So first, the former AG is right. There is the primary and secondary ground. There's also a tertiary ground. Some people refer to it as the residual ground, which is, maintaining the confidence in the criminal justice system. That is another legitimate and independent ground to detain an individual. I also want to talk about REVOI, which is the Repeat Violent Offender Intervention Initiative, launched by the current government. And I just spoke to one of our prosecutors who's on that team yesterday and got some information from them. And what they told me is that they would say probably 80% or more of the people that they ask for that's on that program are detained. The issue is that the criteria to be on that program is so limited. It's really driven by, as I understand it, community corrections. Some police agencies are involved in different regions, others aren't. And when I travel the province and speak to police, to prosecutors, they're shocked by some of what they would describe as the chronic offenders in their community who are not captured by that program. And that program, it does work because what it does is it reduces the ratio of Crown to offenders. It gives those prosecutors the time to dig in on those offenders, know the background, obtain transcripts, records, all of that information that's relevant to a bail hearing so that a judge can make the right decision. And so much about a bail hearing now is about giving that judge all of the information that they need. And what I've heard from some prosecutors is that because of the workload, because the regular stream of people that are coming through the bail courts, not part of the Revoy, those prosecutors are overworked. They don't have enough resources. They are triaging. They are running skinny bail hearings to get through the list because there's just more and more coming. And we need to reduce those ratios. We need to make sure that we give those prosecutors the resources, that we give them the time to dig in on these files, to make quality and compelling submissions to a judge so that they can do what's appropriate. And one other thing that we're arguing for is for a national bail repository of information. This province has a system called Justin. It's good. It was ahead of its time, but it's not integrated with any of the other systems across the province. And there are offenders that are moving, coming in from Calgary, coming in from other provinces, where there's relevant information that would detain someone. For example, outstanding warrants, conditions of bail that they're breaching. That kind of information is so important to a judge who's going to make the call on whether someone is going to commit new offenses in the community or is a risk to the community or is not going to come to court. And we're advocating for that, and we need your support.
And just at the tail end there, fair to say, what you're saying here is the system is underfunded right now in regards to, when you're saying you're triaging, I don't want to hear that, but nobody else wants to hear that, but that's what you're saying.
Our frontline prosecutors are feeling triaged. And when we talk about, yes, there are people that will be held in custody that may be acquitted, how do we make sure that those people have access to a trial faster, that they get before a judge, they get the time in the courtroom to have their case heard? It's in all of our interests for innocent people who have not committed crimes to be acquitted. And it's also in our interest for people who have been committed crimes be convicted and be done in a timely fashion. And when there's delays in the system and it's not properly resourced, you have people sitting in detention centers in bail for months on end waiting for their court date. And we all know generally, longer files take to get to court. The Crown's case weakens. It's in everyone's interest to get that into a courtroom fast and quick so a decision can be made.
Thank you so much. I have a question here. I'm going to
I just want to jump in on it. I think you've got to focus on what I'll call two separate classes of criminals. There are those that are extremely violent and dangerous as a result of either severe addiction or brain injury or some kind of trauma that led to this, severe mental health issues. There are two, the public perceives, whether it's true or not here to argue facts and numbers, the public perceives that too many of those people are on the street, not getting any care, not getting any support, and creating a danger to themselves and certainly to the public. And then there are the repeat offenders that, with great respect, go into the London drugs downtown that I worry about losing as the mayor of a city when we're trying to concentrate a population in our downtown core, that go into London drugs repeatedly, feeding an addiction, who are uncaring about whether they're picked up, charged, or not charged. The minute they go into the court, they're released. It's not a serious crime. It's just a minor property offense. Who cares if it's the 15th or 20th? I'll tell you who cares. The citizens care because they see it and they don't like it. The businesses get upset by it. The people who work in those stores and are trying to make a living are upset by it. And that's the frustration that's growing here. And this is where the justice system in and of itself, with great respect and bail, can't fix this, because if you take those people in and then you release them into the streets, or they don't spend enough time in jail to get into a program because the nature of the crime isn't severe enough to warrant a lengthy sentence, they don't get any better, and this thing repeats, and we now have a concentration of this in our society brought about by the toxicity of the drug supply, the level of brain injury that's occurring because people are being brought back with naloxone and are worse off than when they took the drug in the first place. So that's where I come back to my point around the interplay between the healthcare system and the justice system, and why you can't blame the courts particularly, you can't blame Crown Counsel, you can't blame the police, you can't blame the healthcare system in and of itself. But if you don't get those things working together, people will continue to repeat those offenses that are driving all of us nuts.
Before I get to Walter here. So I go back to my same question then, Leonard. Is this just about dollars then? It's just more money for healthcare, more money for our prosecutors. And yes, we're talking about interconnectedness, and I get that. But all of this, underlying all of this, is just not enough resources for all of this.
It's not just about dollars. Any of us well, we're all lawyers up in the front here. We've all known for years that the majority of people in the criminal justice system have an identifiable addiction and or mental health issue. I see the former Attorney General, for whom I have great respect and used to spar with, nodding his head. So why has it taken us so long to get to the point where we are prepared to recognize this? And I think we've recognized it, and the level of applause I'm getting here tells me that it's not because of my pretty face. It's because I'm speaking for what people on the street think and feel. So for God's sakes, it's not just about money, but it's about recognizing that you have to deal with it as that combination of issues. Criminalizing people, putting someone in jail who's got fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, who came from a horrible family, is not going to fix them unless they can get treatment and care, and in some cases, as I say, secure care.
Wally, you want to jump in? Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, you've been at the hit. I fully agree with you, Leonard, because the judge who hears this case finds out that the person is mentally ill, the person never received any help, have grown up in squalid circumstances, no counseling, now is before the courts. So what's a judge supposed to do? The judge doesn't want to send addicted people to jail because that person will come out and he's going to commit crimes all over again. So we need to get into the treatment. Mental illness is a major factor. Drug addiction is a major factor in our society. We have to start working at the back end and at the front end. We are at the back end when all of this has already taken place. And I agree with you fully that the public is tired of this, and I don't blame them, of seeing people who are mentally ill, who are out on the streets, addicted, and they're committing further crimes, often property crimes, and now crimes of violence.
Christina, across Canada, and sorry, Adam, I'll get to you in a moment here. Across Canada, Indigenous people are overrepresented in the correction system. How do we change that, number one? And how do we better address some of the challenges there? Because that's one of the issues I think we haven't really focused on. Walk me through what you think should be done in regards to just helping our Indigenous communities, because they are so disproportionately represented in our correction system and our justice system.
Happy to speak to that. And actually the BC First Nations, the 204 First Nations, have come together to draft a 25-point strategy in dealing with the overrepresentation of Indigenous people within the criminal justice system in British Columbia. But if I could divert a little bit and speak to Mayor Kong's point, I think he addresses an important issue, that it's not just merely, further funding or throwing money at the problem. It costs a lot of money to house people. So, incarcerating people prior to trial and prior to conviction, I think is potentially counterintuitive. One of the principles that we have in our strategy is the principle of diversion, is diverting people out of the criminal justice system where their issues are not going to be addressed adequately by the criminal justice system or incarceration. We're creating a diversion center in Prince George right now that is going to deal with sustenance crime and the small petty crime issues that are a product of homelessness, that are a product of addictions, a product of mental health, where we work with the RCMP in Prince George, where we work with community services in Prince George to address these small property type crimes and help people get into treatment, get the health care that they need, and get the housing that they need. And I think it's those type of solutions and those type of programs that can address some of this more repeat sustenance, homelessness problems that are not being addressed and that are popping up in many communities. We're starting with Prince George at the moment, but hopefully, this diversion program will be successful and will be replicated in other communities.
Thank you so much, Adam. You want to jump in there?
Yeah, I just want to build on what's been said here. There is a model in this province for dealing with some of these issues, that intersection of healthcare and criminal justice, and that what I would argue is the downtown community court, the community court model. that was set up by Mr. Opal and others. I worked in that courthouse. I worked there for a few years. I saw how we brought together all these existing agencies, all the infrastructure that's already out there, working together to address the underlying sort of criminogenic factors of crime. When people come into custody, you had a police officer, you had a housing specialist with BC Housing, you had community corrections, you had duty counsel Crown, and we're all looking at this person, getting a snapshot of where they are and saying, what are their issues? We have a collateral information screen. We know if they've been in the hospital recently, what their mental health issues, are they on bail, do they have outstanding warrants? And we have a picture of this person, and we all work together to figure out how do we end this criminal cycle together. And I think by and large, there was a great deal of success. We had mental health programs, we had a case management team, we had a chronic offender program, all of those things that were there. And I've talked to Tom Gove about this. And he was one of the judges there, that all of these resources exist in most of the communities in this province. It's just reorienting and reorganizing existing services, organization, agencies to serve these communities.
I'm going to jump in and say Adam's point is very well taken. I toured that court twice in my former life, and it's very successful. But you also have to factor in that today, because of the toxicity of the drug supply, because of the nature of what's happening in the streets, the level of brain injury is not something we can continue to sort of ignore. That program worked well when we weren't overwhelmed with numbers. The numbers now on the streets, the people who are homeless, addicted, brain injured in particular, and I keep emphasizing that, are more significant than they've ever been. So yes, that's a great system if you've got the resources, but in the short term, what are we going to do about the numbers? Because the numbers are the scary part.
Well, I think we established the community court in 2008 when I was the Attorney General. We looked at the New York model. In New York, they brought it in a huge way. So they found out that 90% of the people who commit property crimes are either homeless, mentally ill, addicted, or of that sort of person. So we thought the best thing to do is see if we can treat them, find a solution for their other problems. And as Adam has said, it's worked fairly well because the criminal justice system has been working in silos where the police are over here, the Crown's here, and the judges are over here. So we have to put all of this stuff together. And Leonard's absolutely right. The mentally ill people have to be treated, and they have to be treated so much that they don't become repeat offenders. As I said at the outset of my remarks, we see all of this happening in the courts after the crime has been committed. So the solution is to prevent that crime from being committed at the outset.
Picking up on what you just said, Wally, and Leonard as well, is a question from someone called Tired of Being Scared from the slide there. And I want to address this to Leonard. Has public sentiment moved sufficiently such that the BC government can enable the police to forcibly remove people from the streets and put them in secure care, in your mind?
Look, I've been calling for secure and voluntary care in appropriate cases for a long time. I'm not a physician, I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not the person to make those judgment calls, and it has to be used sparingly. Taking someone's liberty away is a really terrible thing to do. But there is no question there are more individuals in our streets now who require secure and voluntary care, who are not going to get better being sentenced to jail for 6 months or a year. They're not going to get into a detox program. They're not going to get into a treatment program. They're not going to get the kind of access they need to long-term psychiatric care or therapy. There are folks, and they cause and create, I would suggest with respect, a great deal of mayhem way beyond what their numbers warrant. And when you've had to listen, as I've had to listen, as some of the other politicians here have had to listen to the parents, the children, the spouses, the whoever's of these people, they're not happy. The public isn't happy. Nobody's happy. So if nobody's happy, why can't we decide that perhaps sometimes in appropriate cases, being in secure care is where you should be and hopefully get better. And if you can't, you know what? There was a time when we understood that some people would be looking at permanent care because of the nature of whatever's happened to them. And as I emphasize again, I like to repeat myself, just like I did in court, very annoying. The level of brain injury has to be recognized now. It is not this is not the same as it was 50 or 60 years ago.
Christina, you want to jump in regards to secure care, your thoughts?
My thoughts on secure care, and I'm speaking for myself and
Can you
not...
speak up into the mic a little bit? Yeah,
Sorry, my thoughts on secure care, and I just want to preface, I'm speaking for myself and not on behalf of the Justice Council, because I'm not sure that we have a public position at this moment, is that I think logistically, it will be very difficult and very expensive in order to facilitate the required checks and balances that you're going to need to ensure that people's charter rights are protected, that standards are implemented to ensure that it's only in the most severe cases, that you have the interplay between the justice system plus the health system, is going to make this program quite costly. And I'm not sure that it's going to provide an immediate solution or a timely solution that is required in a lot of our communities right now. And so, you know, to borrow a phrase from my friend, to repeat myself, I think a more immediate solution is further resources and further community coordination for diversion, for diverting people and getting them care and treatment at the time that they need it, and not at the end of their criminal justice process at sentencing. Work with people at, you know, the time that they're in crisis, to help them with their housing issues, to help them with their health issues, their addiction issues, so that by the time they get to sentencing, should, you know, they be facing criminal charges, that they're already at a healing plan, that they're already at a point in their healing journey, that they're no longer a danger of reoffending and no longer a danger to society. So, you know, I'm hesitant to say, you know, full stop no to the issue of involuntary care, but just logistically, I'm not sure it's the panacea that you know, is going to correct the problem that we're facing today.
This is a bit of a broad question, probably a bit Metro Vancouver centric, but Wally and Leonard jump in, all of you jump in if you want. Was shutting down Riverview a mistake?
I think
Huge mistake.
I think everybody now agrees it was a mistake, because at that time there was a resource, a facility where we were able to house people who had mental illnesses, that committed serious crimes. But there was a thinking at the time, I guess, that the best way to treat people was in the community. The problem is the community suffered by virtue of the experiment, and I call it an experiment, that was done at that time to shut down Riverview. I think in 2020 hindsight, I think it was a mistake.
I think, in fairness, the provincial government is moving very slowly towards recognizing it, and it's what, again, I and many others have been calling for a long time. Smaller, community-based facilities for secure and voluntary care, so that people aren't separated from their families. They're not punted from Prince George, with great respect, down to Riverview. They still have a family network and support if they have it. It's nearby, and to recognize that, to respond to the term panacea, it's not a panacea for everybody, but it's certainly something that is needed, and we move too far. I've said over and over again, no, we all grew up with One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Nobody's asking for a return to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Nurse Ratched. But to pretend for a moment that there weren't a number of people who were in secure care, who needed to be in secure care for lengthy periods of time, and that somehow, if you put them back in community with the supports that, as Wally pointed out, were never in place, that they were going to get better, is just silly. And we know it's silly because we've had 30, 40 years of it now, and it hasn't worked. That's why we're all here today.
Broad question, and Adam,
if,
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, if I could just jump on that point, if I can just respond to the issue further of secure care. We already have that. It already exists in the criminal law context, right? When somebody is charged with a criminal offense and they advise that they're not, you know, criminally responsible because of health issues. So we already have a system that utilizes that. Is the suggestion that secure care would be, you know, that you're suggesting, Mayor, would be something for people not committing criminal offenses?
Often there are criminal offenses involved, but there are many people on our streets who should be in secure care because of their health issues. And to pretend that we continue to leave them on the streets until they die, which is really what's happening, is just ridiculous.
Here's a broad question from one of our guests. Can the current law support a system where a person could choose between prison or drug treatment and rehabilitation? Wally?
I think in order to compel someone to seek treatment, and that idea is now being floated around, I think we're talking about involuntary care. And I think we have to move towards that. The Premier made that suggestion a while ago, and I fully agree with that, that, you know, we always, fundamental to our justice system is that we don't want to take the liberties away from a person without due process. That's what freedom is all about. However, we're talking about the public interest. There are cases now where the interests of that person have to be set aside in order for the public interest, and involuntary care probably is the right way to go.
Adam, I want to ask you a broad question here. You saw it on the news stories. You see it in some of the questions here as well. This underlying anger and frustration that the justice system is not addressing the core issues in a practical way, which is keep our streets safe. Do you worry about, not even long-term, I would say medium-term, challenges to the credibility of the court? I mean, I hear it on our show sometimes. Do you worry about the fundamental credibility of the justice system at the end of the day? Because this cannot continue month after month, year after year. We're here, we're all concerned citizens, but this cannot continue until it permanently undermines our justice system.
You know, that's an excellent question, and I worry about it. I've been in the justice system all my life, and I think that when you look at Western democracies, we have probably the best system in the world. Compare it to what's going on to the south of us, where it's all politicized. The judges are political, the prosecutors, the district attorneys are political. They have wrongful conviction after wrongful conviction, where the police get involved in elections. So from that perspective, when you look at that democracy and look at ours, I think we have a good system. But the fact that you're all here today indicates to me that we have to pay attention to the public voicing their discontents. And so what that means is that we have to change with the times. Right now, I'm sympathetic to the police who have to go out in the streets. In the old days, the police could go out there and talk about how to subdue people who are in violent struggle. Now, the police have to deal with mental illness, they have to deal with homelessness, and all those social issues that we as a society have unfairly cast that onto the police. So yes, I'm worried about the system. As I said, I think it's probably the best because we have police who are not political, we have judges who are not political, prosecutors who are not, and they're doing their best. But as Leonard said, we have to deal with the mental illness that we've agreed, the homelessness, and all those social issues. Those are issues at the front end that impact us at the back end, and the system suffers from a credibility, and if that suffers, then we have to pay attention.
Adam, go ahead.
Absolutely, we're concerned. That's why our association is doing what we're doing. That's why we are trying to get out into the communities. We are trying to listen. That's why we are advocating for our frontline prosecutors. They see what's going on in the court system as well. They know that we are under-resourced. We need more people. We need to reduce these files, the number of files, and we need to reorient the prosecution service towards the front lines and towards communities. I really believe that the answers are going to be found in the communities. They are all very different from what I can see, and we need to make sure that we have the right resources, complement of staff to deliver, to bolster that confidence in the system, because we want it to work, but our people are feeling the exact same frustration as well. They're seeing it right before their own eyes in the courtrooms, and we're trying our very hardest, and so that's why we're here, and that's why we applaud these forums, and we want to be part of them.
Leonard, maybe a bit of a broad question here. You know, we see the challenges here in Vancouver. You've articulated the challenges you have in Nanaimo and throughout British Columbia. You travel, you know, you go down the I-5. I was down in Seattle about a year and a half ago. Similar challenges downtown with stores shutting down. I had friends going down to Portland for a basketball game. They came home a day early because they just did not like what they saw on the streets there in Portland. Travel down to San Francisco, further down, you'd hear about the Doom Loop in San Francisco. LA had similar challenges. What is it at this moment in Western society where we are struggling to deal with the challenges? Is it just a question of the potency of the fentanyl? What is it that is causing this collective challenge to society in North America here?
It's all of those. It's all of those things. It's the shutting down of institutional care, which the United States followed suit with, and in Canada. 30, 40 years ago, we started with the best of intentions. The right wing loved it because it saved taxpayers' dollars. The left wing thought it was great because, you know, this is about liberty and treating people well, and there were horror stories about some forms of institutional care. We compounded it with the housing crisis, the abandonment of a national housing strategy in the early 90s to balance the budget in response to the cries of reform and debt and deficit. We compound it with the toxic drug supply. We compound it with a lack of support in the school systems for counselors to deal with the problems of children who are showing the early signs of mental health and potentially addiction issues themselves. And we have let this thing slide to the point where you have out in the street the range of everybody from people who are just poor and just need literally housing. I always use the example. The people here from the Nanaimo have heard me say it. 67-year-old female didn't work outside the home much. She lived in your basement suite. You sold the house. She gets legitimately punted out onto the street now, and she can't afford going from an $800 a month basement suite to a $1,600 or $1,800 a month one-bedroom suite in Nanaimo. So she's in the street. She's homeless too. But at the other end is the 45-year-old severely addicted schizophrenic who hasn't had treatment, who's been ignored to some extent for legitimate and often good-hearted reasons by a court system and a healthcare system. You're a nurse in the hospital, a doctor in the hospital, somebody comes in and starts yelling and screaming and being troublesome. You give them some meds and you punt them back out in the street. There was one instance in Nanaimo where someone who was taken there by the police who would have been committed under the act, as the superintendent of the RCMP told me, they discharged that individual before the police who took him there could get back to their cars. Now that's an extreme example, but my point is nobody wants to touch the hard cases. And it's not about being cruel or nasty, it is about the ultimate compassion. You do not see this in Europe. You do not see it in other parts of the world particularly. You see it in North America in particular, the United States and Canada. They have done just as bad a job as we have, but it's all of those things. And that's why I say it's complex, and the intersection between mental health and addictions that I want to emphasize again, that Wally's a tiny bit senior to me and our Crown Council is aware of it. Those folks, when numbers were smaller, you know what? Society could kind of ignore it and pat it along. You can't with the numbers anymore, and what COVID did was strip away. It put all of the nice folks in this room in their houses, and the only people left to see were people on the streets.
I think what's going on to the south of us, and I go to San Francisco 2 or 3 times a year to watch baseball and football, that downtown has changed. It's a war zone. So what we need to do is, that should be a lesson for us. We should learn from that, and we need to get proactive. The fact that we're all here, community leaders, and we recognize that there is a problem, ought to be a wake-up call for all of us to get involved in this, because the timelines are short, but we still have time to get back on even keel and start treating those people, the drug-addicted people, the young kids who need help, and then become involved in the criminal justice system. So we need to do that, but we need to do it in a hurry, because we can't keep hearing the discontents and the complaints that we've heard here this morning, because that impacts not only in the criminal justice system, but our society at large.
Here's a question from one of our people listening here. The panel's thoughts on moving charge approval from Crown Council back to the police, as is done in the rest of Canada. Would that improve things?
No. I'll tell you why. Most of the wrongful convictions in Canada come from where the police have laid the charges. I think we have an excellent system here where the police do the investigation and the Crown decides whether there is sufficient evidence that would warrant a conviction, and they authorize the charges. The police are experts in investigating the crimes. The Crown is versed in the law. They know the criminal code better than anyone, and it's up to them to determine whether what the police have given them is sufficient to warrant a charge. And they're the experts in the area, and I don't think we need to disturb. I've heard this comment for a number of years. The first policing inquiry I did in the 90s, and the police wanted to go back to laying their charges. And with all due respect, I think we have the best system of policing in the world, but I think the Crown are the experts in this area.
Adam, here's a question. How can we ensure the Crown collectively learns and then takes public interest into account when administrating prosecutions and administering court resources?
Well, again, I come back to sort of the community model for prosecuting. When I talked about the community court was comprised of the court team, but there was also this other side to the community court, which was representatives from the community, the business community, the Indigenous community, owners. They would inform the court of what's actually going on in their community. What's a problem? Is it car break-ins? Is it this particular type of drug or whatever? That would inform the judge, the prosecutors, the duty counsel, all of the team at the court about what's sort of unique to that community. And I think that's really where the answer is, and it's bridging that gap and perhaps decentralizing from Victoria and focusing on the Crown, your offices, the Crown offices in your community that serves you, and knowing those prosecutors, knowing that team, and allowing them to build those relationships directly with their community will inform them when they conduct charge assessments, when they have, because the charge assessment standard is, one, is there a substantial likelihood of conviction, and two, is it in the public interest? And the public interest might be different in different parts of the province. But to make that assessment, you need to know your community. You need to have that relationship. And I echo Mr. Opal's comments on charge approval.
We have a question here from Jason from Clean Streets Penticton, who says, why are harsher rehabilitation-focused sentencing programs for drug users not being prioritized at the provincial level? Wally, you want to jump on that, or Adam? Christina? Anybody? It's for the whole panel, but...
I really can't speak to that. I don't know the level of prioritization and the funding issues and things like that. So,
yeah, I can't answer that. I don't really know. So.
Okay. Here's another question from one of our folks listening here. Is the result of Leonard's comments that the Mental Health Act needs to be used more frequently?
I'm going to jump in and say, yes, it should. The former minister, I won't mention their name, said to me, but Leonard, we have more people confined under the Mental Health Act in British Columbia than we ever had in our history. And I said, Minister, I have no doubt you're right in terms of the actual number, but I'm not worried about some nice middle-class person like is sitting in front of me today who's going to go back to their family after their 8 weeks when they have a psychotic episode or the mania overcomes them, or their manic depression, whatever. I'm not worried. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people who are out in the streets who aren't getting care. The Mental Health Act, ours, is outdated. The government, I believe, at some point did indicate they were going to review it and look at it. We're out of touch with other provinces. But it does get back to a question of funding, too. There's no sense having a Mental Health Act if you don't have the care and places for people to go to get the care and treatment that they need. And I just want to jump back a bit on the addiction issue. Look, if you just have a simple addict, forcing them into treatment's not going to work. The problem is that we really don't have that many simple addicts anymore. We have people with mental health and brain issue and addiction issues, and that's what creates the greatest social and street disorder, and that's the problem, and that's why I come back to my point again. I am kind of persistent about the interplay between justice and healthcare And we haven't figured out or haven't done enough to try and make that work in a way that will save people's lives and give them perhaps an opportunity for return to society in a normal way.
If there's one thing you can take away from this panel, it is that there has to be a marriage between the healthcare system and the criminal justice system, because there's no easy line that separates them. The majority of people who are coming into the courts, particularly at 222 Main Street or in Surrey, have some kind of mental issue or some kind of addiction issue which cries out for health intervention.
Sorry, go ahead, Christine.
Yeah, if I could also jump in here and just say that I think that the wider community could learn some important information or lessons from what the First Nations Justice Council and what the Indigenous communities are doing right now in rethinking criminal justice and in rethinking how we're dealing with the issues that are underlining, the criminality. What we're looking at and what we're providing at our 15 Indigenous Justice Centers across British Columbia is a fulsome wraparound services. We're helping families, we're helping people coming into contact with the criminal justice system. We're providing them with resource workers. And this is not our diversion center. This is our justice center that's providing legal representation, plus the wraparound services, referrals for housing issues, referrals for health issues. We're providing aftercare workers and GLADU service workers. And at this moment in time, it's just for the Indigenous people within British Columbia. And what we're seeing is, a reduction in recidivism rate. What we're seeing is healthy people who are going through the system. What we're seeing is balance being restored to the communities. And I think, hearing from my friend at the Crown Counsel office, Adam, the community court system and the bringing together those resources is very similar to what we're doing in the justice system, and is what's working. And I think could be a template for the wider community.
This is a bit of a broad question, but I think it's an important one. We spent a lot of time talking about the justice system. So there is a need for systemic accountability. That I understand. And we're talking about mental health and addiction. Somewhere within there, and maybe this is a bit of a cold question, but should there not be room for individual accountability within this conversation? How can communities evaluate whether those, just the broader conversation in regards to how do we bring that practice in line when it comes to public safety? Because that's the main issue we're all here for. We keep talking about systemic accountability, which is very important, but is there room for individual accountability there as well?
There is. And there is individual accountability. It's happening when a person is facing their community, right? It's happening when Indigenous people are going to First Nations courts. Oftentimes you will hear people who go through Indigenous and First Nations courts saying it's much easier to do, a criminal sentence and go to, do 16 months, 18 months, then to face their community, then to work on their healing plan, face historical trauma. So I think that that's a really important point. But I also think it's already happening. There are systemic issues that we're coming together to deal with and address. But let's not forget the individual who's going through this system, they are being accountable. There's a lot of loss that they're having to deal with. There's a lot of time and expense, and so I don't think that the community solutions in any way abrogates their personal responsibility.
I ask that question because I hear a lot of that, and I think that has to be part of the conversation, and it's just a layperson's opinion, but I hear a lot of that on my show from a lot of taxpayers. My final question to all of you, I'll start with you, Wally, first. If there's one change or initiative you could implement tomorrow to address the root cause of mental health, addiction, and public disorder in British Columbia, while restoring public confidence in the justice system, what would it be and why?
I think there has to be some kind of compulsion to have people work together, and because we're still working in silos. And I think one thing we've learned here is the prevalence of mental illness, the healthcare system, which is fundamental to our problems. As I said at the outset of my remarks, we in the justice system only see the incident when the crime's already been committed, victimization, and all of those things. We need to get to the front end and start working together. And that's what we really need to do. There has to be a willpower to get together and to work with kids, people who are vulnerable, people who are addicted, and so that we can prevent the crimes from being committed.
Adam?
Yeah, to build on that, exactly what we're doing, engaging, talking to each other, educating yourself about your prosecution service, your prosecution strength, your criminal justice system, taking the time to go to court, to watch how it's done, to see the system. I know it can be complex, but it's worth it. In order to solve these problems, we need that level of engagement. And when we start to build up that engagement, we get more and more people involved. We can elevate the conversation and try to come up with solutions. So I think that's one important point we need to take away.
Christina?
I think looking at community safety as a holistic approach that looks at health and wellness, also looking at criminal justice and public safety, well people will result in a safer community, balance being restored. I think that's what we need to move forward, and the criminalization of mental health or the increased calls for stronger and greater increase of criminalization in pre-conviction incarceration, I'm not sure is the correct way to pursue this initiative. So I think looking at a more holistic way that includes all the community resources that people need will have a more immediate benefit and a greater benefit in effect.
Final word to you, Mr. Krogh.
I hate to say this, but I would have longer sentences, but only on the basis there was treatment available. And we're talking about the criminal justice system only this morning, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm going to limit it to that in terms of one thing you asked for. Right now, sending people to jail who don't have access to treatment or care is not improving their lives. It doesn't really improve public safety, and it's not going to get us further ahead. The whole range of things we've talked about this morning, I'm not ignoring that, but you asked for one thing. I'll stick to that one thing.
Leonard Krogh, Christina Cook, Adam Dalrymple, Wally Yopel, thank you so much for the conversation this morning. We've got a lot more, of course, throughout the day. Jess, I'll hand it back to you.
Great, thanks very much, Jazz. Well done, even for a kid from Williams Lake. Jazz and I have shared roots in the Caribou, and we have given each other a bad time about me being from Quesnel and he being from Williams Lake for many years. But thanks again for coming out today and doing this. And to our panel, what a great panel. And some really thought-provoking conversation. And I think that when you get people like this together and you hear directly from them, you start to understand the importance of breaking down those silos and starting to get people to work together, whether it's the health system and the justice system. Well, why can't we figure that out? Why can't we figure that out? So I think that having these conversations are really, really valuable. And plus, when we heard the comparisons or the concerns about other cities down the West Coast and how bad it's getting, I keep thinking that here we are at the Wash Center, beautiful facility. We're in the downtown east side, which people in other parts of the world think it's the epicenter of the problem. We have some of the best minds in the world here in BC working on issues of addictions and mental health, policing. We have expertise in housing. We have all the expertise in the world. I keep thinking we should be the epicenter of the solution. And I think that thanks. I think that the people in this room have the capacity to have as a goal to become the model for the rest of the world as to how you fix these problems. I'm a little tired of being the model of why it's so bad, right? So I think we can do that. So again, to our panel, thank you very, very much. And we need to switch panels. Hope somebody's organizing that. And we have some gifts for our panelists. Where is Tanya? Oh, there we go. Yep, go ahead. Come on out this way, folks. Oh, they're going the other way. Is he going to do a sound check? We'll get together. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks, buddy.
Hey, thank you. Anytime, anytime. Good to see you.
Yeah, great.
Let's get together, you and I.
Yeah.
I will reach out to you, I'll text you, and we can do it. You're usually in West Van,
Yep.
right?
Yeah,
So
but
I'll figure
I'm
it out.
downtown too.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. But morning is better than obviously.
Hey.
So.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Hey, Janice, you want to share any advice on the?
Yeah, yeah.
Could everybody be seated, please?
Hey, how you doing? I thought they put you out to pasture. One thing about you, you're not sure.
During the October provincial election, public safety was certainly front and center. And we may have had a little bit to do with that. We certainly did our part in raising the profile of the issues. And the outcome of that election has definitely had an impact on our provincial government and its priorities. That includes adding a Minister of State for Community Safety and Integrated Services. Here now to introduce our next speaker is the current Chief Operating Officer and incoming President of the Pattison Food Group, Jamie Nelson. Jamie?
Thank you, Jess. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I wanted to thank you and Clint and the entire SOS team for pulling this much-needed forum together. At the Pattison Food Group, our brands are some of the most familiar and trusted brands across our province, including Save On Foods, Bilo Foods, Nestor's Market, Urban Fare, PriceSmart Foods, Quality Foods, Pure Pharmacies, and Choices Markets. And we are so proud to have been part of this province for 110 years. Like so many of the SOS membership, we are part of communities big and small, from Victoria to Fort Nelson. We have almost 200 retail locations in all corners of British Columbia, which means the crime and public safety issues important to SOS are also important to us, our customers, our team members, and the communities we serve. That is what drew us to join SOS and be here today. By speaking up together, SOS and its more than 130 member organizations can speak with one very loud voice. And I think that voice has been heard by the Premier and his government. The creation of a Minister of State to work on these important issues is a good sign, but even more important will be the results, and these can only be achieved by all of us working together. Joining us today is the Minister of State for Community Safety and Integrated Services. To many in this room, he'll be a familiar face from his work as senior officer with the Vancouver Police Department and a volunteer with Covenant House, Big Brothers, and Success. Please welcome British Columbia's Minister of State for Community Safety and Integrated Services, the Honourable Terry Young.
Thank you, Jamie. And another beautiful day in Vancouver. As Chief Palmer, I had the pleasure working with both Adam and Cash at my time at VPD. Welcome, Deputy Commissioner. And Norm, of course, lives in my riding, so it's one of my cousins. It could be a nice home. First of all, I want to mirror what Chief Adam Palmer said. Vancouver is not dead. We're not dying. I mean, you look outside the window. I mean, we have issues, obviously. But it's not just Vancouver. I was part of the delegation last year with the VPD executive to San Francisco. Take a look at what they've done, and we learned from that. And it's really encouraging for me that everybody's here today. You know, welcoming you from the traditional territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And also want to thank SOS, Clint, and Jazz for doing this. This is important. I think I was the longest serving chair of Success 52 years ago. We had 2 employees. And today we're the largest social service organizations in the country with $70 million budget. It's not going to take us 52 years. We don't have that time here, but it's encouraging to have like-minded people like yourself here. I also want to recognize all my colleagues at the BC Legislature. I think we almost have enough people in quorum today. Can you stand up, my colleagues? I know Eleanor was here. It's got to be more than 4 or 5 of you. Oh, so yeah, there you go. And thank you. I think the fact that you're here today, we want the same outcomes in our communities across the province, not only in cities in Vancouver, but other cities as well. A little bit about myself. I served 30 years with the Vancouver Police Department. I want to thank the people, first responders. I know 2 of my colleagues from the other side are actually former RCMP officers. As our serving members here, I can tell you, it's not easy to leave your families in the morning to protect perfect strangers, and it's even more difficult without public support. We can't do this on our own. Your government cannot do it on our own, and we need your help and support. And make no mistake, we want to get there together. Before I start, it's a little bit of background. Some of you don't know me. I was had the privilege of leading community services in Indigenous relations. So the 12th Community Policing Center in Vancouver were under my jurisdiction, and I was very proud of what they do. They integrate advisory councils for people like Jeremy in the neighborhood and make sure that your issues are addressed. As I'm a resident of Vancouver, I get it. I know what an impact it is. It's not for police agencies to tell you what you need or the government. You need to tell us what are working and what are not working. Couple personal stories before I go, because otherwise I throw a bunch of numbers at you. You guys will fall asleep. I spent 3.5 years walking the beat in downtown Eastside. A lot of people call right here. It was a beat enforcement team. I'm sure both Adam and Cash know about it. And it's heartbreaking. I mean, seeing people who are family members who are, you know, taking some tough turns in life and end up on the streets. I took transit here today to be green, and it was cold. And can you imagine last night you slept at a cardboard box somewhere, and the fact that you live on the streets, you're 15 times more likely to be a victim of crime because you have no room to lock up. And I know Guy is one of our advocates for treatment and the people out there. And what a positive change you can do with the proper resources and the decision in life. My personal story is a friend of mine, wife used to work, they used to work at Destination BC. And his brother was down on the downtown east side, lost touch with his family for 5-6 years. And he said, Terry, you know, if you go downtown, can you look up at my brother once in a while? I found him in a cardboard box by Pigeon Square. And over the next 2 years, I got to know him, his challenges, his relapse. He got better, he got worse. But at the end of the day, the happy ending story was the fact that he was able to find resources to get off his addiction and get off the streets and reconnect his family. So he had a family. He wasn't alone by himself. And it's not his fault sometimes, but we have to separate the consequences of crime to drug addiction. And drug addiction is a health issue. That's why, when government asks, Terry, what does it take to solve this? It's not just policing alone. It's not fair for police officers out there to do social work, mental health worker, but we need integrated services. That's where I come in. It's going to be in conjunction with the Ministry of Health, BC Housing, and poverty reduction. We need that. Also, another part is I had the privilege of serving on the board of the Covenant House Vancouver. I know CEO Deb is here. And during the campaign, I had one of my volunteers who's a SFU graduate student. And he said, oh, you involved Covenant House. You know what? I was 15 when I was sleeping on the streets. I was drug addicted. I was beaten up every other day because my parents kicked me out. I would not be here today if I didn't live at Covenant House for that 1 year. Wow, I was blown away. They're not just a bunch of dirty, smelly people that nobody wanted. They had a future. They just need the chance, and they need the resources to get there. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So for 30 years, I know how it's like to feel your frustration. I mean, it's horrendous. If you're a retail operator, like on the drugs and et cetera, if your house is being used as a toilet on the front entrance, and you don't feel safe walking your neighborhood. Let me be very clear, and I said during the election time, everyone should be able to feel safe in where you work, where you live, and where you play. Nobody should be afraid to walk from your house to downtown to commute or walk to recreation. That is not the kind of Vancouver, the problems we want. And this government heard you loud and clear. And that's why I'm here today. Now, we heard about bail conditions and whatnot. I know many times, I know my colleagues over there with used to be RCMP, and many times in my career, I stayed up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I wrote a 5-page bail conditions, for suspects, and want to make sure, yes, the court system is extensive. It's not our jurisdiction provincially, but bail conditions are. So if a shoplifter shoplifted this morning at 10 o'clock, he should not be out there, hopefully, if it's a chronic offender, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We should articulate why, and we can strengthen the bail conditions for area is restriction. If you shoplift in downtown Vancouver 12 times a week, there's no reason why you're awaiting this position that you cannot have a no-go in the area that you do crime for a living. I think it protects the people. I think that's really effective. I can't speak on behalf of Crown Counsel. I do talk to the Attorney General from time to time. I talked to her yesterday. I think we need to be more responsive to understand the frustration. I mean, I had the unenviable task of being in charge of hate crime during the COVID. And hate crime against Asian community gone up 500%. And it's not acceptable. So we have bail conditions, so why this person should be charged, why it is in the public interest for us to do what we do. And that's really important. So there's 2 examples that there's light at the end of the tunnel, but we have to work together. That's why we need integrated services. And I totally get it. I mean, we can talk about this all you want, but I didn't come here to talk about this with you guys. I want to listen to what you need to get it done. And we have to make some effort to make sure we move the needle on this. It's not going to happen overnight, but it will happen. And also understand people don't feel safe. I know in Vancouver, stranger attacks gone down 50%, but people don't feel safer. I know here, not too far away, we had a homicide. A homeless person lost his life, and somebody lost a limb. And that person was interacted with police over 60 times. Why don't we catch the upstream issues, and we'll have to wait 60 times for the police to get involved, or another incident at 7-Eleven. We know that person, and why do we have to The police cannot make him feel better mentally. That's why this government instituted secure care. It is not about invading people's privacy and freedom. It's about protecting the public. When you're acting in a manner that's endangering yourself and others, and you're suffering from mental illness, and you can't make the decision, you're out there, and you commit violent crimes, you have a tendency to do that, then we need secure care to help some of the people to get better, and not jail, not leave them on the streets for another 2 years so it can get worse, and then we come back and be a policing issue, because it's not just a policing issue. We cannot police our way out of the issues we face today. So we need a joint approach, and obviously that's not going to be possible without people like yourself here. I'm encouraged you spend your Thursday morning with us, and we are all concerned about crime, violence, and hate, because I live in the city. I get it, and it's not just happening, as I heard from an earlier panel, around our city. It's happening across this country, happening around the world. I used to live in Los Angeles, it's the same thing. But how do we get here? Toxicity of the drugs that we see, and the people's being neglected when they don't have the resources for their mental health and drug addiction. It's easy to say, just say no, yeah, just don't do drugs tomorrow. It's not that simple. As a government, we have the responsibility to provide the necessary resources for them to get better, and then to also in turn later on provide housing so they have a place to go. Displace them from one area to the city to another area, this becomes just passing buck along. And we need to do better than that, and we recognize that. That's why for the first time in this province, we have a community safety cabinet committee, which I'm a part of, to make sure that we prioritize public safety, because we heard loud and clear from many of us that this is important to us. Also want to give kudos to, obviously, my past employee, BPD, for always keeping us safe at night, and also the Deputy Commissioner, RCMP, with the great job of Falkland, BC, interacting sophisticated drug super lab that prevented potentially 95 million doses of fentanyl that will kill people on the streets. Just the amount of lives we lost just to the drug supply, the toxic drug supply, is heartbreaking. They just don't happen to one group of people who are homeless. It happens to many, many people who are like us. And that is not acceptable. One is one too many. For the first responders here, that we had the unfortunate duty to inform family members that your family member died, I never forget any one of those. I've done 8 to 10 of those, and they always live in my memory. And one is one too many. Some good news, obviously. My colleague, Ministry of Health, announced 26 new publicly funded treatment beds for recoveries. And today, so far, there's over 3,700 beds in the province of BC. It's not enough. So we're going to actually prioritize secure care and make sure more of them are going to be online to address the issues we face. Obviously, not just about finding a facility and bed. We need the health care, the health resources and the back end of it to make sure people are not just showing up to a place without the necessary prescribed treatment. And we also have to double down on programs that work. I'm going to use some BPD examples. The province has created a SITE program. Some of you might know about that. It's Special Investigation and Target Enforcement. And the BPD has received over $2 million today. And we're working on programs like CAR 87, a partnership with a police officer and mental health nurse. We also worked on ACT program to have people that might even getting worse in the community, the assertive community team, that might be suffering from mental illness. So we can negate that from upstream before they actually end up on the streets and be violent and have to be dealt with by just law enforcement alone. That's not the best answer. I can tell you, none of the people I work with want to go to work and apply lethal force to anyone at all whatsoever. We should not be there every day. We should not be asking our first responder to do that. We should provide them better resources for that. I talk about we have to work closely with enforcement, social services, and other government to tackle crime heads on, and that's start from you. I'm really encouraged that we're here today to listen, because at the end of the day, I talk to my colleagues in the House, we want the same outcome. Nobody wants this to go on forever. It's not about this, that, who can do more. We can all do more. That's a no-brainer for me. In BC, we deserve a place we can call home. We want a decent job. We want to grow the economy. We want to be able to afford housing. You don't want to be the person that got evicted from your basement suite and can't afford to live on housing. We need good quality healthcare, and addiction needs healthcare resources. BC is one of the best places to work. I was an immigrant. I'm actually from Hong Kong originally, and I chose this place to be my home for a reason, to go pursue our dreams that today, somebody like me in the poor can't even vote, can sit at a cabinet table and have voices heard. I think that is the kind of government and the city we aspire to be. That's why I'm here. I'll commit to you that public safety is important to me, public safety is important to my ministry, and public safety is important to your government. And you have my word that we're going to do everything we can to work with you. You know where to find me, and I hope we're going to move the needle and make us all safer, because that's what we want to do. Thank you.
Minister, thank you for being with us today, and thank you for your words. And thank you for the work you've agreed to do on behalf of our province and communities across the province. And a personal note from me, thanks for reaching out and the discussions we've had already. Really appreciate that. To say that all the eyes are on you, the Premier, the Solicitor General, the Minister of Health, would be an understatement. And for our sakes, we wish you every success. And that includes reaching out to us anytime that we can help. SOS, that's why we're together. So thanks again, and I hope you will accept a small gift on our behalf.
What's less than $250?
Yeah, it's less than $250. You can bet on that. Thanks very much. We're a very tight organization. So thanks again, Terry. There's no question that policing has changed over the years, and particularly these days when our police, whether they're municipal or RCMP, have so much more on their plate. I did it was supposed to be a walkabout with the VPD a few years ago in the downtown east side overnight, and it ended up being, we were never in the squad car, we were on the street all night. And I came away with a couple of very important impressions, but the most important impression was what we were asking our police to do. In another life, I considered becoming an RCMP member and went to Depot and Regina and did my due diligence to realize maybe it wasn't the right thing for me to do, but the view that I got of policing, and when I went with the members of the VPD in the downtown east side overnight, changed my view entirely. We expect these people not only to be police, we expect them to be social workers, we expect them to be healthcare workers, and it just strikes me that the public don't have an appreciation for that. And we need to better understand what we're asking the people that work for us and people who we depend on to keep us safe, what they are supposed to do. I'm very excited about our next panel, and here to introduce our second section, Policing and Public Safety in Changing Times, is our panel sponsor, Trevor Dinwoodie, Pacific Northern Region Director with the National Police Federation. Trevor?
Thanks, Jess. I'm going to mess up your mic. I'm a little taller than the average. Good morning. My name is Trevor Dinwiddie. I am the Pacific Region Director for the National Police Federation and a very proud sponsor of our second panel regarding police and public safety. The MPF is the sole certified bargaining agent that represents close to 20,000 RCMP officers across this country and nearly 7,000 here in this province. On behalf of the MPF, thank you for all being here. The MPF may be a union for RCMP members, but like our members and like you, we are committed to improving public safety for all of Canadians. That is why the MPF is continuing to push for real change across the board, like progressive bail reform. We heard a little bit about that this morning. And then a national safety public broadband network that can facilitate police officers across the country being able to deal with emergencies in real time all together. We are pushing for changes to improve the lives of Canadians in all communities. Changes like this cannot happen in isolation. It relies on the strong collaboration of local leaders, businesses, and residents to share a commitment to safety. With this collaboration in mind, we would encourage also our political leaders to ensure that policing professionals with their real-time experience are always at the table when any changes or plans of the future are being considered. Thank you to Save Our Streets Coalition for organizing this important event and all of you for taking the time to participate. Our moderator today, does she really need an introduction?
Yes.
Is Simi Sarah, host of the Simi Sarah Show. Simi's popular morning show and many years in broadcasting make her the perfect person to moderate this particular session. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Simi Sarah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you to Jess for having us here. I think everything I've heard is, I keep nodding my head. Yes, you're absolutely right. There are changes in our society and there have been changes in policing, and that makes this particular panel this morning, I think, a critical part of kind of coming to grips with the public safety issues that really are, and we hear this every day, front of mind for British Columbians and their communities. So let me get started by introducing our panelists this morning, and I'm just going to go from my left down here. We have, of course, Chief Norm Lipinski, Chief Constable of the Surrey Police Service. We have with us Dwayne McDonald, Deputy Commissioner and Commanding Officer of the RCMP in BC. And then we have Chief Adam Palmer, Chief Constable with the Vancouver Police Department. And last but not least, we have Cash Heed, former West Vancouver Police Chief, former BC Solicitor General, currently a councillor with the City of Richmond. And did we forget former VPD member in there as well? We did, yes. Got the whole resume. Okay. So let's get started. We've got a lot of important questions that we are going to hopefully get some answers to today. So I'll just start out with our first introductory question, and we'll pose that to, I think, all of our panelists today. So I think we're all curious about the ways in which police forces have had to change or maybe adapt the way you are policing given what we see happening on our streets. And I'll start with Chief Lipinski here and work my way down.
Yes, thank you very much, Simi, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. Very important dialogue here today. I'll start off with just a couple of comments, and we've heard snippets of this theme. First of all, as a society, how we got here today is multifactorial, and our way out of it or to mitigate, to get better, is also multifactorial. But from a policing perspective, when there is an absence of social safety nets, we are the last resort. And sometimes there's adverse outcomes, and it shouldn't be that way, but the reality is that as a police chief, I see the trend line that more and more we get involved in issues that are not mainstream policing, but because we're the only ones available at 2 in the morning, we have to deal with it. One of the comments that I'll make also has to do with youth. I think that we have to invest a lot more in our youth. The studies are very, very clear. Adverse childhood experiences are more common in violent offenders. And so I know my colleagues on the panel certainly place a lot of emphasis on youth development and so forth. And then it's about what's been referred to as a revolving door of justice. And there's a frustration among police chiefs. I'll speak to myself. Sometimes I feel that we don't have a crime problem, we have a recidivism problem. And my frontline people have to deal with that over and over again. And the last point I'll make, what I've seen changed, is that as much as we talk about metrics and that the crime rate, the violent crime rate is slowly coming down or leveling off, that doesn't matter. Perception matters. Public trust matters. We talked about public trust in the justice system, public trust in your policing system. Perception matters. And all of us try and work on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Simi. Good morning, everybody. And I'll just build on what Norm says. I think you'll find the themes. It doesn't matter if you're a municipal police agency or the RCMP or another type of agency. We're all dealing with these same challenges, and we're all trying to adapt our service delivery model to address them. And I have the benefit of policing the majority of the province, and so we see these issues in large urban areas, but we also see them magnified in the rural or remote areas in the province where, to Norm's point and to others, a police officer responding to a particular incident in a smaller community may be the only quote unquote government representative in that community. So not only they're the police officer, they're the ambulance driver, they're the social worker, they're the mental health worker, they're the paramedic, and that is a significant burden to place on any one individual. We've had to adapt training in terms of mental health and outreach, de-escalation training, medical training. So we're putting a lot of burden on our individual officers, and that I would say is across the board. Doesn't matter if it's rural or urban. And this isn't a criticism of those agencies that aren't present, because it's a resource challenge that we are faced with in many cases. So we're not able currently to put health resources or education resources or mental health resources in certain parts of our community just by cost, and they're difficult to staff. So we have to we've modified our services. As Norm mentioned, we have significant youth outreach. We have police mental health outreach teams where you pair police officers with mental health nurses. We have integrated teams. I would say in British Columbia, we're blessed in Canada to have the largest, and I would say the best functioning integrated teams, where you'll see all municipal and RCMP agencies together, whether it's homicide, whether it's IDENT, police service dogs, gangs, to jointly tackle a problem that we realize alone we cannot tackle. But what happens, I think, and I think Norm touched on it, is in our communities, when people look for the police, they want to know, am I safe? Can I trust you? And do you know what you're doing? When we have all these burdens placed on us that bring us outside the scope of typical law enforcement, those questions become challenging. And it isn't just resources, because policing anywhere, we're always concerned with governance, we're concerned with oversight, we're concerned with cost. And we've seen a lot of those challenges where resources and investment are coming down, but the burden and the requirements in society going up. And so to manage that is going to take a multifaceted, holistic approach, not just with policing, but with health and with all government agencies really to try and address.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Adam Palmer. I'm the Chief of Police here in Vancouver. First off, I just want to thank SOS for pulling this together, because this is such an important discussion. And when I look around the room, I think I know or have met probably 60 to 70% of you. It's a great cross-section of people from Vancouver, but around the province, and people of different political stripes, Indigenous leaders, civic leaders, business leaders, community people. It's an incredible cross-section. So what I really want to focus on today, I'm going to give you a couple of teasers here, but I want to focus on solutions. I think it's easy to talk about the problems. I think we all know what the problems are, and we can all go back and say how these problems happened, but let's work together on solutions, and I want to throw out a few tangible ones as we go. Just to give you a bit of an order of magnitude here in Vancouver, I'm a local kid, lived here my whole life, been a cop in the city for over 35 years, and I've been the police chief in Vancouver for 10 years. I know the city very well from a public safety perspective. And just to give you an idea, today VPD will receive over 1,000 calls for service.
We will dispatch officers to about 700 of those. While we're sitting here today during this meeting, VPD officers will respond to about 200 calls for service. Of those 200 calls for service, 40 or 50 of them will be crimes. The remaining calls for service will be a whole bunch of other things that we'll deal with social issues, helping the fire department and the ambulance service, missing children, car accidents, a whole host of different things that we will address. But the draw on police services in this city is intense. It's full on. And I do want to give kudos to the NPF for organizing this, but also to my fellow VPD officers and the officers around BC who do an incredible job under a lot of pressure and a lot of oversight, which we need for accountability in our province. But our cops are doing a really good job on the front line. And I know everybody wants a cop when you call one right away, but the draw for police services is significant, and we have to triage just like you do in a hospital, depending on what the nature of the call is. I'm going to address one thing before I turn it over to my colleague Cash here, and that is the numbers of safety, the crime rates, things like that, and the perception of safety, and Norm touched on that. In Vancouver, the 2024 year-end stats, and of course we know there's a lot of unreported crime, show that violent crime is down 6.8%, property crime is down 9.2%, and total crime is down 7%. But we know the perception of safety, how people feel when they get out every day, when you go to work, when you go to a movie, when you're going to go shopping at Pacific Center, whatever it is, those types of concerns of how you're feeling when you're walking down the street are of the utmost concern to us as police leaders. And we want to continue to work with all of you closely on solutions to make the problem better. And somebody said it, we got to focus on the upstream drivers, not just being reactive. We want to be proactive. So thank you for having us here today and looking forward to the discussion.
Thanks, Simi. You've heard about the complexity and how resource intensive trying to arrest our way out of this particular problem. And I can tell you we're not going to arrest our way out of this particular problem. It's a very convoluted set of circumstances we've gotten into. And Minister Young, when he talked about what the government can do, I'll tell you, a lot of this is in the hands of the government right now. And we as advocates for change and what SOS is putting forward is not as complex as what Adam, Dwayne, and Norm have spoken about here. It's actually very focused. And what we need to focus on is, and Terry mentioned a little bit about this, is secure care, and this is where I'm coming from today, secure care for the people that have acute drug addiction, regardless of what that drug is, and people that have significant mental health issues such as schizophrenia. These are the unsheltered population. These are the people that are occupying your public spaces. These are the people that are shoplifting from your businesses, breaking your store windows, interfering with the customers that are coming to you. That has such a significant impact as you, and I think that's the reason why SOS was put together, because these businesses can't survive. I went over to buy a latte at Waves next door this morning, and the girl was telling me she's selling the business because it's that bad. That's where we can make a difference. And Terry, I'm sorry to say, and you're a good friend of mine, is we're not going to solve this overnight, but we need more than just words. We need actions. And I think that's the frustration we're feeling, whether we're blaming it on the lack of resources for our law enforcement entities that are out there, or whether we're talking about the capacities within our jail system to house these particular people, or the fact that we don't have appropriate bail reform. The fact remains, we need to do this. We don't have time to sit back because people are shutting their businesses down. And Adam was correct in saying it's not necessarily the statistics, it's the fear of crime out there.
Can you hear me on that one? Yeah, you can. Okay, thank you very much for that. I think a lot of what I've heard here has to do with resources as well. So let's talk about that. That to what extent is recruiting and vacancies on police forces having an issue? And I think this time what we'll do is we'll start with you, Chief Palmer, and then come back this way. So what is the recruitment picture like for VPD, and is that challenging when you keep up with this resource challenge?
It is challenging. So Vancouver continues to be a destination police service. We have many new officers or people applying to be new recruit officers. We have many people applying from different police services locally and across the country. I'll tell you what the problem is, and I'm going to break this down to really simple concepts, because if it's predictable, it's preventable. And here's something that's predictable. If you don't have enough police officers, it's going to cause a problem in how we deploy on the street. We have a lot of people applying to VPD. The problem we have right now, and this is an advocacy thing with government, I will tell you, is that there are not enough seats at the police academy to fill the requirement of recruits in police departments in British Columbia. For Vancouver, for Surrey, for Delta, for New West, the RCMP is obviously separate because they train at RCMP Depot and Regina. But for municipal police in this province, we cannot get the volume of recruits in. It's not a problem recruiting them and hiring them. I can hire enough people to fill all of the academy seats, and all of my seats in the academy are full every single time, and I'm hiring lots of other officers from other agencies, but that creates vacancies in their agencies. Surrey takes from us, RCMP takes from us, we take from them. It's like shifting people in chairs. We did put a proposal in to the provincial government, who does have the authority for seats at the police academy at the Justice Institute. We did receive a letter back that there was going to be one-time funding of over $6 million and ongoing funding of over $3 million, not to VPD, but to the Provincial Police Academy, to accommodate the number of seats that are required for police recruits in BC. We haven't received that funding. If we receive that funding, we can get the flow through that we need to make sure we get the right number of cops on the street. So as far as recruiting, hiring them is easy. It's getting the training spaces to get the numbers that we need on the street on patrol.
It's pretty rare that I can see all the heads nodding in agreement on something like that. So could I get you to respond to that?
Yeah, thanks, Sammy. To Adam's point, interest in policing is probably at one of the all-time highs, and I've been a police officer for 30 years, all in here in British Columbia. So getting the interest is not the challenge. It's processing the number of recruits. So for the RCMP, we need a significant number of recruits across the country. Now, selfishly, in British Columbia, I'm very fortunate because, similar to Adam, we're a destination province for the RCMP. We have essentially 1/3 of the entire RCMP police here in British Columbia. Where we find challenges in terms of recruiting is we have some really nice destination areas to police, and then we have some really challenging areas that we police. And so to address, I would say, in fairness, the North District for the RCMP in British Columbia is a challenging area to staff. For all kinds of reasons, you don't have in many communities the same level of housing or education opportunities or employment for spouse or partners or all the niceties that we have elsewhere. So what we've done and what we've found is that generally, and it's not really a surprise, but people that live in the North like to stay in the North. So we've targeted our recruiting now. If you're in northern British Columbia and you want to come back as a police officer in the RCMP to northern British Columbia, we'll let you know that before you even go to Depot. We're fortunate that Depot is full right now. We're pumping hundreds of recruits through every year. But we, like other police agencies with COVID, suffered in terms of not only a lack of interest, but a lack of ability to train. And we're coming out of that little valley right now, but it'll take us a couple of years to get back to where we should be in terms of recruiting.
Yes, thank you, Simi. We're the new kids on the block in Surrey, and as we build and Dwayne's people demobilize, we have a lot more recruiting to go. In fact, I need about 300 more police officers, and we do have applications. It's not an issue whether experienced officers or recruits, but if you look at the future of this province and the need of policing, and if you look at the ratio of police officer to 100,000 population, we will need a lot more in the future, given part of our discussion here today. And the question to the community is, what do you want your police officers to do? And a police agency, most of the budgets, it's probably the biggest part of a municipal budget is policing. And we're going to need a lot more working out there. I give you an example. When I go to New York and I see police officers standing around on corners, And that's reassurance policing. And there's a lot to be said. That's a different context, of course, and what they've been through. But when I go out to the community, it's very clear that I get the message that we'd like to see more of you in uniform, wherever that may be, downtown or on the soccer pitch with the kids, et cetera, et cetera. There is a demand, there is a requirement to have more police officers. That ratio of police officer to 100,000, we're going to have to increase that. The recruiting is coming forward, but to Adam's point, we need a standalone police academy to handle that load. And we've made recommendations to the province, and we continue that dialogue, but we do need more seats at the JIBC.
Yep, go ahead.
So I just wanted to add to that too, because apart from recruiting, we're talking about vacancies, and I think all of us in policing, what we are experiencing now is that police officers, and particularly when the resources are limited, you're asking your available officers to take on more. But police officers, like the ones up here, are human. We break, we get injured, we suffer physical injuries, psychological injuries, and I think what you've seen over the last 10 years or so is a recognition of the impact that it has on individuals and the need for them to get help, get whole, and get back to work. So when there's pressure overall on the system, it does impact the health and wellness of officers, and that can have an impact on vacancy rates as well.
I just wanted to touch on an issue that Chief Lipinski brought up, and that had to do with visibility of police officers in the community. And I think, Chief Palmer, we heard this from some Gastown businesses recently as well, that an increased visibility of VPD officers on the street, they feel has made a real difference in terms of kind of pushing back with public safety. Have your officers heard that, and is there perhaps a move to do more of that?
Yes, I agree 100%. Like, high visibility policing does work. We have put we've worked closely with the business community on many different projects. On Project Barcode, where we've arrested over 1,400 shoplifters in the city. Project Ataraxy in the downtown core in District 1 in front of the supervised injection site in the 1100 block of Seymour. We've got a current project that's working in the downtown east side and also Gastown. High visibility with officers, and it's getting great results. Like, we're seeing reductions in crime, we're seeing more weapons seized, lots of drugs seized, just really good results and good feedback from the community, so it works. I will tell you that because of all the other stuff happening every day, like, the demand for police services I mentioned earlier is extensive in the city, so while those projects are going on, those other 1,000 calls are still coming in, so we still have to deal with those. But we do have those projects going on in certain neighborhoods, and they get great results. But people have to realize when we're doing those projects, we deploy our officers based on science, based on call load, based on supply and demand. It's not willy-nilly. And when we do projects like that, sometimes there's overtime involved, sometimes there's extra expense to the city of Vancouver. We have to balance all of those different concerns, but we agree 100%. I've got over 60 officers that walk the beat in the downtown east side. And in that neighborhood and that type of policing, Chinatown, Gastown, downtown east side, parts of Strathcona, that type of policing works extremely well.
Commissioner McDonald, I mean, you do a lot of smaller communities, rural communities too. How visible and out of the cars can officers be in those communities?
In the smaller communities, it's challenging to be out of the car, but what you'll see is involvement in the community. So you may not have the same call volume that you have, but per capita per officer, you may have significant volume. But it's the engagement. What we hear in our community is we want to see the police officers in our schools. We want to see them at our sporting events. We want them involved coaching. And so it's that visibility that gives the community comfort. In many cases, particularly in smaller communities, everybody knows where the police live. And so they're on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so even though they may be off shift, they're still on duty. And the ability for the community to go and seek the police at any time is incredibly important to them. But I would also say, to Adam's point, we know, in policing writ large, we know how to fight crime, so to speak. And high visibility is an excellent deterrent. It's the sustainability of that becomes a challenge with resources. I see MLA Linda Hepner here, former Mayor Surrey. When they were addressing a lot of the systemic issues on 135A in Whalley, they were incredibly supportive as a mayor and council to provide resources for police mental health outreach teams, where we put a portable police station right in the center of Wally to provide services similar to what Chief Palmer provides in the downtown east side, and made an incredible amount of difference. But it's the ability to sustain that becomes challenging.
Now, Chief Lipinski, you have both of those issues. A large amount of space, not as many officers as you'd like to have at this point, and a desire for more visibility. What do you do in Surrey?
Well, there's a couple of things, Simi. First of all, when you're talking about beat policing, police presence, I'm a fan of that because, as our panel has talked about, it works. We have to look at the call load, we have to look at the density, and have more people out there. In Surrey, as we know, the process is that I do the analysis, I make the recommendation to the police board takes the request, the financial request, to council. And speaking just for Surrey, we will need more police officers for the future years than we presently have, just looking at the trend lines on the crime as well as the disorder, but also the feedback from the community and police presence and police engagement. And it was touched on by Dwayne, school resource officers as well. I'm a fan of that. I think there's a lot to be said. It's not about enforcement, it's about mentorship of young people. I talked about young people earlier. We have to invest in our youth, look at upstream, and hopefully mitigate some of the issues or outcomes, bad outcomes, downstream.
I just want to go to one of our questions that we have here. So there was a recent SOS province-wide poll that was done, and many respondents said that they believe that insufficient policing was to blame for the current situation regarding crime and public safety. Poll says that they believe police are not doing enough to respond to addiction and mental health issues in their community. But what do you all think that people should know about this that might, change their opinion? I'm going to start with Cash on this one because, Councillor, you're in a bit of a unique position here, as in the policing situation, but you also know the demands of what the public feels about this.
Well, let me tell you, policing is very, very costly. Before I got into policing, every police chief asked for more resources. For the 32 years I spent in policing, more resources were called for. 30 years from now, we're going to be asking for more resources. And the point I want to make here is maybe we need to look at those police reforms. Maybe we need to look at different models of policing. And, I respect my colleagues here, but we do have disagreements and different points that we want to take. And I think that's what we need to start to examine. Is there another model of policing, whether it's a tiered system or built on a protective services model, that's going to address these crimes that are affecting the community? In Richmond, we have them. Vancouver has them. Prince George has them. Nanaimo has them. We all have these same problems, regardless of where we live. And it's these people that are occupying these public spaces that are causing, and most of them are committing low-level crimes because of the problems that they have. Those are the ones that, as Adam talks about, when he has people that are on the street corner in Gastown that are going to be deterred from it. But we can't have a police officer in every community on every corner that's going to prevent that crime. We need to look at a more cost-efficient and effective way we can do business. I hear the frustrations coming from the community in Richmond all the time. I heard it when I was in the most affluent community in West Vancouver, where people were frustrated from that. You're going to continue to hear that. We can't respond to all of that. It's impossible. We have to look at a different way of doing business that's going to meet the needs of what the community expects from their protective services.
Chief Palmer, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'd love to. Not just responding to Cash, but just to your initial question. So I think we should all see the fascination, but also the irony in those stats you put out, because people's perception of the police doing enough with mental health and addiction. How did we get to a point in society where it's the police's responsibility to be the main people responsible for mental health and addiction? So this is going to go to my point about solutions. Cash touched on it as well, but I just want to get to let's really think about what we're talking about here. There's going to be people in our community that have got social issues, health issues, mental health, addiction, alcoholism, poverty, homelessness, whatever their root cause of their struggles are in society. all those things that we see all the time. There's going to be other people that are hardcore criminals that are really dangerous and people that we need to be protected from and get off our streets. Sometimes those populations are cross-pollinated, other times not. When we're talking about mental health and addictions, and I know the province is, dipping their toe in the water on this, and Cash has talked about it, but here's one thing we need to do. It's not just about putting more cops on the street and being more visible dealing with mental health and addiction. That's reactive. If we want to be proactive, we've got the population of people in our society that have severe mental health and addiction issues. And I'm not talking about the 20% of Canadians that will deal with a mental health issue during their lifetime, because that's all of us in this room. 20% of the people in this room will have a mental health issue in their life, and that's normal. It's like having heart disease or diabetes or kidney disease. That's just part of life as a Canadian, and that will happen to 20% of the people in this room. We all have people in our family or friends that we know that have had those types of issues. The vast majority of those people will never have contact with the police, vast majority. And that's over here. And then in the middle, you've got people that will have interactions with the police. And we do have those partnerships, and there's a whole vast variety of them with, CAR 87, CAR 67, all these ones have been mentioned, ACT, AOT, nurses in our comm centers. We do all that stuff. But at the far end of the scale, we have a small percentage, but it's a fairly large number of people that are severely mentally ill, many times cross-pollinated with an addiction issue, who are on a continuous chronic basis a danger to themselves and or a danger to the public. And we know who these people are because we deal with them all the time. And we can't keep having a revolving door where when they come in the criminal side of the system, they get kicked out, or when they come in the healthcare side of the system, there's not enough resources to get that person on a better path in life. Let's not wait till the cops have to deal with them waving a knife around. How did that person get to that stage? Let's deal with that person, back it up 6 months or a year, and if somebody is that severely addicted or mentally ill, this is where I agree with the idea of secure mandatory care. There's compassionate care. There's many other names or labels we can put on it, but there's some people that are not safe for us or for themselves to be in community, and that's not a compassionate society. Well, that's not a safe society. We have a great model in this province called Redfish, but it's insufficient. There's only about 110 beds. We need probably 5, 6, 7 times that. I know that the province is doing some work with out at Alouette in Maple Ridge and at Surrey pretrial. They're very small numbers. It's going to be taking a tablespoon out of a bucket of water. We need government commitment to look at secure mandatory care and stop these people upstream from being a danger to themselves and others and having interactions with the police.
Thank you for that. So Commissioner McDonald, then, what do you want the public to know? And also, can the RCMP respond to challenges in changing how you police?
Well, I applaud Adam because I agree with everything he said. I think the challenges that we have is that, to Adam's point, we're dealing with the same high drivers over and over again. And we have no ability, whether they're in a state of victimization sometimes, whether it's mental health and addictions, or when their mental health and or addictions are driving their criminal behavior. The criminal system, to Adam's point, isn't handling them well. They're coming back into the community, and they only know one thing: they're going to commit crime. When you come across someone that's suffering from an advanced state of addiction and or mental health to the point where they're bent over double, they cannot take care of their daily needs, they are prone to victimization. We as the police have very limited options on what we can do with that person. We don't have, to Adam's point, compelled care, which I would advocate for, that we need to look at. And so when we can't deal with it, the public look to us as to why are we, the police, allowing mental health and addictions to take over our communities.
And do you think the public doesn't understand that? Do you?
I think the police we should have some ownership in that space, but we don't own those issues, but we're highly visible. You know, I came here today in uniform purposefully because it's easy, thanks. But the point is, if someone came in here and they wanted to find the cop in the room, here I am. And that's what it's like in our community. So if my neighbor's crossing the street and they have to step over someone that's incapacitated due to severe addiction, or they go around the corner and someone's yelling and screaming and gesturing in a threatening manner because they're in a high state of mental crisis, they're going to turn around and look to me as to what I'm doing with that. And I could address maybe the instance when it's occurring, but the long-term ability to address those issues is severely limited.
Now, Chief Lipinski, you're also, once again, in a little bit of a different situation in that you are supposed to be a new model of policing. So what are you changing? What are you doing differently? And do you think the public understand the role that's going on?
I think my colleagues articulated it well. We need compassionate and voluntary care. Now, that sounds simple, but changing or refining the legislation, there's a little complexity to it because, as Mayor Krog had mentioned, you're taking people's rights away, but it can be done. And there's people in this room that I talk to that have a methodology on what to do that, and different levels and different assessment templates, et cetera. I think it's so crucial in order to reduce the harm to society that we have involuntary care. And I think that's in our future. And when we're talking about mental health issues pertaining to Surrey, we've got a number of ideas that we will roll out in the near future of how that's going to work. But we are taking a lot of policing time in dealing with these issues. And I believe in community wellness, not just crime reduction, and I believe that policing should have that role at the table. But that role is expanding and will continue to expand unless we take some concrete actions as was discussed so far today.
Okay, I want to get to a couple of questions that we've had from our audience members here. And this is an important one, I think. Somebody has asked the question of why is it so challenging to address the top level of organized crime? And I think that's really relevant today as well, because a lot of what we see with the shoplifting and the rampant theft and all of that, we know there are organized groups behind some of that. We've seen that. So can we talk about some of the challenges in addressing that? And this time I'll start down at the end there, Chief Palmer. And then you, Cash. We'll get to Cash, yeah.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to get to, if the three things you want to take away from what Palmer said today, the first one was the Justice Institute. We need the funding to get the right amount of recruits to the police academy. Number two was secure mandatory care. Now I'm going to talk about number three, because this relates to chronic offenders, repeat offenders, people that are continually coming into the justice system. If any of you ever have trouble sleeping, what I want you to do is get a copy of the Criminal Code of Canada and flip through section 515 of the Criminal Code, in particular 515 subsection 10, because that talks about, you hear all the time about bail reform, catch and release, revolving door of justice. That is the particular section of the Criminal Code that deals with those issues. And what I want you to do is have a look at that subsection and the things that have to be considered under law in Canada. You know, they have to make sure that the person is going to show up in court. That has to be a consideration. There's protection of victims and witnesses and the general public from that person. But there's also the administration of justice and confidence in the administration of justice by the public. These things are laid out in statute federally by our government. And those things, in my view, are not always considered adequately. So when we have people that are repeat violent offenders, I'm all for giving somebody a chance on bail. Like if I pick up somebody that's never had any, interactions with the police, first-time offender, second-time offender, all that kind of stuff, let's put them on, give them some conditions, and we'll give them a chance. When somebody has come into contact with VPD or the RCMP 40 or 50 times, and we know they're going to repeat offend again because they always do, why are we releasing that person back out? So we talked about the people that have mental health and addiction issues, severe end of the scale. Now let's focus on the people that have severe criminality issues that we're dealing with on a regular basis and look at some upstream ways that we can deal with that and not keep releasing them out into the community.
Councillor Heed, when you were the Solicitor General of the province, like obviously organized crime was something that came up and these organized groups, like what are the challenges politically then in tackling this problem?
Well, first of all, resources are incredibly needed, whether it's forensic or some other level of resource. And this is where I point to my colleague here, Dwayne McDonald, because they are an organization that does a very good job when they have the resources to go after organized crime. And they are federally mandated to do that. And when I talk about police reform, when I talk about police mandates, let's make sure from a federal point of view that we give the RCMP the skills and resources and funds to go after these high-level organized crime. And I'm sure Dwayne will tell you how frustrated he is trying to get at these people. We seem to get the low-hanging fruit all the time, and I know the low-hanging fruit is the one that bothers you. When we talk about bail reform, we advocated to the federal government to change the bail reform, and they changed the bail reform. However, here we are in the administration of justice here in the province of British Columbia. The judges are not doing what they're supposed to under the changes to the Bail Reform Act. This is where the Attorney General, she should be in front of the judges, and, you know, Mr. Opal may disagree with me on this, but, you know, banging her fist on the table along with the Premier and said, you're in charge of the administration of justice here in British Columbia. You need to make sure that your judges are actually implementing the Bail Reform Act as Adam described. And if they argue the fact that we don't have spaces in our prisons, well, we have to say, you know, our portable is good enough for our kids, but not good enough for these chronic offenders that are continually causing havoc in our communities. Let's really look at this and decide. So from an organized crime point of view, I'm going to give it to Dwayne because they are great at doing it, but they need the resources and the funds to do it.
I guess you don't need me.
So I'd say this. I would say, yes, the RCMP has an excellent ability to combat and tackle organized crime. I would say that, again, to a point I made earlier, BC is very unique in that we have an incredible system of integrated teams where interagency, police agency come together, you know, whether it's CFSEU BC or we have secondments into federal policing investigative units targeting organized crime. The province of BC has made significant investments to enable us to do that as a multi-agency approach. But I think what's often lost is that the complexity of investigating organized crime is higher than it's ever been. When you look at technological advancements that we're dealing with, whether it's encryption, whether it's the dark web, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's Bitcoin, all of these things are challenging to investigate and they take time. When you couple that with the fact that the police have to play by the rules and the bad guys don't have to play by the rules, it becomes even more challenging. So simple things that can make investigations complex. You used to be able to find subscriber information on a phone with a call to, say, a service provider, or IP addresses. Now we require affidavits and warrants to go before a judge to get that simple, basic starting point. When you add on the disclosure responsibilities, so anytime the police catch a large criminal organization or go for prosecution, we basically hand over every technique and every ability that we used to catch them, and they learn from that. So it becomes challenging. These groups are international in scope, they are corporate, they are multifaceted, and when you have a successful investigation, it often takes years to reach prosecution. So when you look at the resources that are required to target organized crime, we, the police, collectively know how to do it. We're very good at it, but we're limited in scope to be able to address all the needs that we're facing.
Chief Lipinski, is this an issue you deal with in Surrey as well?
It's an emerging issue, and I am confident with our integrated teams. My comment is this, that when governments change legislation, obviously, they don't necessarily look downstream of what's going to happen at the front end of policing. And most of the time it points to, if you're going to change legislation, there's an impact and we need more resources. And when you're talking about organized crime, when you're talking about fentanyl coming through various ways into this country, and that became a social issue, very complicated to wind it back or follow the source or cut off the source, then that takes a lot of resources.
I also want to ask each of you if you could pick a legislative change that a level of government could make that you think would make a difference in policing in your communities, what would that be? I'm going to start with Councillor Heed down at the end there.
And you already know what I'm going to say. Secure care. Secure care. Call it whatever you want. We're not looking at the old-style Riverview where we just incapacitated these people. We want care where they're actually going to get treatment. So they're going to be put on that continuum, whether it's because of their drug addiction or whether it's because of the mental health crisis that they're facing. It's a continuum of care. And if we have politicians that have a longer vision than just their elected years, we can get there. The problem is we put one piece of the puzzle in place. We don't put all those other pieces that are necessary to get us out of the crisis that we're in right now.
Chief Palmer?
Yeah, I agree, and I'm just going to double down, and I will say on the secure mandatory care issue, there is a lot of work that can be done with the existing provisions. There is room to tweak it and improve that legislation, which is provincial legislation, but think about it. We have Redfish right now where we have 110 people seeking help at the old Riverview grounds in a brand new modern healthcare facility that's state of the art. It's not the old out of a Jack Nicholson movie from the 1970s. It's modern healthcare for 2025. We're doing it now. Let's get more of it. So that's one piece. The other one is the bail provisions under the criminal code, and I really want to see, and I know some of that requires action from the federal government as well, but criminal law is administered provincially in the provincial court system. Aside from the Prosecution Service of Canada, it's almost all cases are administered locally here in our province. So the province does have a role in this, and I find sometimes we're all guilty of it. City, province, feds, everybody's doing this. It's somebody else's problem. We all got to take ownership of what our piece of the pie is, and that includes all the different levels of government. So secure mandatory care, bail provisions. We don't want people that are dangerous on our streets out there when we can be giving them either help in the mental health and addiction side or protecting society from these repeat violent offenders that we know we're going to victimize people as soon as we let them out.
Thank you. Commissioner McDonald?
So yes, 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 and yes to all my colleagues. I'll go maybe some more obscure. So we all know the challenges we're facing with fentanyl here, not only in Canada, but all over the world. One of the challenges we have from a law enforcement perspective is BC has become, as you saw in the Falkland Lab, kind of a starting point for large, sophisticated labs producing fentanyl. Some of the challenges with that are the precursor materials that are imported into the country. They're controlled under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, but chemists have the ability to just change a small portion of that chemical equation, and what was once prohibited is now not prohibited or is legal to import. And so there's a lag in terms of identifying what the current chemicals are that are being used to produce these deadly substances and legislation to address and prohibit them. I think there's also areas where we can tighten the controls on import and export of those chemicals to give law enforcement the ability to stop them from coming in.
Thank you. Chief Lipinski?
Without a doubt, secure care and bail. But I also want to mention funding, and that has to do with additional resources, Crown, judges, courtrooms, all the way to mental health, addiction counseling, and so forth. And the last point I'll make, tying it all together, there has to be that interplay between the judiciary, law enforcement, and healthcare. And I think there should be a continuum. I think there should be some closer working relationships. We're doing better now than we have done in the past, but we continue to have a little bit of silos happening. We have to have a continuum of care for that individual with everybody around the table.
Well, I want to thank our panel today for this amazing job. I feel like we could have been here all day just talking to the four of you, but unfortunately we're all out of time. But thank you very much for taking time out of your busy day today.
Thank you very much, Simeon. Thanks for our panels. Did a great job. I knew that this would be a very interesting discussion, and but we do have to move on. We're running out of time, so I think we have some gifts here for our panelists. Thanks, Simi. We see why your show's so popular.
I hope so.
Yeah. I'm going to move right along since we're running short of time. It's my honor to introduce our next speaker. You can read all about him in the program, but I want to tell the other side of the story. I first met Marshall Smith when he was a brash, young, obviously bright staffer in the Gordon Campbell government. Marshall worked hard and played hard, real hard. He began a struggle with addictions that resulted in him leaving his career in politics and descending all the way to the streets of the downtown east side in Vancouver. And he lived in and out of dumpsters for 4.5 years. A caring VPD member appreciated a spark in Marshall and wanted to help. Basically, and this is important, he was offered jail or treatment. He was incented. Marshall got treatment, got clean, became an advocate for other sufferers, and rededicated his life to change in this field. After working in the treatment field for 10 years, he was recruited by Premier Jason Kenney as Chief of Staff to the Minister for Mental Health and Addiction in Alberta. Marshall is the principal architect of what is now known as the Alberta Recovery Model, work that earned him the unofficial title of Alberta's drug czar. Marshall rose all the way to the top, taking one of the country's most challenging and powerful political roles, Chief of Staff to the Premier of Alberta. Some say he ran the Alberta government for the last 3 years. Marshall recently returned to the private sector as Vice President for Western Canada at Rubicon Strategy. My real excitement and interest in having Marshall with us today is only partly due to what has taken place in Alberta and his role. I have told Marshall on more than one occasion that he's a hero of mine, and he is. When people question whether or not these addictions can be overcome, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Marshall Smith.
Thanks, Jess. Appreciate that. Thanks so much. Where do we, I have to be a bit ambidextrous here to get this figured out. Let's get through this. What you live in, you learn. What you learn, you practice. What you practice, you become. And what you become has consequences. I'm pleased to be back in BC, my home province. It's good to see all of you, and thank you for all of the great work that is going on here. But I have to tell you, as a friend, because friends are honest with each other, BC, you've been living in it. You've learned this. You've practiced it. You've become this. And there's consequences for that. And what I mean by that is to move on from where you are today is going to require a very different type of thinking. Not the same thinking that got us here today, but a different mental model. I'm not here to be political today. This is a bipartisan event. Sorry, I have to be ambidextrous here again. I'm here simply to talk about what we've done in Alberta, the successes that we've had, the failures we've had, and the things we've learned. I invite you to take what you want and leave the rest. There's a lot of great work being done here in BC by many of the people here in this room. I don't think I'm going to be able to work 2 of these machines, so I'll just stick with this one. So in Alberta, we believe that with the right care and support, recovery is possible. That may seem like a pretty simple statement, but it means everything. Recovery is possible from the illness of addiction and mental health. And of course, that will mean different things to different people. But it must be, in my view, our primary goal to get people off of drugs, to get them into recovery, to reunite them with their families, to become employed, and to retake their position as a citizen in the community. In Alberta in 2019, we began a breathtaking process of transformation of our addiction mental health system. We are giving Albertans who are challenged by mental health and addiction an opportunity to pursue recovery. That is our marquee policy. In the past, like in British Columbia, there were all kinds of barriers and reasons why this wasn't working and the system was broken, and you heard that all the time. The system is broken. I would tell you today the system isn't broken. There is no system. Right? There is no system to begin with. And despite all of the good work that is going on by very hardworking people in the field, none of these services, or very few of them, are interlaced with each other in a way that makes it possible for the community to have success. I submit to you that our way is better. We're creating, and a lot of people get hung up on the recovery piece, you know, the recovery versus harm reduction thing. And we need to move past that because the reality is we need both. The real thing that is on the marquee is in the recovery-oriented system of care is system of care, right? One thing has to lead to the next. You've heard it talked about as a continuum, as a system of care. You can't see the bottom there. We have 4 pillars in our Alberta recovery model. They're different than yours in BC. They are prevention, intervention, treatment, and recovery. And from a practical perspective, in BC, help me out, I think that it's harm reduction, prevention, treatment. What we've done is incorporated harm reduction into prevention, and we've removed enforcement off the board and made enforcement a part of intervention, because intervention into this is so much more than just police. It's workforces, it's families, it's, you know, it's all kinds of things like that. This shift is a monumental shift in Alberta. It's bigger than Portugal. We have people coming from all over the world to look at what we've done, and it's very exciting. We want care wherever it's needed, when it's needed. The model recognizes that recovery is possible and will look different with every person. Strong communities create an opportunity for recovery. Success in recovery is about whole life improvement, and most importantly, recovery is contagious, right? Just like disorder and crime of the broken window is contagious, so too is recovery, right? We are inducing in Alberta a recovery contagion in our cities. That's what we want. I want to talk to you a minute about leadership. Leadership is really what I talk about now. As I stepped back from my role as Chief of Staff to the Premier, I wanted to come out into the private sector so that I could be a part of animating this conversation nationally in rooms like this. So I gave up my high perch, you know, and out I came. And really one of the things that I'm focusing on with political leaders and business leaders across the country are first steps. In addiction, we call this sort of the pre-contemplative stage or the contemplative stage. And that's really where I see you right now, Vancouver, in a stage of contemplation of change. And the first step in making that change happen is figuring out a couple of things. The governance. How are we going to work together? How are decisions going to be made? Who's in charge? Who is in charge? Gavin, who's in charge? Linda, who's in charge? Does anybody in this room right now, we're all here wanting to change the community, can anybody tell me who's in charge? The mayor's in charge, the is in charge, the minister's in charge. Who's in charge? This is a really fundamental question. Who is in charge of leading this transformation? Who is responsible for the vision of what our communities are going to look like? And once we've figured that out, what is the construct for decision making? And I would submit to you that in Alberta, the answer is this: the Premier is in charge. She is in charge. She's appointed a committee of cabinet because that's how our government makes decisions. That committee is responsible for overseeing this transformation. The deputy ministers who sit behind them at the cabinet table are responsible for execution, and they're held accountable for doing that. And if they don't get it right, they get replaced, right? So we have to have a deliberative body, and in our system of government, that is how decisions are made, and that's how we did it in Alberta. We've created a couple of agencies to support our work. We created a brand new Crown agency that's unique around the world called CORE, or the Canadian Centre for Recovery Excellence. It's a Crown agency that its job is to monitor the implementation and evaluation of the services that we're putting in place. It has special powers to procure and compel data from across the spectrum of government agencies and contractors. You cannot withhold the data from CORE, right? You must turn it over when they ask for it, because we don't have time to be debating with you whose data set, this data set, privacy, this, that, and the other thing. It's in the law. The CORE Act governs how data will be handled, and that's how we analyze outcomes. It's how we analyze data and how we move quickly. We took all of the authorities, and in Alberta, or in British Columbia, I think you have about 5 health authorities and First Nations Health Authority and a couple of other agencies. We pulled all responsibility and money for policy, program, and practice out of all of those authorities, and we created one standalone authority, one throat to choke, so to speak. We gave them all of the money, all of the authority, and all of the policy, and we said, you're responsible for fixing this and for delivering these problems, or delivering these solutions. We removed the board of directors from the authority. The CEO of the authority, the CEO of CORE, and the Deputy Minister of Mental Health and Addiction report directly to the minister, who report directly to cabinet. They are responsible. They are in charge. Our goal with that is to build a world-class, publicly funded continuum of care where every Albertan can get access to what they need. We're focused on 5 key areas in our model. We're increasing access to treatment. We've added 10,000 new treatment spaces, okay? Our goal is to have excess beds. I will have done my job when there is always a bed available. It's a lofty goal. Maybe we won't attain it, maybe we will, but we're not gonna stop trying to do that. We're removing barriers to care. We've gone out and we have indexed every available bed and resource in the province. We have contracted them up publicly. Nobody in Alberta takes their wallet out of their pocket to pay for treatment anymore. No family will ever have to make the difficult decision of mortgaging their house or selling their car to get them the care their loved one needs. They put away their MasterCard and they simply swipe their care card and they come in. We're building new facilities at a breathtaking pace. I'm going to talk a little bit about them. In order for any of this to be successful, none of these processes work unless you have a place for people to go. They have to have a place for them to go. You want to clear the streets, you got to have a place for them to go, okay? So to that end, we're spending upwards of $400 million constructing brand new facilities. We're before Treasury Board right now for an additional $600 million for our compassionate intervention facilities. 5 of those facilities are in partnership with First Nations, which is an incredibly important part of the system that we're building together. These are on First Nations land delivered by Alberta's First Nations in partnership with government. It's the first time that a province has funded and built facilities on First Nations land in partnership with First Nations, right? First Nations are with us in the design of our system. This is what they look like. These are massive facilities. Most of them, and there's 11 of these, most of them are the size of 4 football fields each. They're huge and they're beautiful. Because if you want to tell somebody that they got to leave behind their comfort, their, the alley or their community of friends, you have to give them a more appealing community to go to, okay? Not just a brief episode of care in a hospital bed. You have to replace the community. The folks that are out there on the east side or anywhere around Vancouver, they are part of a community. Now, it may not be a community that is appealing to you, but it serves their needs, right? And it's how they get their needs met. And so you have to replace community while at the same time delivering treatment and housing. Our recovery communities are also a model of housing built on a treatment platform, not just housing with some supports. They go in here and it's a commitment. These are some of the other ones that we're building. I think this one is on the Siksika First Nation. These are beautiful facilities. We have a lot of different types of rooms, singles, doubles, triples. The Lakeview Recovery Community is our largest. It's a 40-acre facility with 23 buildings. This is the Lethbridge Recovery Community. We right now have 4 of them in operation. The rest of them are due to complete construction at the end of the year. You can stay in these new RCs for up to a year with individualized care. Some take shorter, some take longer, but it's all individualized to the individual person, and it's really a whole of life transformation for them. This is the Red Deer Recovery Facility that we opened about 1.5 years ago. Okay, so those are our massive expansion of treatment centers all across the province. We're making medication-based treatment, which is a huge part of our model, available. We have the gold standard virtual opioid dependency program. We have no wait lists, no matter where you live in Alberta, any time of day, any day a week, no matter where you live, free of charge, same day, no wait list. You can start on opioid substitution medication immediately. We've engaged with the police. I don't know if there's any left still here. They're an incredibly important part of this equation. They are with us in the development of the model. We allow our police in Alberta to get people connected with opioid medication on the spot, in the back of their police car, on the sidewalk, in the jail cell, wherever they may be. We get them connected and they can start that immediately. It's been a huge part of our model, and in particular, widespread funding and implementation of the opioid medication Sublocade, which is an injectable medication that lasts 30 days in the individual system. Everybody should be on this, right, if you are an opioid addict, in my view. I'm not a doctor, but I play one on television. We're prioritizing the mental health of young Albertans. We have hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in prevention, 60 mental health and addiction classrooms in our schools across Alberta. We have to turn off the taps, so to speak, of new cases of addiction coming up. Alberta is an international leader in recovery. Let's talk about early signs of success. This scale goes at the high end from 2016 down to 2024. As a result of our action, we have almost eliminated fatalities by pharmaceutical opioids, right? That data is undeniable. Methamphetamine, you can see the two spikes, where it's large there at peak. Those are the two COVID lockdowns. And death involving methamphetamine on board, is trending down very sharply. That's great to see. Alcohol, also, you can see the COVID peaks trending down, very, very nicely. Non-pharmaceutical opioids, this is fentanyl. We are seeing, and while I should preface this by saying that these numbers are down in provinces across the country, and including here in British Columbia, I'm not sure what the numbers are right now, but in Alberta, we are down 40% as a result of all of the efforts that are going on in Alberta, 40% year over year. In fact, if you compare, this is a little bit more of a shocking number. If you compare May of 2023 in the city of Calgary, we had 70 fatal overdoses, 70. And in May of 2024, we had 17. Okay. Our model is comprehensive, accessible, and recovery focused. Okay. So I appreciate you listening to that. I want to tell you I'm optimistic for British Columbia. I'm hopeful of what can be achieved here. The first step in getting this together is about leadership. It's about governance. It's about figuring out who's in charge. It's about articulating a vision, gaveling it into law, and then executing on that vision, right? And that is, I believe, really needs to be the focus right now. I want to give, because this is a nonpartisan event, I want to give a shout out to Premier Eby, who has created a cabinet committee. I don't know if the minister is still here. Has created a cabinet committee, and I'm hopeful that that is a sign that they may undertake that. We'll see. I'm going to cap off a little bit by talking about compassionate intervention. How much more time do I have? Go ahead. Okay. It's in listening to the room today and the folks that are up here, there's been a lot of talk about involuntary care. In Alberta, we call it the Compassionate Intervention Act. And we are engaged right now in drafting this bill. It will be the law of Alberta. Called the Compassionate Intervention Act. And what it does for all ages is it creates a couple of things. A, we have to have the facilities. That's number one. If you don't make the investments in places to get people treatment, then you can talk about involuntary care till you're blue in the face, but you're not going to achieve it, okay? So you have to get busy building the facilities. We have 2 specialized facilities that are secure. One in Edmonton, one in Calgary. Both of them are around $300 million apiece. They're state-of-the-art healthcare facilities. About 25% of the facility is compassionate intervention admissions and intake. The other 75% of the building is secure mental health facilities. The hearing rooms are right in the building, so everything is done in one facility. We don't need to move people around all over the place. This is how it works. That is different from the option that BC is going with now, but I think it can change. This is a law that says that if you are a danger to yourself as a result of drug use, then there is a list of people, parents, elders, relatives, police officer, doctor, child protection officer, social worker, counselor, who may make an application to the Intervention Commission, which is a Crown agency that the bill is creating, to hear these cases. These intervention cases will not be heard in a courtroom. They will not be heard by judges. They will be heard by a quasi-judicial panel of community members whose job it is to make sure you get the care that you need when you can't make decisions for yourself, and to guard the social contract in terms of what is necessary for the community. So one of the family members, for example, makes an application for intervention. It goes to the commission. Because it's a healthcare process, they look at all of that information. In the balance of that evidence, if they believe you're a danger to yourself, then you can be apprehended and brought to the facility where you're given supports and detox and care. You go before a panel. This is not a courtroom. This is a boardroom table where we sit in a circle and we talk about what's going on for you, what care you need, and how we can get you connected with it. And if necessary, we can make an order, right, to expedite that, and then you'll get treatment in one of our many, many facilities. You have the right to counsel. You have the right to be represented in that process. Of course, we are striving to have this be a fully constitutionally compliant process. I should also say, if you are First Nations, the panel that you sit with are made of elders who are appointed commissioners, right, in this process. And if there's a treatment order made, then you have the ability to go to one of our First Nations operated and run facilities, which are land-based healing and very culturally appropriate and relevant. So there's a stream for First Nations people as well, which was really important for us that we heard from the First Nations of Alberta that we worked with. If it is discovered during that process that you've got significant mental health issues, severe mental illness, then you simply go next door from the compassionate intervention facility and you receive mental health care until you are stable in that and we can deal with the substance use issues. So that's the way that we're doing it. We decided early on not to muck around with the Mental Health Act. We didn't want, we wanted a clean process for this and one that we can build on, and one that was not reliant on the healthcare system, you know, doctors, et cetera, you know, to be making some of these decisions. Obviously, medical people are involved in that process, but we wanted that mechanism to be more community-based, you know, looking after the individual and looking after the needs of the community. One other really important part of our system that I'll talk about is corrections. There was not a corrections representation here, but I highly recommend to you at your next gathering, corrections is critical. Corrections is where we send people to get corrected, or that's what we should be doing. And I had a bit of a freak out with our folks in Alberta where I just said, you know, this isn't working for anybody. We're spending a fortune on correctional facilities, putting people in there. And the reality is, with the illness of addiction and mental health, far too often, the people who need the help the most in our society get the least. And the people who need the least often get the most. And so we sat around in our process and said, wouldn't it be cool if we turned that on its head? What would happen if we gave the people who needed the most? And let's see what happens. So we took living units out of our correctional centers and turned them into treatment centers. So we built treatment centers inside our correctional centers. We staffed them with therapists. And I got to tell you, they're called therapeutic living units. We have inmates lined up around the block to get into the TLUs, and they are the best treatment programs that we have. I've been doing treatment for 15 years, And they are the best, most intense treatment processes that we have. These inmates sit in a circle for 9 hours a day doing the deep transformative work. I mean, you know, like the ugly crying, right? And they come out of there changed. And they have the ability to go from a TLU and hot transfer right into one of our recovery communities to finish their treatment. It's a system of care, right? I'm being told that our time is coming to an end. I'm sure we'll see each other again. And in the meantime, I wish you the best and good luck in your endeavors, BC. We're hopeful, and I'm looking forward to kicking your ass in Edmonton tonight as the Oilers play the Canucks. So thank you very much for the time. Thanks. Yeah, you got it.
Thanks very much, Marshall, and we look forward to hearing more about the successes experienced in Alberta and hopefully learn from them. That said, I'd like to move on to our next sponsor of our next panel, Victor Versnick of 7-Eleven, to introduce the session and moderator of our third panel titled Prescription for a Continuum of Care. Victor?
Thank you, Jess. On behalf of 7-Eleven Canada, I'm pleased to be here today to introduce today's panel, Prescription for a Continuum of Care. Like many of the SOS members here today, 7-Eleven is part of the fabric of communities across British Columbia with over 2,000, about 2,500 frontline workers minding the shop and dealing with a variety of issues at about 180 7-Eleven locations. And that broad provincial reach gives us really a front row seat and a line of sight in terms of what's happening with certainly our employee safety, with crime and shortage, and also addictions. And today's panel takes then a closer look at addictions and mental health and the real need for a continuum of care that stretches across from assessment through to treatment and then to recovery, and what that could mean for public safety in every BC community. So our third panel today is moderated by Carol Taylor, one of British Columbia's most recognized community leaders, and Carol currently hosts a public affairs TV program. Her background as a broadcaster, a commentator, a Vancouver City Councillor, a former Minister of Finance makes her the ideal moderator for this challenging topic. So please join me in welcoming our moderator, Carol Taylor, and her panelists.
Thank you all. I'm so glad everyone's being patient with us. We are the only ones standing between you and lunch, so we're going to be fairly swift. I did want to thank you actually so much for all of your information about Alberta. And so I don't really need to introduce Marshall anymore, but I did want to say if you want to know more about Marshall, on my show tonight, Marshall is the chief guest. And so thank you for what you had to say here and also for our interview. Joining me as well is Dr. Nicky Matthew. He's an addiction and a forensic psychiatrist. He completed an addiction psychiatry fellowship at Yale and then a forensic psychiatry fellowship at UBC, where he is currently a clinical professor. We hope that Dr. Puya Azar, he's a clinician scientist, is planning to join us, but at the moment, we're it. So when we listened to the two panels this morning, it was very clear that whether you're talking about policing or the justice system, it was all circling around mental health and addiction. And so that's really the focus of what we have to talk about. Nicky, maybe I could ask you just to give us a few opening thoughts about how you're approaching this situation with your experience and background.
Sure, is this thing on? Can you guys hear me? Great. I work as a forensic psychiatrist as well as an addiction psychiatrist, and I wanted to start with a story. This was a patient of mine in forensics. His name's John Doe. When he was very young, his father left the family, and his mom essentially had to raise him in poverty. Because of the color of his skin, he faced discrimination, and so he felt a sense of belonging with some other kids who were using cannabis. And then he got addicted to opioids from hydromorphone that he bought from the street. And then due to his theft and his drug use at home, he was asked to leave home, and he went to live in the downtown east side. While he was in the downtown east side, to cope with living there and being able to stay up at night and the risk of danger, he'd use crystal meth. And then a year before his index offense, he started getting psychosis. So psychosis is a loss of touch with reality. And he started hearing voices. On the day of the index offense, he heard voices that the person in the store with him wanted to hurt him. And as a result, John Doe shouted at a stranger in the store. The stranger in the store was frightened and grabbed John Doe. John Doe felt scared for his life, pulled out a knife, and stabbed the victim in the neck. Now, after John Doe was pulled into the forensic system, he was treated with antipsychotic medication. He felt a lot of remorse. But this was something that was very preventable. And so if you think about the Swiss cheese model of disaster, imagine slices of Swiss cheese spinning, and when the holes line up, something happens. And so with John Doe, this was somebody who didn't have supports when he was younger. He didn't have things to do. He didn't have a sense of belonging. There was the availability of drugs, and there was the lack of treatment. And all of these things led to the index offense. So there was a famous saying by a British historian. It was, society prepares the crime, and the criminal commits it. And I think this is what ended up happening with John Doe. So the main takeaway point that I want to get across here is that in British Columbia, there's been a separation of addictions and mental health. And I think both of these need to be treated concurrently, meaning at the same time. And I think these are the kind of treatments that will lead to the best outcomes for British Columbians. So that's my introductory comments, but I'm going to get into more detail as we go on.
Well, one of the things that we have talked about before is the psychosis and the violence that I think everybody is seeing on the streets and feeling. Is there more psychosis? And if so, why do you think?
So there is more psychosis, and it's because of the increase in psychoactive drugs available. So with the legalization of cannabis, there's been an increase in cannabis use, there's been an increase in cannabis addiction, and there's also been an increase in cannabis-induced psychosis. In addition to that, we have a different kind of meth on the streets now. It started in 2006 in Canada, and it's increased since then. And this is phenyl-2-propanone meth. So in the past, they used ephedrine to make meth, and you would take one molecule of ephedrine, and you could make one molecule of meth. The issue was the meth that they used to make was a racemic mixture. So imagine two chemicals that looked almost identical, but it was like your left and right hand. They're not exactly the same. So you had L-methamphetamine, which was a nasal decongestant, so it wasn't psychoactive. And then you had D-methamphetamine, which was psychoactive. When they banned ephedra, the cartels, they were able to develop a new method of making meth called phenyl-2-propanone method. And this made a pure form of meth that was mostly D-methamphetamine. So we are seeing more psychosis due to this more potent form of meth. So if you take everyone who uses meth, 40% of them will have psychosis. So that's a large number. But as the severity increases, there's a higher percentage of people that will have psychosis. So once you get to from mild to moderate to severe methamphetamine use disorder, about 100% will have psychosis. And psychosis is a big risk factor for violence. So violence in the general population is about 3%. When you take people with psychosis, it's about 9 to 12%. So it's a huge risk factor for violence. So yes, I think the increased amount of drug use and the types of drugs are leading to increase in violence.
And you, when you think about when you were first an addict and on the street and the kind of drugs that were there, do you think if these powerful drugs were out, you'd be with us today?
You know, I have a bit of, you know, going down the rabbit hole of molecules and complexity and, you know, all of it. I would have leave that to the smart guys to, you know, to figure that out. For me, I see some different issues with this. I think that one of the realities is a lot of this psychosis that we're seeing is being caused fundamentally by the fact that we have a lot of sleep-deprived people who are out there, right? You have people who are using a lot more drugs more often. Yes, the potency of these drugs is more complicated these days. But what's different about today than when I was on these streets out here is when I was on these streets out here, I had reprieves, right? Police would arrest me and put me in jail. I would take a month off, right, to go in to get my health back, to get, you know, my health metrics up. We don't put anybody in jail anymore. So if you're a homeless addict and you're doing 4 years of homelessness, you're doing the whole 4 years without intervention, right? And so when you're out there doing this and using drugs unintervened on like that, the amount of sleep deprivation and damage that you're doing to your brain is a huge factor in terms of psychosis, and I think is compounded, you know, certainly as well by the supply side issue that Dr. Matthews highlighted. So
Nikki, you talk about the path that's causing more psychosis. Once you're on that path, can you get off it if you've really gotten to a psychotic state?
You can. So the issue is that there's a timeline issue with this, and I think I want to echo what Marshall was saying. I think these breaks are actually helpful. Substance-induced psychosis is a neurotoxic event. So what that means is almost everyone who starts using these psychoactive substances don't become psychotic. Then as they continue to use, they start to become psychotic during the intoxication phase.
Right.
Then it starts to linger into the withdrawal phase. Then it starts to continue into times of sobriety. So it gets longer and longer, and it also gets more difficult to treat, and the psychosis becomes more severe. And the problem is it takes time to recover from this. So even from addiction, in the scientific literature, they call it protracted withdrawal, and in the treatment community, they'll call it a post-acute withdrawal syndrome. And so what happens is when you're continuously using these substances over time, your body loses dopamine receptors. So dopamine receptors are responsible for reward. So I'll get a bit tangential and I'll bring it back. So imagine astronauts going up into space. They lose bone and muscle mass. Why? Because your body's saying, well, if I don't have all this gravity to fight against, why do I need to spend all this energy on bone and muscle? If you're stimulating the reward centers in your brain to levels not found in nature, your body's going to say, well, why do I need all these dopamine receptors? And the acute withdrawal phase is, depending on the substance, takes about 7 to 14 days to get over. And that's not the real issue. The real issue is the post-acute withdrawal phase. So the symptoms are going to be worse 3 to 6 months into recovery. So what are the symptoms? Well, one is anhedonia. So that's a difficulty in experiencing pleasure in pleasurable activities. Then there's difficulty with concentration, and there's difficulty with sleep. And these are worse 3 to 6 months after you stop using. You don't start getting recovery until about 8 to 10 months into recovery, and when you're stopped using. And then you don't start reaching your pre-morbid level of functioning until 18 to 24 months. So this isn't something that can be cured in a 30-day rehabilitation facility. This is something that takes months to years to recover from. And so you need that regeneration of the dopaminergic function in the brain to recover from this and to get off this, this train to continued psychosis over time.
I couldn't agree more with Dr. Matthews. One of the things that we have done and need to do is, building our facilities where people go to do this requires a new way of thinking. It's long term, right? There's all of these arguments out there about, housing, and we've got to give them, a home and treatment and supports and this, that, and thing. The answer is yes to all of it, but it all has to be rationalized into one effective model. You can't be having people all over the place, in a very disorganized way. Our new facilities are year-long programs because we know that that's what it takes to be effective. I want to treat somebody once, not 10 times. That's where we're going to get our best ROI. And even in our facilities, everything counts to the bottom line. Their diet, the no sugar, low salt, high protein, like everything has got to be like astronaut training, to get the people who need the help the most. And so that's, we've got to set up the system to respond to the reality of how much damage is being done. Look, there is no world where using these drugs is okay, safe, acceptable, beneficial, etc. I don't care what the current drug du jour is that is out there. There's always going to be something new coming out. The reality is this is not an acceptable lifestyle choice, as many in the community would have us, sort of this narrative that is growing, and that our job is just to make sure people can use safely. That's bullshit, right? Snap out of it, None of these things are good, and it is not healthy, and it is going to kill you, and it will continue to kill people, so.
Dr. Matthew, you feel the same way about safe supply?
I have pretty strong opinions about safe supply that I voiced earlier. I think it stems to the definition of what harm reduction is. So I'm very pro harm reduction, but the problem is the definition that they use for the term are policies and procedures that aim to reduce harm in people who are unwilling or unable to stop using drugs, not things that have been proven to reduce harm. So the problem is they're introducing things and they're calling them harm reduction strategies when they haven't been proven to do that. So there are things that help reduce harm, like having sterile needles. It helps prevent things like hepatitis C spread, things like that. But there's a lot of things that are introduced as harm reduction, like decriminalization and the way that they did it in British Columbia. That was introduced as a harm reduction strategy, but it wasn't proven to do that. And then over time, we saw the repercussions of it. So things that have been proven to work, I think we should do. Things that have not been proven to work, we need to prove them first before we implement them.
A question from our audience says, while addiction is easy to consider as a mental health issue, it is not an excusable reason to commit crimes. So how do we marry these two truths? Marshall?
Well, I have a bit of a different view than the good doctor. I actually view the mental health issues and the addiction issues as separate issues. There's no question that both of them act on each other. There's no doubt that happens. I think one of the problems in our system and one of the reasons why the what kind of a system that we have has become so convoluted is that we have community-based psychiatrists attempting to treat addiction with mood-altering pharmaco interventions, and they are not correctly diagnosing and identifying substance use disorder. So they're treating the symptoms of the substance use disorder and compounding the problem. I'm sure that you would agree with that. I think that we've gotten to a point in the confluence of mental health and addiction where
the system needs a bit of separation between less generalists dealing with these and more specialists who can practice recovery-oriented medicine for people who are addicted and dependent on substances and then mental illness. And for sure, of course, there are going to be some crossover people who have both, and that's a very different specialization. But I don't think that we serve ourselves well to be smushing these two fields of practice together and expecting that people who are mental health practitioners understand how to deal with chronic neurobiological brain disorders like addiction in the same way and with the same tools that they would treat, schizophrenia, or other mental illnesses.
It's interesting because we're on the one hand talking about a continuum of care where everything's coming together, but you're saying maybe we're mixing some specialties that won't achieve the best results. Would you agree, Dr. Matthew?
I would humbly disagree with that. If you look at the coroner's report in British Columbia in 2017, 52% of the people who overdosed and died that year had a mental illness. So concurrent disorders are the rule, they're not the exception. One of the big issues though, and Marshall is right, without proper training, it's very difficult to train both. And so if you look in British Columbia, there's only 32 addiction psychiatrists in the whole province. And 13 of them work in my program. So, I mean, there's not a lot of this expertise to spread around. In the United States, addictions wasn't a recognized specialty until 2017. And it went under the American Board of Preventative Medicine. And what they said was that addictions is a subspecialty. So if you had any recognized board and training in addictions, then you could do addictions. And what that means is we need everybody in this. So we need obstetricians who are trained in addiction. We need psychiatrists who are trained in addictions. When I did my fellowship, the person who ran the methadone clinic was a hepatologist, and he combined HIV and hepatitis treatment with the methadone and had great results. So we need people from all areas and not a specific area of just addictions. I don't think we'll be able to train as many people as that, but we need whichever door that the patient comes into should be the right door. And they should be able to be directed into treatment or treated from wherever they come. So we need to make this a mandated part of medical school and residency training, no matter what kind of physician you are, if you're patient-facing, of course. And it should be part of psychiatry. And then we should also have specialists as well that can deal with the more severe cases. So I think we need all of that.
So I don't disagree with the doctor. I think when I say it should be separated, that of course is contingent on the fact that you don't have enough trained people, right, to do it together. And until you do, right, I think we need especially. The other challenge that I have is I think we got into some of this problem, with our system simply with the over-medicalization of this solution. Right. This is, look, addiction is a chronic illness, right? It's not unlike diabetes or, chronic heart disease. There's a certain way that I need to live my life in order to stay healthy, just like a diabetic or somebody who, has a chronic heart condition. In the alternative, if you over-medicalize my condition, that's tantamount to me going in for a checkup and getting the paddles every time, I go in to see the doctor, when what's necessary is a recovery checkup, right? I'll just tell you a brief funny story. So I'm, probably one of the most well-known recovery advocates in the country. I have high blood pressure that I take, pills for. And I have a doctor that I've been seeing for 10 years. And the doctor's very well aware of who I am and what my history is. And I go in every time and, he takes my blood pressure and adjusts my medication, et cetera, et cetera. Not one single time has he ever asked me how my recovery's going, right? Which certainly will kill me faster than my high blood pressure. So I think that when I start talking about we've got to think differently about this, we also can't afford a psychiatrist for every addict that is out there. We just can't afford it. So even if it was indicated, we've got to have a community response right? And addicts respond well to each other, you know, and we've got to lean heavily on the recovery community to build that up and promote it. And there's absolutely room for medicine, and science one day may fix this, but it hasn't so far. And so my bias is more of a community peer solution with the supports of medical professionals, but I don't think that we should be expanding, you know, or going all in on, you know, pharmaco-interventions and psychiatry and this, that, and the other.
So, Dr. Matthew, the genesis for today's event and the concerns that people have been expressing is about disorder on the streets, the fear of violence from strangers, and the repeat offenders. So from sitting where you do in your area of medicine, what do you think the solution is?
I don't think there's any home run solution to all of this, and I agree with Marshall in that I think there has been a medicalization of the opioid crisis. I think it's been, in British Columbia, conceptualized as an opioid deficiency. So think of iron deficiency anemia. If you don't have enough iron, you give the person iron and they get cured. And I think in British Columbia, it's been conceptualized as someone doesn't have opioids. If we give them more and different types of opioids, this is going to solve it. And it seems like every intervention has gone down that path where I think we do need more supports and more things available other than just giving people medications. So what would be the solution? I think we have to start with prevention. And one model is the Icelandic model for prevention. So what they did was they engaged communities and schools, and they found folks that could be go-to places for youth who needed to seek advice. They would identify youth when they were young. So John Doe had issues with anxiety. So they could identify and treat these kids while they were in school, while they were young. Then the other thing that they did was that they provided vouchers to families, and so that the kids could engage in extracurricular activities like sports, even though their family couldn't afford it. So this provided community for them. So if John Doe had something like that, he wouldn't have to engage with folks who were using cannabis to find any sense of community. So what were the outcomes for that? When you looked at public intoxication, from 1998 to 2015, it dropped from 42% to 7%. When you look at prior month drug use, it dropped from 17% to 2%. So these are interventions that could work from a prevention point of view. Then I think we have to look at treatments. And Marshall mentioned that there's a lack of a system. So we don't know what the needs are in British Columbia. So there's a general idea that there's about 100,000 people with opioid use disorder. Where are they? Nobody knows. So we need to mine the data and figure out where folks are. And then we need to know what their comorbidities are so that we can build a system that would treat their actual needs. The next thing regarding treatment would be to make an integrated system from the beginning so that it's not silos and it's not reactionary, but that it's all built together so that it all works together so people can move from one door to another door and get all their needs met. The other thing would be the duration of treatment. So I mentioned the issue with protracted withdrawal and that this is a problem that takes months to years to solve. So not 30-day programs, we need like 9, 10, 11, 12-month programs just for the acute treatments. And especially with people who are complex with mental health and substance use disorders. And we also have to recognize that some things won't get better. So there was the hotel study that looked at folks in the downtown east side. What they found was that 95% of them had a substance use disorder. Nobody's surprised by that. 85% of them had a mental health disorder. And then 45% of them had a neurological disorder that could be diagnosed on neuroimaging. So this is brain damage. And folks aren't going to recover from that. So we have to take into account the reality of what's out there. Who are these patients? So after the acute treatment, there needs to be long-term recovery, as Marshall was mentioning, and a system in place where people can go. One of the big missing factors, and it is an element, and I know you talked about it, but we need housing. And not just any housing, because most of the housing for these folks are housing where other people are using drugs. We need housing where people are not using drugs. We also have to have things for people to do. So if you look at the Portugal model, they incentivize vocational training. so that people can get jobs, so that they subsidize employers so that they could hire folks at a lower wage to incentivize people who are in recovery so they can learn skills and get into the employment market so that they have a purpose and something to do during the day. And then also, as Marshall mentioned, we need to have an off-ramp for the correctional system that's formal and where people can go, because a lot of these folks are the ones that are going to get into this revolving door. So we need to do something after they leave the correctional system. We need objective measurements for all of these programs, and we need incentives for people to join these programs. So if there was a system in place, I think this would be something of what it would look like. I'm sure there's holes and things I've missed, but that'd be the broad outlines.
So if we were fortunate enough to have the leadership and the system that you talked about, Marshall, and had it in place, and we had a continuum of care, where are the intervention points that are likely to be most successful? Because I'm sure when you were on the streets, you had many offers that please come into, we've got help for you, and you refused until one final point that a policeman convinced you. How did that
Well,
happen?
look, addiction is about continued use despite consequences. And so addicts will continue to use until the consequences of their using outweigh the benefits, right? And so once you have a system where there are at least, I mean, there are no consequences right now, none. We've removed all the consequences, and we've tried to make smooth and create environments where people can use safely and do all of this stuff. So we've taken away the main driver, the main sort of impetus for change in the individual, which is to receive consequences. I'm not suggesting that we go around inducing consequences. There's enough of those organically, but we shouldn't be removing those. Where are the points of intervention? That is a really good question. So K through 12, like I explained, the Icelandic model, we follow the Icelandic model in Alberta. Get into those classrooms, right? We have got to start identifying those kids early and supporting them and getting them on the right track. That includes things like school nutrition, after school play, all of these holistic things that we're in like 60 schools now in Alberta. It's very cool. Corrections. Go all in on corrections, right? 40% of people who fatally overdose have been in custody in a period of time prior to their death. So what are you waiting for? You know where they are. You already have the building. You already have the beds. You don't need any capital. They're all pooled up in one place. Get some therapists in there and get to work, right? Like build great treatment programs inside your correctional centers. They're a thing of beauty. And if you ever have the honor to go and sit with those women and men who are in a correctional center, committed to a treatment program, and listen, to what they have to say, it's spectacular. You can't help but want to cheer them on. Police are another one. We have to give the police more tools than just handcuffs to solve this. In Alberta, we created the virtual opioid dependency program. It's world class. You can have a constable in the back of their car, call the VODP, hand the phone or speaker phone to the individual and get them started on Sublocade right now, right? Not tomorrow, not a month from now, not fill out these forms, right now. I'll take you to the pharmacy and we'll get you on that. Police, corrections, treatment availability, schools, that's where you intervene.
I think we've got a long way to go in BC, sadly. So, Dr. Matthew, as a concluding thought, what would you say the first step you'd like to see towards moving towards a better continuing care system?
I mean, it's not the most glamorous thing, but I think we need to figure out what the need is. We need to get the data. We need to figure out who has what problems where, because until we figure that out, we don't know what to build. It's just haphazard, and we're hoping that we're building the right thing in the right place. We need the data first.
I would respond to that by saying data is lovely and necessary, and for policy and decision makers, data and science is great, but it isn't the only thing, and you should not wait.
for it to catch up to you. We rely heavily on high-quality science and data in developing the Alberta model, but equally, as a policymaker, I have to weigh what the data and the science says with the values and the goals of the community, right? I have to balance those things, and it's not all about what the science says, follow the community's vision and goals as well. You will intuitively know what to do. And we know you can take some leads, as we did. We were in a similar position. We didn't know everything about where we wanted to go. We took off around the world to scour the best practices, and we took back the best parts of the world's knowledge in to develop our model. And what that told us was, get to work building facilities, build them this way, they're in the country, they're long-term, they look like this, intervene with the police, intervene in corrections, intervene in schools. And so we got busy doing that. And data, I mean, we're very big on data, Dr. Matthews. Core.
On that note.
Yeah, all right. All right.
Thank you both. We appreciate your comments and some different opinions here on how we go forward. And thank everybody here. You're here because you care. And thank you, SOS, for pulling this together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carol, for doing a great job. And to our panelists, we were missing one panelist. We're not sure what happened to Dr. Azar, but you guys filled it in beautifully, and we knew that Carol would be able to handle that. So thank you very much. And now it's time for a quick lunch. Very quick. We're downstairs, so make your way downstairs, and we're going to try to get back here in about 40 minutes. So 1 o'clock back here, and we're going to hear right immediately from Mayor Sim, followed by John Rustad. So don't be late.
Hi, Jess. Hey. Thank you
How
for...
are you, man?
Hello.
Please return to your seats.
I got a mic for you. It's that's always on. So.
Okay, Bernard, ready to go? Okay, thank you. Can I just put it here?
Oh, you
So-
don't need a mic after
Okay.
me?
Right after you. Yeah. I'm gonna kind of give you Have you had a minute to breathe at all, or you've just been going on?
Actually, I took 2 weeks. Just good. 2 weeks off
Oh, good. Yeah, got recharged and ready to go again. Yeah. You know what?
That I heard is that there was a big blow up between
Don't designate seating.
Sounds good.
Hey, why don't you sit with us?
Ed? How are you doing, Mike? Hey, John, want to come say hi? Good morning. Yeah. How are you? Twice in 1 week? Yes, sir. Hopefully see you in some of the Lumen. You're coming to the parade, right? I don't know if we can use the parade, sure. But we're going to cancel it. We're not going to make it. I know. You're amazed how big you need it. You know what? We need it. No, I really see. Where are we going? I'm going to get out of here because I'm in the way.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good to see you. I'm good. Yeah, congrats on bringing this together.
What's that?
Congratulations on bringing this together. Amazing turnout.
Came together pretty well.
Okay, well, that's
Yeah.
great. We're happy to be here.
We have
So.
a good slate of speakers,
You do.
panelists.
Yeah.
He's my favorite opposition.
Great. Well, looking
Favorite
forward to it.
opposition leader. Who's
Yeah.
your, who's
So-
your
so
lead,
good.
gentlemen? I'm not the same.
Thanks again, everybody. If everybody could take their seat, we're going to get going here. Again, I wanted to acknowledge that Purdy's Chocolates sponsored our lunch today. So we thank them for that. Now, I'd like to ask my co-founder, Clint Malman, back to the podium to introduce our guest speaker. Clint?
Thanks, Jess. Thank you, Jess. And thank you, everyone, for coming back after lunch. This is a very important time that we have Mayor Ken Sim address this group. Of course, many of you know the background of Ken, as he likes to be called. Ken is a proud Vancouverite, being born and raised in Vancouver. He's a very accomplished entrepreneur. If you don't know his backstory, he's a co-founder of two very successful companies, Vancouver-based companies, in Rosemary Rock Salt and Nurse Next Door. Professionally, Ken holds a fellowship of CPA from his original CA designation. He's a two-time recipient of the Ernst & Young's Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award for the Pacific region in Emerging Leaders category. And he certainly proved to be worthy of that award many years later, and in healthcare. He was sworn in as the 41st mayor of the city of Vancouver on November 7th, 2022. He is committed to delivering on the major issues facing the city of Vancouver, including affordability, public safety, and mental health and addictions that were, of course, causes we're here to talk about today. leading a city hall that prioritizes inclusivity, collaboration, and Indigenous reconciliation. And I certainly want to point out that in discussing the issues of crime, violence, and disorder that we're seeing on our streets, directly with Ken and his team, he and his team have taken the time personally to come down, talk to our staff, talk to our loss prevention people in our stores in Vancouver so he can see firsthand, and I watched him talk to his Vancouver police officers as well to understand firsthand. And it's that type of leadership that we very much appreciate from someone elected to represent us, to make sure that they understand the issues firsthand. So I don't want to take any more time. Please welcome Mayor Ken Sim.
Clint, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know how I follow that one, but we'll try. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming here today. Now, I do want to acknowledge a few things here. First, we are obviously hosting this event on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and the care they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to unlearn what we've learned in the past and learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. You know, if we do that, we're going to build an incredibly bright future full of love and prosperity, not just for all of us here and all of our families and friends, but going out way beyond 7 generations. And so just wanted to make that comment. The second person, or the second acknowledgement I want to make is to His Worship, Mr. Sam Sullivan here. Yes, thank you for being here today. You know, this city is bigger than any one person. And so when I think of His Worship and the foundation that he laid for future generations of civic politicians in the city, we're really thankful. So thank you very much. The third group I do want to acknowledge is all of my teammates on council. People give the role of mayor way too much credit. This is a team sport here. And if I can just get our council colleagues to stand up, please, and be acknowledged as well. Actually, just one more acknowledgement, then I'll drive on to the real message here. Our teammates at the City of Vancouver. Once again, I actually think that while I respect all of our teammates in council, and I'm so proud of them working together, the individuals that do all the hard and real work that make our city a way better place are the people who choose to work at the City of Vancouver every single day, be it the police officers at VPD, at Vancouver Fire and Rescue, the firefighters, our sanitation engineers, everyone who works at the city. I know we have a bunch of people from the city manager's office here as well, and just want to say thank you for choosing to be, to making the city such a greater place. Okay, with that, I'd like to thank everyone for coming here today to address the challenges that lie at the core of our city, shaping not just who we are today, but the future that we are building. I'd like to say thank you, give a big hug out to the Save Our Streets group for inviting me to speak on behalf of the city today. Your dedication to strengthening our neighborhoods, delivering essential services, and creating opportunities is incredibly invaluable. Now, today's conversation is a testament to your commitment to safety and partnership, bringing diverse voices together with a shared goal of creating a safer and stronger Vancouver region and province. I also, just want to thank you for your tireless efforts in facilitating today's conversation. As Clint mentioned, there are a lot of challenges that are going on in our city, and it's easy to give up on this city, and you haven't. And so it's not lost upon us, and we just want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Now, today I do want to talk about the downtown east side, which is more than just a neighborhood. It's a reflection of our city's challenges and its resilience. And I want to address how we, as a city, can chart a better path forward for this neighborhood. This is a place that matters to all of us because what happens here affects our entire city and our entire province. Before we look ahead, before we get into the challenges, I do want to recognize some of the steps that we've taken to date as the City of Vancouver. Now, we've made historic investments in public safety by fully funding the Vancouver Police Department for the first time in 15 years, and the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services for the first time in 8 years. We've decamped our streets, we've enforced the street vending bylaw, and we've announced a new community policing center in the Gastown and Hastings crossing areas. In partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health and with substantial City of Vancouver funding, we supported the launch of Vancouver Coastal Health's new de-escalation mental health service. We also introduced BC's first Indigenous crisis response team, which provided holistic, non-police intervention. Additionally, our CAR 8788 program has doubled its capacity, leading to a 96% increase in community service referrals and a 43% increase in outreach visits. These initiatives ensure that the Vancouver Police Department can respond where they're needed most, while healthcare professionals provide specialized support to our most vulnerable residents. This means a better return on how taxpayer dollars are invested while making sure that people receive the appropriate care that they deserve. And the results are promising. Overall crime stats in Vancouver are down across the board. Compared to last year, total crime has decreased by 7.4%. Violent crime is down 7%, and property crime has dropped by 10.3%. But let's get real here for a sec. All it takes, as we know, is one random stranger assault to shatter that sense of community safety. And we've all felt that. Recent stranger attacks have had a devastating impact on the victims, on their loved ones, on their friends, on their family, on their co-workers, on the community, and people that don't even live here, who come here. These tragic incidents often involve individuals facing severe mental health and/or severe substance use disorder, people who are deeply unwell and in desperate need of care. Now, this small but incredibly vulnerable group presents a clear and immediate danger to themselves and the public. We must provide these individuals with necessary care to support through secure facilities and a compassionate mandatory care program. And we also know that there are dangerous people affiliated with organized crime at work in our communities, selling and distributing drugs, incentivizing violent shoplifting, and threatening violence. These predatory criminals victimize our residents and our local businesses, spreading fear and harm wherever they operate. They are intentional repeat offenders, well known in our neighborhoods for their violent behavior. And frankly, I think we've all had enough. That's why on September the 16th, myself, with a coalition of mayors from across the province, called for compassionate mandatory care for those struggling with severe mental health and/or addiction challenges, meaningful bail reform for repeat offenders, and a real federal plan to secure our ports. Now, I do want to take a moment to recognize Premier David Eby's commitment to implementing mandatory care and his promise to provide 400 new mental health beds across the province. And I want to stress here, look, there are politicians of all different stripes here. It's not my intention to get political here whatsoever. We're just talking about what is happening, okay? This critical investment sets the foundation for the new direction we're introducing today to tackle crime, addiction, gang activity in the downtown east side so that this neighborhood can thrive as a healthy and welcoming community. As we all know, the downtown east side is a community with a very deep and very complex history. For decades, there have been stories of resilience and stories of incredible suffering. The city's downtown east side plan, originally approved over a decade ago, had good intentions, but despite the fact that hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent in this neighborhood, the current approach has failed. It's time for a new direction, one that's rooted in accountability, dignity, and recovery. And we owe it to the neighborhood residents, Vancouverites, and all British Columbians to do better, and we will do better. Firstly, we need to rethink the hyper-concentration of services in the downtown east side. For too long, multiple levels of government have enabled and encouraged the concentration of supportive housing, shelter spaces, and dozens of social service nonprofit organizations in this small 4 square kilometer neighborhood. The results have been the downtown east side becoming the epicenter of intersecting crises, mental health, poverty, and homelessness, not just for Vancouver, but for the entire region and the province, leading to a cycle of instability and decline. This poverty industrial complex has not only blocked local businesses from thriving, but has also created conditions that degrade the health and well-being of our most vulnerable community members. Meanwhile, it's attracted predatory criminals, further compounding the neighborhood's challenges. The current situation has made it abundantly clear that the downtown east side area plan has failed. We need increased mixed income housing options, and we need to fill our vacant storefronts with businesses and services to create a balanced environment where residents can thrive. To be clear, this is about integrating the downtown east side into Vancouver's broader community, making it a place of opportunity for everyone. As a first step towards a healthier and sustainable future, we need more balanced investments in supportive housing across the region and province. We can't continue to pretend that the solutions for the downtown east side lie in the downtown east side alone. While Vancouver accounts for only 25% of the region's population, in terms of operational units and spaces, we have over 77% of the region's supportive housing units, over 67% of the region's operating shelter spaces, and over half of the region's social housing. This imbalance is unsustainable, especially when much of our existing supportive housing, including our extensive SRO stock, is aging and frankly falling apart. We can't expect people to rebuild their lives in environments that are crumbling around them. Replacing our aging temporary modular supportive housing with permanent units is a critical first step. Simply put, there's a lot of work to do in Vancouver. But to put it bluntly, it's also time for other municipalities to step up and develop supportive housing in their communities as well. This will allow Vancouver to focus on renewing and upgrading our rapidly crumbling housing stock. By increasing investments in supportive housing and emergency shelters across the region, we also ensure that people needing these services don't have to come to Vancouver for support, further straining our current infrastructure. That's why I'll be bringing a motion to council to pause any net new supportive housing units in the city of Vancouver until we see increased supportive housing availability brought across the region. This will give our city time to make meaningful progress in replacing our aging SRO and temporary modular housing with permanent solutions. By focusing on renewal and revitalization, we're ensuring that the people who live here get the support they deserve in a place that's built for them to succeed. This leads to my next point. Public safety is non-negotiable. The downtown east side and Vancouver as a whole has become a hub for organized crime and gang activity. This stops now. We'll support the Vancouver Police Department in launching a citywide crackdown on gangs, equipping law enforcement with the tools to target these criminal networks that prey on our most vulnerable residents. To be clear, this will not be an easy fight, but it's one that's necessary. We owe it to the residents of the downtown east side and all Vancouverites to ensure that our streets are safe. No, gangs have no place in our city, and to them I say this: get out of Vancouver. Now, change won't happen overnight, but we can turn the tide with action, commitment, and unity. Let this be the beginning of a new chapter for the downtown east side and Vancouver. One defined by hope and progress, not despair and further erosion. Now, to the residents and the businesses of the downtown east side, we hear you, we see you, and we're committed to building a future that works for everyone. And this is about rethinking how we help each other and how we work together, and ensuring that the right supports are in the right places at the right times. And to all Vancouverites, this is your city. You deserve a safe, vibrant, and inclusive community. And together, with the help of the province and the federal government, I know that we can achieve this vision. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Well, when we started SOS just over a year ago, we wanted to encourage new approaches and action. And I want to thank Mayor Sim for being here today and talking about how much thought they're already putting into these issues and for taking action. We do appreciate that a lot, Ken. Thanks. Now I want to ask Ian Tostinson from the BC Restaurant Association to introduce our next speaker. Ian?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, yay Mayor and yay City Council of Vancouver. Thank you so much for all you do. It's most appreciated, and I say that from a restaurant industry point of view that has many issues. First of all, I'd like to thank the speakers and the panelists and the organization put on by Jess and Clint today in particular. You've done a great job. Thank you so very much. So very quickly, our $18 billion restaurant industry, in my opinion, is the heart and soul of every community throughout British Columbia. We reach virtually every single little community in BC. It's a gateway to how our economy is doing, and it certainly gives us a street view as to what the issues are in the streets. And believe me, we see the crime and the situation that's affected us, but not only us, but small business in general. And it's with that perspective, I want to just speak about our next speaker here, a very well-known MLA from Nechako, who rose to fame and now is known all throughout British Columbia as the leader of the official opposition, the leader of the Conservative Party. And John Rustad, MLA, knows probably as much as I do about the effect of crime and punishment as he traveled through the province in the communities, seeing the things that he's seen. And it's with great privilege today that we asked John to join us as the official leader of the opposition, but with a perspective on British Columbia with a heart and soul that's probably just as strong as the restaurant industry that I represent. John, thank you for coming.
Well, thanks very much, Ian, and it is a pleasure to be here. I want to start just recognizing we have many of our colleagues here. There's been a whole bunch of conferences, whether it's forestry or mining or resources or this, and or agriculture, and we've had people out attending all of them. Matter of fact, one person commented and said, "It seems like the Conservatives are everywhere." And I want to thank them for their efforts. So if they could just stand up, the colleagues that are here. We've got 7 of my my current MLAs here attending this. And it's important to have them here to listen and hear, and I wish I could have been here for all of this. I also want to just take a minute just to recognize some of my former colleagues. Of course, Sam was recognized. I know that Suzanne is here as well as Ian Black is here. It's great to see you guys still here, involved in such an important issue as well. Mayor Prince George, got to say hi to you as well. Simon, that's my hometown where I came from. I don't represent Prince George, but it's nice to see you here involved in this. So I want to take a little bit of a different approach just in terms of how I present this. I think many people, of course, would have read our platform, and much of what I have heard has been discussed. And Eleanor was telling me about this, was stuff that we had in our platform. But just the other day, I was walking down, I think it was early Monday morning, and I was walking down, walking down Burrard, and I went by the rail station there, and there was somebody there who had a toy gun, and he was pointing at people and going, "Bang, ha, 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 you're dead. Bang, ha, 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 you're dead." And I thought about that for a minute and said, what do I do? Do I call the police? This is clearly somebody who is in a mental health issue, clearly somebody who is on drugs at 7:30 in the morning. And I thought, my God, what would ever happen if he actually had a gun? How do you deal with this? And this is a big issue. And I mean, this is just one of so many issues. And it's outside of the Vancouver, east side of things, but this is happening everywhere around the province. Everywhere I travel, whether it's Kelowna or whether it's issues in Prince George, whether it's smaller communities, all around the province, we're seeing these sort of issues. So how do you deal with this? And then you've got, the police and talking to the police, and they're frustrated saying, they're doing their best. Mental health isn't their issue, right? Crime and law and order is their issue. But of course, they get pulled into this so often. And so many times, even on the crime side, they're saying, we don't even want to lay charges because we know the chance of anything coming forward is slim. And laying a charge means all of the paperwork and all the time and taking them actually off the street to deal with it. So I think we need a fundamental rethink in terms of the many components. And that's, of course, the law, the mental health side and addiction side, of course, that often go hand in hand. Part of this is certainly a significant provincial responsibility. Some of this is federal, and there's some things that need to be done at a local level. But I'll deal just sort of more with the provincial side and what I think we should be advocating for. We need reform in our justice system. The courts take too long. It's too bogged down. We need additional judges. But I think we need a streamlined process for prolific offenders. And you might think, well, how does that work? Because it's supposed to be justice for all. You've got people on the streets that are 20, 30, 50, 100, 200 times committing crimes. And when I talk to the law enforcement, they say 20% of the crimes are being committed by 80% of the people. Or sorry, 80% of the crimes are being committed by 20% of the people. Get that right. And that's a serious issue. So you've got these prolific offenders that are taking up all of the time, and you've got to get these people off our streets. It's just the answer. And I know there's rights, there's mental health, there's everything involved in this. But if we don't start at the core of the problem, we can't get to the rest of the issues we need to deal with. So we have to figure out, can we create a streamlined process so that they aren't waiting a year and a half, they aren't rotating back on the street because of the bail reform side, but within a week or two they can get into the court and the courts can deal with them accumulatively for these issues that have been happening. And that means actually asking the federal government a couple of things. First of all, it'd be great if we can get bail reform. It's an important thing that needs to be done. But the second thing is I think we have to have guaranteed minimum sentencing. You have to have some way to have these people off our streets to free up the time to be able to deal with these other issues. And yes, there's mental health components and addiction that needs to be part of how you work with people. once you get them off our streets. But we have to get them off our streets. Let's deal with the big issue that's right from the beginning. And when it comes to dealing with the mental health side, which often deals with addiction, we don't have the staff, we don't have the resources. It's fine to say we're going to open up a whole bunch of new beds. I'm really concerned, quite frankly, that that's just going to be beds that's going to move from the health side to the mental health side, as opposed to new added beds to our facilities, which of course then will have significant impacts as well. But we don't have the people. So we've got to figure out how we actually do additional training and attracting. But I think we have to strengthen the Mental Health Act as well in British Columbia. You've got a situation, once again, where you might have these prolific offenders, particularly prolific violent offenders, that are being rotated back out onto the street. And under the Mental Health Act, if somebody is at risk of harming themselves or others, they can be held and treated and not released until they're no longer a risk. And you start thinking about this and thinking, well, but you're impacting, you're taking away those individuals' rights, and there'll be court challenges, there'll be all kinds of issues that will come up from it. But at the center, at the core of this is, these people need help, and people need to be able to feel safe on our streets. And so where you have these issues, we're going to have to take steps. As a society, we're going to have to accept that there is going to be some impact, and there is going to be impact on rights to be able to achieve it. And I don't mean to be draconian in saying this, but if we get to a situation where the courts say, nope, you're not allowed to do that, I also look at it from a perspective of we've got to deal with the will of the people as well and the needs of our society. And if that means we'd have to take more severe steps as a government, then we might have to do that, including even up to the notwithstanding clause. We can talk about all the solutions and all the resources that go forward, and as Ken talked about before, all of these have not solved the problem. We have to actually be able to take action and do this. So, but that means, Mental Health Act, you need to have facilities, you need to have people, so there's lots of investment, lots of things that have to be built out to deal with that. But when it comes to the addictions as well, and the challenge we have on our streets, I've talked to so many people in corners of the province, everything from hereditary chiefs through to people in police, people in our health system. It's a myriad of problems that come as part of addictions, of course. When somebody is prepared to want to move forward and get clean, and then we go to them and say, well, we'll have space for you in 5 months. That doesn't work. You've got to be able to have space available when they need it. One of the most effective tools that's out there is abstinence-based treatment. The recovery on abstinence-based treatment tends to be much, much higher as a percentage. Why aren't we using that as a tool? It shouldn't be the only tool we use, but why aren't we using that as a tool? Why aren't we figuring out how we fund that and make sure that we can get these people into a place where they can recover? And I talked about this a lot during the campaign, in particular when it comes to youth. The rights of parents and the rights of children. If you as a parent have an addicted child, you'd want to do everything you can to help that child get off that addiction, to give them an opportunity to be able to recover and live a full and productive life. It's just the natural thing that any parent would want to do. Yet in British Columbia, you can't do that. In British Columbia, if the child does not want to go into treatment, there's nothing you can do as a parent. I don't have children, but I could imagine as a parent how frustrating that would be to not have that ability to do that. So one family had a a boy and a girl, both facing addictions, took out a second mortgage on their home for $20,000 a person and sent them down south of the border for treatment. They did everything they could to help. Good news is, the son is now graduated and off to university, and the daughter, I believe, is graduated now already as well. And they're clean. They're moving forward with their lives. Why can't we have that in British Columbia? Why don't we allow for that in British Columbia? So we have to think about this now in terms of the rights of the child, the rights of the parents. There's legislation that needs to be thought about to change to make that happen. It was a commitment we made during the election called Christian's Law that we want to bring in honor of Christian DeSoto, a child who in grade 9 was facing a serious addiction, and the school never told the parents. Parents didn't find out about it until later that there was a serious addiction problem, and it went through a long, drawn-out process. So these are changes that are needed, and I think about how do we do this? There's only one way, and that is just to have the political will to actually make the changes, because that's what it takes. It's great to talk about it, it's great to move around, shuffle around, and come out and say, oh, look what we're doing, we're adding this, or we're doing that. But the reality, if we're not fixing our justice system, our legal system, if we aren't dealing with our mental health, if we aren't going to tackle addiction head on, then, all the rest of that is just window dressing, trying to make a difference and knowing that it can't succeed. I was up in Campbell River. Hope I'm not too fat over time. I was up in Campbell River, and they had I don't know the best way to call it, but there was a place where they put one blue flag in the ground for every boy and man who had died from an overdose. 12,000 flags and counting. You think about that. Somebody's son, somebody's father, somebody had dreams for their future. This has to stop. We have to take action. This cannot be allowed to just carry on and be acceptable. So that's the challenge, and I'm really pleased that everybody's getting together. I mean, there's obviously the huge impact of crime, addictions, and mental health on businesses, the amount of money that's now being required for security, companies shutting down because they just can't operate in that, the losses. It's huge on that side of things. But I really look at it from perspective of those lives that have been impacted, those families that have had a loss. It's a tragedy that is going on every single day, and it's a tragedy that needs to stop. So my hope is from this that we all have the courage to be able to stand up and say enough. Enough is enough. Let's get the reform that's needed in BC to be able to make serious changes so that we can all feel safe again in our streets, and we can carry on with the businesses that need to happen to be able to be successful in our society. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words today.
Thanks very much, John. Obviously, your travels around the province, you're hearing the same things we are at the grassroots level, and really appreciate your obvious not only interest in these issues, but passion for finding solutions. So thank you very much. I think you're right. The political will is what's required, and today we're trying to help create that political demand for government to take action. So now I'd like to invite Jane Talbot, the President and CEO of Downtown Van, to introduce our fourth panel called A Place to Call Home, and our moderator. Jane?
Thank you, Jess, and thank you to you and your team for pulling together such a compelling group of panelists and speakers. On behalf of the Downtown Vancouver BIA, we are so pleased to join all of you here today. Downtown Van represents 8,000 businesses in 90 blocks of the central business district of our city. Our members see and feel the impact every single day of every issue that we have and will discuss today. And frankly, like all of you, they've had enough. Status quo is clearly not working, and it cannot continue. The need for a safe downtown in Vancouver or any other city in BC is absolutely essential, and it is critically important that we all work together to push for measurable, meaningful, and sustainable change in our cities and communities. Whether you are from Vancouver, Prince George, Victoria, Nelson, or any other small town, large town community in our province, your business and residents deserve to feel safe wherever they work and live. Our fourth panel today, which is called A Place to Call Home, dives into the importance of housing and the type of care and services that play a critical part in providing specialized housing for those in need and who often suffer from addiction and mental health issues. This session's moderator is Richard Zusman, a name and face we all recognize from his nightly news on Global Television. Richard is a Jack Webster Award winner, and we are delighted to have him with us to moderate this timely and important discussion. Please join me in welcoming Richard and his panelists to the forum.
Thank you, Jane, very, very much. Thank you, Jess and Save Our Streets for hosting us all today. Obviously, there are a lot of pieces at play here when we talk about these issues of our safe streets. But we know over time that the issue that matters the most to British Columbians is housing and finding a place that's affordable to live. And we've seen that play out in this ongoing crisis that we've experienced in this city and in this province. And addressing the need for housing and how we do housing is a critical piece in addressing the long-term solutions to safe communities and safe streets. My panel today, joining me, Heidi Hartman is the Associate Vice President of BC Housing. Please give Heidi a hand. Deb Lester is the CEO of Covenant House, Vancouver. Deb, thank you so much for doing this. And the mayor ruined some of my thunder, but Sam Sullivan is here, the former mayor of Vancouver, former MLA and founder of CEO of Global Civic Policy Society. They are all joining me now for a conversation on housing. So I just want to start on something Mayor Sim said there around the way in which we do housing in this province, and especially in Metro Vancouver, has been for supportive housing consolidated mainly in the downtown east side. And I remember interviewing about to become Premier David Eby in November of 2022, a week before he was sworn in as Premier. One of the things he said is we need to move the resources outside of the downtown east side to other communities in Metro Vancouver. We haven't seen a whole lot of that yet, and the mayor's saying now enough is enough. So Deb, I guess I'll start with you. What is your sense of how we can do supportive housing, and is there a need in our community to move that outside of what we see in the downtown east side?
Well, first of all, I just want to thank SOS for having us here today. We're really looking forward to the conversation. We've had really, just robust conversations, and obviously this is work that we're very invested in. I want to just say, first of all, before I answer your question, a lot of what I heard, today is around an investment in youth and around root cause, around community, collaboration, intersectionality. Let's get upstream. Let's look at long-term, solutions, and let's integrate systems. And so to your question, Richard, what we have found at Covenant House is that we have a full continuum of care under our umbrella. So we have support for young people age 16 to 24, and we really have, programs that can meet young people where they are in their journey towards health and well-being. So we could say that, part of the continuum is complex care. So we look at, what we call our outreach that we do, our drop-in programs that we have, and some of those more complex, low-barrier programs. And then we go into our supportive housing programs as well. And that's where we can really start to look at case management. And, in all of our programs, we really, bring in all of our different, what we call wraparound services, right through to what we call our Rites of Passage program, which is where we get ready for life. We're working on life skills all throughout, but really looking at that transition to independent living. And what we've found is that continuum, if we look at, come from a public health background, that's incredibly important because it's rooted in the social determinants of health. So all that we do is rooted around, education, income, health, which is, mental health, and all of those different components. And so really, meeting young people in our community where they are in that journey is incredibly important. important. So in terms of moving outwards, I would say it's the access and that continuum under one roof right now that is really important in what we see. And we've got a lot of data that backs that up as well, and testimonials from those that are, have used our services.
Yeah, Sam, I just want to get your thoughts on this. I know you've looked at housing solutions all around the world. How important is it to move housing resources out of one central area where you don't have neighborhoods that become a beacon for supportive housing and rather distribute them amongst large metropolitan areas?
Well, Lynn and I were just in Switzerland a few months ago, and we spent a week being toured around by the two gentlemen who shut down Europe's largest open drug scene. In Zurich and Bern, there was thousands of homeless drug addicts in those two cities. And they shut it down, and they all the 12 experts that I interviewed said they really opposed the Vancouver model of putting all of our drug-addicted people in an 8-block square area. They couldn't imagine how we would sleep at night. And I said, no, this is the progressive way, and they were just appalled. So and I'm just going to take a little bit of a history tour here, because Lynn and I, we both worked in the downtown east side, what we call it now. I actually took karate lessons when I was a teenager on Abbott and Hastings, and Lynn worked at Woodward's. I worked at the spaghetti factory as a busboy, and we walked through this area, and there was no problem. It was a little bit gritty once in a while, but it was a very healthy neighborhood. And I did a little Google word search on downtown east side, because we'd never heard these words before. And you show it, and it's 1972, 1973, they explode, and that's when the word showed up. So I started doing research, and I found that Vancouver was full of low-income housing. It was called rooming houses. It was market-oriented, mostly older women that would have large houses, and they split them up into little bedrooms, and all these low-income people could live in all the neighborhoods of Vancouver. And those got shut down, started in the 1970s, and they were moved, slowly but surely, into the residential hotels in the downtown east side. And the downtown east side was renamed. And the City of Vancouver Legal Department created an organization, incorporated, it was called the Downtown East Side Residents Association. And that was the first time we ever got to hear those words, created by the City of Vancouver, moving all of the people who used to live in integrated, just dispersed market housing. And there was no concentration. And this is how it used to be. And then we slowly but surely solved the problem and really fixed things by putting everybody in one place. So really, I think that's where I'm pushing right now, Global Civic Policy Society, where we've got an initiative starting this year to say, let's end the concentration. This is totally cruel. It's the wrong way to go. And what they say I asked the people in Switzerland, what is the optimal number of drug-addicted people that live in one building? And they said, absolutely no more than one. You don't want more than one person living. And if we look at this research, we find most of the people in downtown east side came from outside in different areas, and they got into some sort of trouble, and they ended up getting just drawn in by a gravitational pull to this area, and every indicator of health went down. More addiction, more death, more sickness, everything got worse. And then in the Chez Soi, closer to home research, they moved 500 people. They asked them, where would you like to live? And 84% of them said, we don't want to live in the downtown east side. And no one had ever thought of asking the people with addictions, do you want to live in the downtown east side? Because they don't want to. 84% would leave if they could. And so they now enabled them to live outside. And as soon as they moved out, everything got better. So I love everything that was said today. I think there's a lot of really important work. But I would add this other point that nobody's really looked at drug addiction as a urban planning issue. They always think it's a medical issue or some other thing. and that what happens is when people move out into, when they're surrounded by chaos, their lives will be chaos. When they're surrounded by healthy neighborhoods, just real good communities, suddenly they start to act like everyone else. And so I think that's the secret of Switzerland, and I think that's what we need. I love what Ken Sim said, and I love what John Rustad was touching on. We've got to end this concentration. Half of all our problems are in the concentration alone. So that's where I'm going.
Heidi, let's go to sort of big picture. How crucial is housing to address some of the other issues we're seeing around crime, around drug addiction, around safety on our streets?
Well, housing is a solution. People need roofs over their heads to be able to be well and be able to move on in their lives. So absolutely, it's a critical piece. I can say from being in housing over 25 years, I've seen the difference it makes, whether we're taking people from encampment and moving them into shelter, getting them the connections. That's where the magic really happens. But it's nothing one party can do on their own. You know, we say housing, we bring the capital, we bring the operating, but we work with municipalities to bring forward sites. We work with our health partners to embed health supports because they're so integral to the success of people moving along. And we work with nonprofits like Covenant House that support the people on a daily basis.
Yeah, so to that point, Heidi, is to continue on with how challenging is it then to integrate these services? Because as you know, housing alone won't solve the problem. So what do we need to do from a policy end to ensure that we are delivering the suite of services needed in combination with, frontline housing?
Well, I'd first of all say that we need diversity of housing. It's not a one-size-all-fits-all. Everybody's unique and different in what their support needs are. But definitely the collaboration between health partners, support services partners is really integral. And I'm really heartened to see the province doing a lot more cross-ministry work. We're sharing data with our health partners so that we can plan for new sites that are opening to ensure that the services are there.
And to continue on to that point, on the nonprofit side of things, where does the integration take place, and what challenges have you seen in designing a system that works to provide the services that are needed? Once someone gets into housing, where do we provide those services, and what design challenges are there here in Vancouver?
Yeah, so I think first of all, as Heidi said, I think it's really that partnership is incredibly important. It's really the power of partnership. So you look at all of the, everyone coming together in the community, and we could not do what we do. We've been in Vancouver for 28 years now. Without our partners like BC Housing. But we've got also partnerships with Vancouver Coastal Health. We have the Foundry that's been at Covenant House since pretty much its inception. And so those partnerships are critical. But I really, what we see is, in our young people and what they tell us as well. So when we talk about housing and integrated partner, services and partnerships, is that when, for the young people that come to us, there's been a lot of trauma. And so it's really spending that time to really, build the trust and sort of peel back those layers and really getting to the root of what the issues are. And we also need to have, it takes time, and we need to have the services and the partnerships there to be able to then start to, offer that support. And so having the housing and having that continuum and all of those pieces is critically important, because when you are feeling hopeless and you've been on the streets and you have, even if you haven't been, when you're, suffering with, mental health and addictions and such, to try and navigate the system and to look at a sort of segregated or siloed approach is an impossibility. So to have, to have the services there, to have the partners come together, nonprofits can't do it alone. We need the government, we need, BC Housing, we need all of those, partners coming together.
I'd like all three of you to answer this so you can think about it. Sam, I'll start with you. But you talk about that impossibility there. I think people struggle, they see it on the news or they see it in their community, homeless encampments that grow and grow and grow, and then they're offered housing, and people turn the housing down. People say, oh, I don't want to move in to one of those housing units for various different reasons. And I think the general sense from the public is a sense of frustration. Look, you're being offered what we believe you need, and you're turning it down. So for all of you, I'll start with you, Sam. Where is the biggest barrier here when we're finding people that need a place to live and they're saying, oh, well, we don't want either that type of housing or what we're being offered? You've served in many positions here. Where do you see the biggest barrier being to connect those who are struggling on the streets that are being offered housing to actually get them, into that bed?
Yeah, just a couple of anecdotes. Recently, guys have a serious drug addiction problem. He wants to live in White Rock. That's where his mom lives. That's where his brother is, who has a job for him. But he says the only housing they're offering me is the downtown east side. And another one, Michael Geller just brought this one up, is a woman who had just had a baby. She said, I've been offered the downtown east side. It's a terrible idea. I don't want to raise my child there, but it's the only thing I have. And if I say no, I go to the bottom of the list. So I think we need to do more, rent subsidies. Why can't this guy move? If he had $500 a month rent subsidy, he'd be able to live in White Rock, far away from all of the drug, the concentration, and yet he can't because we built these big, expensive buildings. That's where we put them, which is a disaster for them. So the other thing we really have to concentrate on is we have a terrible zoning problem. And, up until the 1930s, we didn't have zoning. There was no planners. People could build whatever they wanted on their lot. Then in the 1970s, it really tightened up, where there's so much regulation on anything that you can't build housing that people need. So we need to loosen up. We need the free market to come back into our zoning system. And we've got some ideas on that, but I can't go into them all now. But that's what I think.
And Heidi, I know it's something BC Housing struggles with. You work in partnership when these encampments get broken up, and then you're there to provide it, and sometimes you're told no. So what do you see as the biggest barrier here?
Well, I don't look at it as well, I do. We have a housing crisis, and we don't have enough housing for all. But to Sam's point, I would just say that the province has come forward with additional rent supplements and supports because we do recognize that there needs to be a variety of different housing options. So when we are going to an encampment, we have as many offers and varieties of housing options for people. I said it earlier, it's not a one-size-fits-all. We need different resources. We need to build a broad housing system with a variety of housing options for people, including the rent supplements. Not everybody wants to live in congregate housing. We need youth housing. We are seeing more seniors in our shelters. So being cognizant of that as well.
And Deb, to you, where do you see that greatest barrier?
I agree with the panel on, and I think just uniquely to because we're serving young people is the housing options, they need to be appropriate for youth in our community. So when we even look at the transition from Covenant House into the community, some of the housing options we would not want our young people going to. These are vulnerable young people and then going into another vulnerable situation, especially when they've worked so hard on their road to independence. So I think it's appropriate housing, and I'm speaking specifically, as I said, with the lens of young people. And the one thing too, I think that it's hard for, maybe us in community to understand is that what we find in our low barrier program, so that's the program where young people can come into Covenant House, they're not, ready for any of our other programs, like our case managed programs and the clinical teams that can come in and really start to, help them with their goals. And they haven't been, some of them haven't been inside or had a room or had a bed for a very long time. And so when we opened that program, they would, often, walk around the room and sort of look at the bed and just, and we're so grateful to be there. But it takes a while for even that transition to happen. So I think when we assume that, people might not want a particular type of housing, there also are other layers there that will, cause somebody maybe to respond in that way. And for us, it's taken time. It's taking time to build that trust again and make sure that we've got the right approach, that they're in the right place. And
Heidi, I'll go back to you with this one. We increasingly see municipalities concerned about housing being forced upon them, even to the specific neighborhoods. These are debates we've had in a long time in Metro Vancouver and in Victoria and across the province, that certain neighborhoods feel that those housing units are not best suited for them. You see pushback from residents. In some cases we call them NIMBYs, in some cases we call them community advocates. It depends on the neighborhood. Why do you believe we continue to see these tension points in neighborhoods, and how can we address concerns from specific communities that housing is being imposed upon them that doesn't fit into their neighborhoods, when we know, as you've described, we have this tremendous shortage of housing, and there's some thought that we just need to put people wherever we can find the places to put them?
Well, there are limitations on land and zoning and where we can put the housing. So when you're in a crisis situation, you're looking to do whatever you can to get people the housing they need. I'd really highlight the difference you see when people have a roof over their head. And to your point earlier, we don't give up on them. It may take 2 or 3 offers before they accept, because we take a person-centered approach, that people are vulnerable and they've experienced trauma, and even coming inside can be challenging. But more to your question, that's where we have to work with the municipality. We're doing a lot of engagement with our communities because there's a lot of misconceptions about supportive housing. And it's important that we get the information out there of what it really looks like. And the benefit to supportive housing, especially when it's purpose-built, and Mayor Sim spoke to that, the value of that, it's designed a specific way to be able to best support people. It's got the secure entrance, it's permanent, people have their own units, their kitchen. We want to empower people to be the best that they can be. We want to create space in the supportive housing to have a health presence there as well.
How worried, though, Deb, should we be that if we're putting housing in neighborhoods where there's resistance from the community, that the community in essence shuns their neighbors and says, we don't want you here if they're struggling with drug addiction, if we see some of these concerns with crime, and there's those tension points that exist in neighborhoods. How concerning should that be to people in this city where we continue to see housing possibilities in places where there's pushback?
I think it's, it is concerning, and we've got work to do for sure. And a lot of it is around also communication and education. So if I even think about the locations that we're in, and we've had 3 new buildings that have gone up in the city over the last decade, and it was a lot of meeting with our, the community that was around, the areas that Covenant House operates. And that's not a one and done type of relationship. This is about a partnership with the community. So it was about, lots of intentional discussions around what the work is, what is, the support that we're offering, and how that can impact our community. I mean, we're all an investment in our young people is an investment in our community. So really educating on what that is can go a long way, and it's also the communication, and that needs to be ongoing. That relationship really needs to be like, you know, it's not perfect, you know, and we do our very best though with the neighborhood just to make sure that we're always listening and always engaging as well. And I would say that for you know, neighborhoods throughout the province.
Sam, you know it, as being a mayor and an MLA, when a neighborhood's frustrated, you hear from them, probably a lot more than neighborhoods that aren't frustrated. You've also toured around the world. What is the sense you get about the way that we do things here in Vancouver with neighborhoods and municipalities, and are there ways that we can improve it to not create some of those tension points that we've seen?
Well, the real problem is when you get a kind of an institutional solution, but you don't get that when it's individuals. You know, if one person moves into one area, that's not, there's no legal issue around there, there's no planning issue around there. So, you know, if you're really looking at just letting people live where they think that they can get the most support personally and where they want to live, and they're surrounded by healthy people, that issue doesn't even come up.
Heidi and Deb, this one's for you. I'll start with Heidi. We know housing is an incredibly scarce resource in this city. When there are people that come forward needing housing, how do we, as a province, ensure that the right people are getting into those units? And how challenging is it to ensure that those that need it the most, when they need it, because we have a gamut to run, somebody who may be willing to try treatment, to get off drugs, to get off the streets, to a single mom fleeing domestic violence. How hard is it to prioritize a scarce resource in the city?
Such a great question, because there is so much need, and it's across the spectrum. The process for women and children fleeing violence is different than supportive housing. So I think it's important to highlight that. We have transition houses and second stage housing for women fleeing violence and children. In terms of somebody who needs supportive housing, we do have a registry and people fill out applications. Our support services partners are awesome with supporting people to fill out those applications. Applications come to a community access and assessment table where their application is reviewed. It's not always just the need. I think it's really important to think about what are those persons' personal support needs. A best practice is not to put somebody in a building that's not going to work for them, or the supports in that building don't match their needs. So I would just highlight the importance of taking the time and thinking about each and every person as they go into a supportive housing site. We really do our best to be thoughtful about that, but with the housing crisis, with not having enough units, we can't always do it as perfectly as we'd like. But in summary, we think about each person and their need and matching them to the appropriate housing. And that's why we are appreciative of the spectrum of housing or system of housing we're creating, with either specialized populations or moving away from congregate housing and using rent supplements for people that don't need supportive housing, so they can move out into the market as well.
Deb, are we doing it right here based on the sense you get on the front lines?
You know, we definitely, as Heidi said, it's a one-size-fits-one approach for us. So every young person, every individual that comes to our doors, then we look at our programs, and if we have a bed and the need, is there, then we will make sure that we match that for that young person. But there is more need than beds that we have, and so our team works really hard to try and find a place if we have somebody that comes to our doors and we're full, which obviously is all of the time. And so the need is there. There's a need for more, and kind of the team does the best they can to make sure that there's a safe place, especially for youth. We want to make sure that they're housed and they're vulnerable, and we don't want them on the streets. We want to get them in and keep them safe, but we do everything we can internally and then work with our partners externally.
Sam, this is for you. One of the things that makes Vancouver so unique is we don't just have this tremendous need for supportive housing or those coming off the streets or those in tough circumstances. We have so many that just struggle to pay the rent. Based on the cost of living and the cost of housing in this city, we have people in some cases who have steady, good jobs who can't afford to pay the rent. They have circumstances where the place that they are renting sees tremendous increases that puts pressure points on them. And then that leads in some cases to this cycle of struggle, right? That they lose their place to live, they can't find somewhere else to live, they're either going couch to couch or they're struggling on the streets. That could lead to a situation of drug addiction. Sam, you've been watching this issue and been in the city a long time. It is getting worse and worse and worse and more expensive. Just to the core sense, how do we address stopping the cycle and allowing people to feel that they can afford a safe place to live that isn't just bare minimum, that it's a home for them?
Well, we have only one place in the city that is not heavily regulated by all the planning rules, and that's called SNOC. And there's this tiny little tear in the fabric of our planning. And what happened? A tiny 11-acre site, 11 towers. That's the market demand. So the problem is not that we don't have housing. We're not allowed to build housing. The real estate developers are desperate. They'll build anything. Give them a permit. They'll build it. There's such a demand. The market is not allowed to work. We have a central planning system. It's interesting that we brought that planning system in 1928, the same year that Joseph Stalin brought central planning to the Soviet Union. And we got rid of the central planning for our economy. We don't allow the government to central plan our economy, but we still allow the government to central plan our urban planning, our cities. So let the system work, let the market work, let people start building more housing and spaces. Don't dictate to them how it has to be.
Sure. But the province has put in a huge swath of legislation that supports this idea, but it hasn't been very well received by every municipality. There's been frustration that's a heavy hand of government, that they are allowing for 4 to 6 units in places where communities can't handle them. There isn't the support for the infrastructure that supports the housing. So, where does that legislation fall short of what you're alluding to, considering we're starting to open up those tools, but there's been resistance to it?
Okay, I'll just briefly tell you where our solution's going, which is that we can't do this top-down stuff. That what we need to do is do what we did in 1928. They set up the Zoning Board of Appeal, in which anybody could go to that Zoning Board of Appeal and complain and say, no, there's a market for this building, I want to build it, and the Zoning Board of Appeal could do it. What they did was the planners hated that, and they got it changed, they got the name changed. It's now called the Board of Variance, and it's supposed to just be allowing people to make tiny little changes. That's not what it was for. It was for like a judicial system to enable the system to accommodate change. And so we do need a bottom-up system that could do that. And it's all there in the Zoning Board of Appeal. It was set up in 1928. They quickly crushed it, turned it into the Board of Variance, and made it basically toothless. So that's a little insight into where I'm going with that.
Sure. Heidi, it hits on some things, but we do have various ways in which the province works on housing. BC Housing is a huge provider, as well as working with nonprofit sector, as well as the for-profit sector. How has this new legislation changed the way that BC Housing does business? And, where are the next steps towards getting some of those access points around access and affordability?
Well, anytime we look at change and creating more housing is a real benefit. And working with developers, having partnerships beyond nonprofits is very beneficial as well. You know, we heard talk earlier about mixed buildings, and that's a great option as well. We just need more housing, we need diversity, and again, just speaking to what we've all said about the value of partnerships.
Yeah, and Deb, you are a crucial partner in all of this. You know, where do we need to go to find, in essence, more partners? Like, do we have enough service providers that exist here, and is it the right model to grow to meet the need that we have in our community?
Well, I think we talked about it today, you know, we heard it in the other sessions, but it takes the voices as we are today of all of us coming together. So if we have all of the, you know, we can really look at the intersections of, you know, of the work or the, you know, the different views that we all bring to the table when we are making these decisions around, you know, and I think that's a really critical part in terms of the partnership piece. And, you know, one of the things that we look at in our supportive housing program, and some of our young people have been with us for years, and so we're really looking at transitioning now out of Covenant House, and then there's this cliff, right, the affordability cliff of, you know, where do they go and where do we ensure that we've got the safety nets in place for them to go next. And I think, you know, those are really important parts of this. If we look at when we were talking with partners and the different developments and also scattered sites, like really transitioning, you know, them into, you know, areas and places to, you know, model what, you know, life is like as we, you know, exit some of the programs and such.
Sam, we've had a housing crisis in Vancouver for a long time, but we haven't always had this crisis of public safety, that people have felt nervous on the streets. You know, you described it, the downtown east side is not new, but there is a new feeling that things are growing, that people feel unsafe. So what do you contribute that recent increase in a feeling of a lack of safety, considering, you know, a lot of these challenges we're talking about are pretty old challenges?
Well, it's just a cycle that's going on ever since the 70s when we started concentrating people. The more you concentrated, the more chaos. The more chaos, the more public outcry. The more public outcry, the more money they put into the downtown east side, which causes more concentration, which causes more chaos, which causes more public complaint, which causes more money going into the downtown east side, which causes more and more and more. So the thing is, we've got this concentration where people, once you get a large enough group of people in chaos, the social norms change. You know, stuff that would never go on anywhere else can now go on in a concentrated place. So we got to dilute that and make sure that people can't get away with the stuff that they're getting away with now. And that's part of the solution. I met with a group that in Switzerland that has 80 suites in 80 buildings. You know, so every building they have one suite. And they have people in those buildings who know about them and look out for them, and you know, it becomes more of a community thing. So I think there's too much emphasis on government spending money on things. That's not how it used to be 50 years ago. It was all done through community. People would be able to look out for each other. And if you read these books, Michael Kleckner wrote a book on the rooming house in Vancouver. He owned one. And there was always one person in the house who was about to fall off the wagon. And they knew that if that happened, the landlady, usually it was a woman, and most of the land owners there were women who were elderly, single, for divorce, or, you know, widowed, and they were ruthless. If anybody didn't have a job in this rooming house, there would be World War III, because they'd make sure they were at their job, and they did not want to be bad neighbors. They didn't want the people living in there doing bad things in the neighborhood. So the incentives were all right. They were well established. So that's the solution that the market brought, and we need to go back to market solutions.
Yeah, Heidi, Sam brings up one of the big issues that is often flagged, that when you have people in congregate living, you may have someone who is in the midst of recovery, trying to get off of drugs, and then they are paired up, even on the same floor as someone who is in the midst of their throes of addiction. And that relationship leads to somebody getting back into addiction and then could lead to crime and that feeling of lack of public safety. So what is BC Housing doing to address some of those concerns that we have heard around congregate living and the impact it's having on someone's recovery that could lead to other really negative challenges that we have out in our communities?
Well, that's where those partnerships come in, and, you know, having house supports on side. We know that people are more impactful when they're on the street, so our goal is to keep them housed, and if it's not working in their current housing, we do our best to look for other housing that will better meet their needs. But at this point in time, we do have more congregate living, but we continue to look at other options. Many of our nonprofit partners are very creative in building relationships with landlords. So they've been very successful in being able to allocate rent supplements and move people out from supportive housing and create that positive flow.
Deb, how do you solve that issue?
Yeah, so we exactly as that. I think we are dealing with a younger population. So they're in terms of housing under one roof for us. I mean, we need to make sure that the youth in our community are safe. So that's the primary goal when they're coming into our doors, and then making sure, as I said, that we've got appropriate programming for them. So they are under one roof essentially, or three roofs. But really, when we start to look at that moving beyond the programs and into the community, and as Heidi said, those partnerships are crucial, and we have those. Part of our new strategy, around restoration is expanding that so that we can make sure that we can really have those safety nets in the community where we can ensure that young people can land and as young adults now and can start the trajectory of their lives and their goals and their dreams and all they've been working on.
Yeah, and that's one of the big challenges we hear, that families say they raise their kids in a certain neighborhood and those kids can't afford to live in that neighborhood they grew up in, and they're being pushed further and further away from the city of Vancouver, and it's disconnecting families, and this is leading to a much larger issue around disconnection, around supports. You've been, again, Sam, in this a long time. One of the things that we spend a lot of time in the news talking about housing prices. They go up, they go down, they break records. We do a poor job at measuring the sort of success points about putting someone in a house and what that means and how those neighborhoods stay together. So do we need to find a better way to measure housing rather than just the cost in terms of how we supply it as a necessity for people?
Well, I think it's a real problem with the planning system that we have. Most of the planning proposals that come forward are all qualitative. We're going to achieve sustainability, affordability, neighborliness and things like that. What we need to do is stop allowing qualitative commitments and start asking for quantitative commitments. The PIR, the price income ratio, should be no more than 4. Why don't we have that? Because if you look at what's going on in the planning proposals, we're at 18, 19, 20, in terms of price income ratios. It's just terrible. If you start asking planners to give you numbers, okay, don't tell me about affordability, tell me what the PIR is going to be. And then because right now you don't know when we've achieved it. They say we're going to make this really affordable and sustainable. What does that mean, And they build it, and no one can go back and say, you didn't achieve this goal. So you need to ask them to come forward with solid, measurable, quantitative goals.
We have a couple minutes left, and Jess is doing great work, and Save Our Streets is fantastic, but I'm guessing everyone in this room probably wishes Save Our Streets didn't exist, that we didn't need to put together a forum like this to address these concerns. Jess was probably a lot happier before having to worry about all of this stuff. But if we are sitting here in 5 years' time, we still have this conversation around housing, public safety? Like, what do you think that conversation is like 5 years from now? And what do you hope we will have done between now and then? And all of you will get a chance to answer this, and I'll start with you, Heidi. It's not her.
Prevention is where I'm going to start first, and that's focusing on our youth and strengthening our youth programs. When we look at the point-in-time count data, we see chronic homelessness starts at a very young age. So what can we do to disrupt that and ensure that there is housing continuity for our youth? And second of all, really focusing on the partnerships, because you're hearing it today. We all have a part to play in addressing homelessness and ensuring housing is available for all. So those would be my two focuses for the next 5 years.
How about you, Deb?
So many. I would say I would agree 100%. And we're really also looking at prevention, and so we've heard that today. It's we are with our younger population, and so we can affect change. This is where we can prevent this entrenched homelessness, and so if we can look at our programming and what we can do at Covenant House. We've been in Vancouver for 28 years. We're thinking about how we can share those learnings with others across the province. We can go and partner and do whatever we can to really get upstream. So it's the partnerships in the schools. How can we, as we're connecting in with the schools, prevent homelessness from beginning when we know a young person's starting to couch surf and there's issues, and we do that now, but how can we broaden that and really get ahead of this, and see change. And I would say the other big piece that, mental health is health, and we are always going to see this. And so access to services is critical. Again, when you're in a state where your mental health is at varying levels, to try and figure out where to access services or how, and we hear this from families all the time. So families that still have their children in their homes and are struggling to, and we heard this earlier today. So I would say prevention, access, and partnership.
And Sam, final word to you.
Lynn and I were in London, England a while ago, and we met these wonderful young people who have this housing theory of everything. And if you Google it, you can find some of their things that they've written about that. If you look at almost all of the problems of our society, whether it be economic, low birth rates, immigration, all those things like this, they say it can be traced back to housing, lack of housing supply. So it just seems like so much of it comes right back to that. And unfortunately, it's in municipal government, and it's improperly designed municipal government. And I think that we need to look at this idea that, and I'll just add one little geeky thing to it. You've got the executive, legislative, and the judicial functions of government. Right now, what they did with municipal government is they put all three of these functions into one body called the City Council. And so the City Council is doing not only legislation, how to build housing, but they're actually doing the judicial part as well. You need to separate that. It's called the Zoning Board of Appeal, I mentioned, and you've got to separate the legislation from the judicial. So it's a different body that approves the actual developments. The City Council should have total power over how it's done. They should be able to design the adjectives, but when it comes to the approval, it has to be done by a separate body.
All right, thank you, and a big thank you, Heidi Hartman, Deb Lester, and Sam Sullivan. Thank you all very, very much.
And a big thank you to Richard Zubrin, too. Richard, great job. Great job. So, thank you all for sharing your experiences with us, and please accept these small tokens of our appreciation. Our final session today is a chance for us to highlight some of what we've heard today. some of the takeaways, if you like. The session is called, What Have We Learned? And I'd like to ask Clint Mallman, Bridget Anderson, and Karen Kawicka, all from our Oversight Committee, to join me here on stage. I'd like to also just comment that we're right on time. Just. I'm not sure how that happened. Anyway, these colleagues of mine from the Oversight Committee of SOS have been so important to developing this program and moving it forward to where we are today. And we've had, well, we've met every 2 weeks, formally, every 2 weeks. And lots of conversations and discussions between those meetings, of course. And we've had some interesting conversations. I wouldn't say debates necessarily, but we don't always end up on the same page. But we realize that there's a solution to the problems that are trying to be addressed. That when we look around and we hear about all the problems that we have talked about today, there isn't one where there isn't a solution somewhere. And we heard it today that what's required is the political will to actually implement those solutions. Decisions have to be made around priorities. Terry, you and your colleagues have to make decisions around those priorities. Other political leaders at different levels have the responsibility of doing the same. It's a tough job. It's a tough job. But when it comes to public safety, it's so important to all of us that we feel safe in our neighborhoods and our families safe in our neighborhoods, that we have to push these issues up the priority ladder. And that's one of the reasons that SOS, I think, had the success that it has had in the last year in generating interest. People believe that's the case, that we have to solve these problems. So we decided that our final panel would talk about what have we heard today, what actions will be taken in the future, and what did we really learn. So I wanted to start off by saying this, that I think that SOS should go away. We've taped this whole thing. We need to assess it. We need to think about it. And we need to produce a paper, like a white paper, that we can send to everybody here in the room who's been here today, that lays out what it is we think we heard and suggested recommendations to government. We won't get it 100% right, but there's an idea that we might be able to do that we can also send to government and start that conversation. And so that, you know, I'm just so proud of the fact that we have people from business, from community, from the interior, from the north, from the south, from all over BC. And surely we can bring those ideas together and use that as incentive to get some things done. So I'm going to start with Bridget. Bridget is so experienced at doing these things, believe me. I know that she also has a very strong opinion.
Yes, I do. I don't think I was ever accused of being quiet on things, even as a child. Nice to see all of you and to see so many different faces. I think when I sit back and reflect about today, I think about what I've heard Premier Eby say, and he said it privately and he said it publicly, that he is doing a reset. and that, in his words, he had a near-death experience. So when I think about that, I think about public safety as an economic issue. It is an issue that faces many of our small and medium businesses, the majority of which make up our 5,000 plus members. And so when we think about public safety and crime as a community issue, it is an economic issue. It brings incredible challenges for small and medium businesses. Some of them I'm seeing around the room today. So this is a window of opportunity. You know, we're looking at a very unique time in the world right now. We're facing incredible threats from south of the border. There is chaos in Ottawa. And so we have an opportunity in British Columbia to get our stuff together. And so we should be doing it. We should be leveraging every single opportunity that we have. And so when you're talking about going away and putting a paper together, that is the data that's needed. I think we have to help the government see solutions and help build the business case for solutions. I worry a little bit about the data. I read in BIV this week about crime going down, and I think what's really important to note is that it's reported crime that is going down, and some police officers may not feel the same as me about that, but I know from our members that crime is not going down. The break-ins are continuing in their stores. And I did note in that data that assaults are going up in certain areas around the city. So I think we have to be very careful about the picture that we're painting that is accurate to reflect what's happening with all of you, and then help the government find solutions. And I think Marshall made a really good point on who's in charge. You know, I think that there has been such a dispersal of responsibilities and services throughout, when I look just even in downtown East Side, but it's true of all of British Columbia. We need to galvanize and we need to coalesce some of these services and find a body to be responsible and accountable for some of the change. So, you know, that's the work that I want to continue to do with the coalition. And Clint, you have done a remarkable job. Jess, a remarkable job. And kudos to you for bringing such a diverse group together. I mean, that's where I think when I put my advocacy and communications hat on, that's the next steps for us is let's put together a really strong message with some very strong proof points, build the business case and show the solutions and continue to communicate it on every platform we can in any communications that we have with any level of government, particularly the BC government.
Clint? I think I've got that. Had it? There we go. Thank you, and thank you everyone again for giving up such a large part of your day to drive change. You know, I'll just take a little sidebar for a sec. You know, I've been asked many times, especially today with a number of reporters, why is a company like London Drugs or myself got involved, because I certainly have several other full-time jobs. I didn't need another one. You know, and if we can save just one of our employees, and I mean our employees in retail or in the service industry, from a violent incident with long-term psychological harm from that, if we can have just one more small business survive an already challenging environment to keep our communities thriving, if we can see someone reach their potential that through circumstances that are difficult, they're not able to do that right now, boy, it's all been worth it. Just one. And that's what community is all about. As we heard Sam talk a lot about that. You know, communities evolve and they change, and sometimes they face challenges like we are today. In my world, we don't solve problems by making them more complex. And it's been my observation that over time, governments are really good at taking simple problems and making them really complex. And what happens with that, you give people excuses not to act. So our job collectively is to take a very complex problem that we've heard about today and simplify it into steps, into areas that we identify we can control. Because when we can control certain aspects of a problem, we can change it. Problems are rarely linear. Problems are rarely we solve one thing and it solves the whole thing. I've jotted down about 15 different opportunities that are very actionable. Everything from increasing the spaces at the Justice Institute, to learning about the 15 different Indigenous justice model systems coming from our Indigenous wisdom, right through to who's in charge. I thought that was one that I triple underlined. There's got to be someone that's a decision maker. We certainly also need measurements, has been talked about today, whether that be on housing, whether that be on some of these changes, because through that we can hold those that we elect to represent our community. Are they making the change? And more importantly, we have to support them, knowing full well that there's going to be failure from time to time, but we need to measure that. So failure isn't my opinion. It's measured by numbers that we can agree on. So we have independent information as opposed to a political view of how to solve a problem. I think I love to hear things like prevention. And that's what I mean, that problems aren't linear. We can solve and make action now. We can start now to make these small changes. But we also have to think of the next generation. And that Icelandic model that was brought up today is really fascinating to me, because it was not only a model that appeared to have worked, but it was measurable, so they knew that it could work. And I think that there are some world lessons. You know, it's been my experience, is my job causes me to travel around the world. I've never seen ghettoization work in any problem. So we've seen, and we heard Sam talk about the Switzerland model with 80 different rooms in 80 different buildings, and that certainly was my experience in looking at Belgium as a model. So I'm really encouraged here today, and I think that it's a heavy topic, that it's really easy to go, wow, this is overwhelming, and we heard a lot of complexity. Don't give in to it. Give in to the positive, that you as an individual, you as you're representing your organization, us as SOS, to hold our politicians accountable by simplifying the issues that they can take action on, and then we measure it. We put the goals in front of them, so when it comes to the next election or the next appointment, we can congratulate them where they deserve it, regardless of political stripe. I do want to emphasize one thing, is that when we've asked politicians, and it was said today, that there's bold action required. And we can characterize that in whichever way we want, what's bold and what's not. But when we've asked something of someone and they've made change, we've got to rally behind it. We've got to park the partisan politics. And those that have made bold change, regardless of political stripe, regardless of which level of government, we've got to support that. Otherwise, we perpetuate the old system, which there's clear evidence hasn't worked. So that's what my opinion is right now.
Very good, Clint. And Karen, as a member of our oversight committee, has had a special task today. She's been making notes during. There we go. Karen has been making notes on our behalf through all the various panels, and I'm really interested in hearing from a community perspective, what have you learned today? What have we heard?
Well, I feel like a first-year student amongst all the enthusiasm and expertise and knowledge, and it is relatable to the things that we feel and experience in community. The word that I've heard used across all of the panels today is prevention, and in community, that is one of the questions we ask ourselves all the time. Why can't this be prevented? Why is this happening? Why is that happening? So having that ring through all of the panels was really helpful, because it's not a question we have, it's a fact that everybody's widely understanding. It's interesting also to hear words like intersect used in this context, because it's true. It seems like from a community perspective, all of the agencies and the problems and the powers that be are not communicating with each other. And having that improvement, I think, will make a difference. It's also very hopeful. It's hopeful because a lot of times these problems are just perpetuating, and it feels as though it's an exercise in futility. But this is hopeful. There are solutions out there, and there are people that are very passionate about bringing those solutions to our community, and again, hopeful that we're going to see some of them implemented.
Thanks, Karen. Sorry.
It's good.
Yep. We heard a lot today about alignment between healthcare and justice, the justice system. And I think somebody called it the marriage between the two. And I think there's really something to that there needs to be better alignment between those two segments of governance. And that's got to be a priority going forward. We got to break down some of those silos. Bridget?
Maybe one of the ways I think that we can think about this is, again, talking about it in economic terms. So we know that the majority of job creation growth has been in the public sector over the last 5 or so years. And so when we look where a lot of those jobs are, a lot of them are in the healthcare sector. And I think to your point, Clint, that it becomes very complex when you add more and more layers of administration to a system. And so I would say to the provincial government, and Terry, I'm looking at you because you're one of the representatives here, is that's a good message to take back as the government is looking at the fiscal situation they are in and thinking about the fiscal prudence that's required. How can we make the system simpler so that it can align with the justice system? The justice system is a little more complicated because we're talking about 2 levels of government that are required here and some alignment there. And that's very challenging at a time where there is some significant challenges in leadership at the federal level for the next few months. And I would also say that we should be looking at models in other jurisdictions. We don't need to recreate the wheel. We've heard today lots of other examples of countries in Europe that are doing this well. So let's look to them and learn what we can and put those in place. We don't need to always be recreating things from scratch. We can actually take from lessons learned in other jurisdictions, whether it's Switzerland or Portugal or a number of other countries that have been mentioned today.
Clint, anything to add?
Yeah, I'll just add 2 things. One, I have a belief that most systems over time acquire enough funding, but they become inefficient over time for lots of different reasons. And I do think we have to have a relook specifically at the interplay between justice and healthcare, because I suspect that what we'll find is that there's unintended barriers that have got in the way of doing things. Let me give you an anecdotal personal story that illustrates that. My wife is a very long time, 38-year plus ER trauma nurse at Royal Columbian Hospital, one of the busiest in all of Canada, and gets some of the most complex cases. She's been assaulted at work. One of my best friends is an RCMP officer. He said to my wife, I would never attend Royal Columbian ER without my service weapon. Wow. That's how violent it can get. My daughter is an ICU nurse at the same hospital, and she's been sadly violently physically assaulted by a mental health patient. So we have police in the same building. We have experts in the same building. We have a psychiatric care unit at one of the largest hospitals in Canada. And how does that, when we see this, systems that are incompatible to working with each other, that person can't get care, because that same person that my wife triaged or dealt with a trauma from attempted suicide or whatever it was, is back in later that night because they were released and couldn't be kept under the Mental Health Act because the doctors couldn't interpret the Mental Health Act for fear of retribution from our justice system. So I only use that as an illustration of a broken system. And again, when we look at complex problems, our job is, to look at it as a system-wide solution, a system thinking of where are those barriers that are getting in the way that prevented all of that waste from happening and truly care for a person in the system. And I also want to point out, and I'd be remiss if I didn't do it, and I'm relying on Dr. Julian Summers' work in the studies here, is that I believe his numbers said that just shy of all 50% of the crime in this one particular study, it happened to be in Vancouver, was committed by criminals. They didn't have mental health and addiction. And so this isn't solely a solution to mental health, addiction, and housing. We have to remember that there are 2 distinct worlds that have to be looked at, and you can't use the same tools to solve both worlds. And therefore, we have to think those things through, that one size doesn't fit all, as we've heard today.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, one of the other things that stuck out for me was the commonality and agreement about secure involuntary care. And personally, I value the importance of that when I have loved ones suffering from mental illness. And regardless of the place that our panelists were coming from, whether it was policing or mental health and addictions or even the justice system, everybody was in agreement that there is a place for that. And I'm hopeful that we're going to have more of that because of the significant need.
Yeah. One of the other topics that was mentioned in just about every panel was the concept of a full continuum of care. Those on the oversight committee have heard me talk about that before. It's for me, Clint, you just said that stats say that about 50% of the crime and violence that we're talking about is as a result of people with addictions and mental health. And if you could deal with that, 50% of the problem goes away. So if people can't get access to care, we're not going to fix the problem. So when you talk to government, they'll tell you that, well, we're doing that. We're doing that. We believe in having access to detox, access to treatment, access to long-term recovery. And the response that I have to that is, well, where and when? Because we don't have immediate detox. I keep asking the question, why don't we have detox in every hospital in Vancouver or every hospital in BC? Now, I can hear administrators screaming already, but you got to start somewhere. And I think for addictions, detox is that first immediate requirement. And then recovery, treatment and recovery, you can have on a regional basis. And we've heard again today about redfish. And everybody holds redfish up as this new advanced model of how you deal with addictions, mental health. Well, how come there's only one redfish? And if there's going to be more, Premier Eby, tell me where, and then tell me when. Because we've identified the problem. We know where the people are who need this treatment. Why aren't we planning now for establishing that? And again, it goes back to priorities and making government decisions, and they're not easy. But we need to have that plan. So a continuum of care, that concept, building that out, I think is fundamental. Fundamental.
You know, if I may, I'll add on to it. One of the things that I look from any level of government is, again, system thinking. How broadly are they thinking? Or are they only myopic to the problem in front of them? And it's a really simple thing to get drawn into that from a human nature perspective. But when I hear announcements, for example, before the election, we need more skilled trades. And then we hear, as an example today, we have expert panelists saying that 90 days treatment, which we have in British Columbia, isn't effective. It needs to be at least, we heard that it was 10 to at least 18 months that effective treatment can really take place and allow that person. And detox isn't available to everyone. We've also heard a lot of other issues where they access and things like that. For me, I start stitching together these problems going, we have a large group of society that isn't meeting their own potential. And we heard large statistics that a good percentage of people with mental health and addiction problems can be treated and have successful lives. But we're not providing that continuum of care. We don't have a seamless opportunity for someone to seek treatment when they, or seek detox when they need it, that seamlessly goes into a supportive environment where they need it, for the length of treatment they need it, with the professional and common support that they need, surrounded by a loving community. We're not hearing very much about reskilling those people that have probably been out of the workforce for a period of time. Any employer in the room today knows that they have a a human rights obligation to support an employee through that. So that's already in place to be able to do that and reskill them to the areas so we give them this wonderful opportunity for success and stop ghettoizing them. Like, to me, I appreciate it's significantly more complex than what I've just described, but that's the true continuum. A continuum isn't just part of it. It is all the way to success, and build in systems that know that the experts tell us that there's a high chance of someone having an issue again, and understanding as a society that's okay. We're going to help them pick up and be successful. I just look at this whole thing as such a terrible waste of human capacity and human potential at the end of the day, along with my other worry, which is when 68% of British Columbians have lost faith in the justice system. It's really, I have no doubt that's part of some of the issues today is people give up. They don't believe it. And when people start giving up, that's when society starts to tear apart, and no level of continuum is going to help with that.
That's why it's so urgent that we act today. Bridget.
Just another perspective. I totally agree with everything you said, Clint, but I'm thinking about it from, again, a business perspective, and lots of business leaders in the room. You all set targets. I'm sure you set sales targets and revenue targets and all kinds of growth targets. So we should be asking and calling on the government to set targets. I saw this week, I think it was this week, there was an announcement about some new beds are being placed somewhere. And I think the number might have been 10 or 15. I can't remember because the number got lost on me. But I didn't know what that was in relation to. So I think more transparency. Is it 10 beds out of the goal of 100? Where's the sort of the dashboard or the ticker? If the government is saying it's going to put in 100 beds across the province, then they've done 10 here, well, then they've got 90 more to go. And I think that's one thing, having worked in government many years ago, there's a lot of announcements that get retread. And so were these new beds? And was this part, how did that fit into the overall announcements that we've heard from government over many months? So I would say that that's part of it, because it's hard to have any insight into what the system is doing if we can't actually see maybe a dashboard or some sort of ticker tape on accomplishments. And so I think that's a big piece of it, that transparency and accountability.
Couldn't agree more, Bridget. In fact, after the last provincial election, the government called us, and we met. Clint and I met with Premier Eby and 3 cabinet ministers and staff, and had a good conversation, initial conversation. So no particular actions to report on, but we did say that we wanted to celebrate their success with them. We wanted to celebrate results, not announcements. And we'd be willing to celebrate results, but it was really difficult to measure results when there are no KPIs. There's no key performance indicators to measure many of their programs. And the Premier actually, I guess I'm talking out of school, but we're here. We won't tell anybody. The Premier actually said, well, we'll work with you on that. We'll work with you on developing KPIs. And I thought, okay, well, that's a start. That's a start. Now, we haven't gone down that road yet, but to be able to have actionable items that you can measure the success is absolutely necessary today. Karen, you had something.
Yeah, we were talking about the full continuum of care, and I appreciate the perspective that Clinton and Bridget expanded on. Yeah, but from a community perspective, there isn't any intervention points, for a family or for a community to initiate people into care. And that was one thing that Marshall talked about that was a revelation to me, because it seems that all of those people are shut out from initiating someone into care unless it's private care. And those situations don't always work out. But, to have a community safety officer or a bylaws officer or an outreach worker or a family member or an employer initiate someone into getting a full continuum of care, that empowers people to help one another, and it encourages people to actually seek help because they are supported by everybody they interact with in the community.
Look, we've had a long day. We've had a good day, I think. We've heard lots, and I think that the forum has delivered everything we thought that it would. It's our job now to summarize everything that we think we've learned and develop that paper, that strategy, I think, and get it out to everyone here. But we are time to wrap, and I want to say to everyone here that when we started this, we weren't sure about the go forward, how we restarted a grassroots movement. But what we knew was that there was power in numbers, and that we needed to bring other people around us, and other people from different walks of life, different stages or different stratas. We had to ensure that we had people from Prince George, we had people from Seychelles, your worships, but we had people from everywhere in the province, because that's what was going to drive government opinion. That was going to drive public opinion, which drives so often government decisions. And so the power of a group like SOS, you are it. You are it. And if there was one message that I had, beyond thanking you for being here today, is to ask you to go home and do some work. Go home and talk to your friends, your colleagues, about the importance of supporting the work that SOS is doing, because all we're trying to do on your behalf is to raise the level of awareness of these issues, particularly with government, and raise the priority of fixing them, raising that priority up the priority ladder of governments. I think we're having some movement there, but we got to keep it going. And I do know that every time we talk to someone in government and say, we have 130 organizations, those organizations probably represent 250,000 people. That gets people's attention. So we need to keep growing the organization. So thank you to you guys for the wrap-up panel, and thanks very, very much to all of you who've come today. I hope you gained something from it. We will be back in touch with you for sure, and we'll probably ask you to do things. Thank you very, very much.
Yes. Sorry about that. We got you all excited about leaving, so just take me a couple minutes. I promise. Can cue the PowerPoint. No, just kidding. Well, what a day, as Jess said, of expert ideas and opinions and lots of thoughts. First of all, please join me again in welcoming all and thanking all the panelists and speakers here today. Please. As Jess said, that if you like what you've heard today, if you like the idea of community, of pulling together ideas and solution focus, please continue to talk about this. Share the SOS website, saveourstreets.ca. Look at the past content, look at the future content, the white papers that will come out around there. You know, today we've heard many ideas of change that our politicians and those responsible for the administration of the justice system and healthcare system can take away to form tangible, measurable action plans that can be implemented. British Columbia has this very unique opportunity that came up today to implement change now that could be world-leading and life-changing in finding the balance of the interests of protecting citizens from violence and crime, from helping those disadvantaged in our community seeking help to maximize a person's potential with dignity, and holding to account those individuals or organized crime groups or criminals that just prey on the cracks in our justice and healthcare systems that commit violence, theft, and actions of disorder. A highly functioning society and community needs its citizen to have trust in the systems that protect them. That trust in their community is a wonderful place to visit, to raise a family, to do business, to seek services, to have wonderful experiences, to thrive. Right now, according to our research polling, as of September, we're not there yet. And so we must accept right now that no solution is perfect. And we'll have different ideas of what good looks like, and that's okay. The important part is we have to move forward and support those that have the fortitude and the guts to make the change that we all so desperately need. To the government and those responsible that have the authority to make the change, the citizens of British Columbia, they're watching you, and they are going to hold you to account. But we, as Jess said, we will be there to support those that are willing to make change. And we want to make sure that whether those elected officials are elected or the professionals, we need to turn this anger into tangible, positive results in a nonpartisan way that sees safe streets for all. I'd like to, just in wrapping up, thank especially the PACE group team who helped SOS organize and operate today's events, and the many SOS Coalition members that were both here and watching on the screen today, and especially our Oversight Committee that was introduced this morning that helped put this event possible. So, on behalf of SOS and the Oversight Committee, thank you for your attendance, your commitment to making a better community, and enjoy and have a safe trip home. Thank you.